https://discord.gg/flatearth.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
24/7 Go Globe Evidence Fishing Part 9.
Is it stupid to say that just because we have no measurement of the globe, then there's no
we
globe?
can't conclude a flat Earth.
Yeah, so basically, we must conclude a globe even though we have no measurement for one. That sounds pretty stupid.
No, I didn't say that. So.
Well, he's saying something like that. Like, oh, you have no measurement of a radius, so no globe. That's a stupid argument. No. How else do you know it's a globe?
Well, the fact that when that ships, like the more ships sail over the horizon, there's a thing called the drop. You can't see the bottom half of the ship. Explain
the
that.
Horizon, the one that's not geometric, based on the black swan.
It's a wave.
Is that, and so you conceded now in the measurement for the radius, so you threw that away. Now all you have is just eyeballing ships as they go away and just imagining things. But we're the stupid ones, right?
You're using a low quality JPEG as an argument, man. I don't know what to tell you.
No, we're not. We can give you the original source video. Is that a JPEG?
Oh my god. Here we go.
Here we go. What
would make
this is
a video
never gonna fucking
valid?
end. Like this whole fucking conversation will just keep fucking going.
Calm down.
What would make like a video any more valid?
Hey, heretic! You know what their argument was?
I didn't hear it. No.
Their argument was because we're saying it's 1 foot off the water, that doesn't count because
we were saying that there's not conclusive data to come.
I'm gonna hear Timbo say it. Go on, Timbo.
Yeah, so because it was 1 foot off the water, he's saying, okay, that's not medium sea level because sea level is the medium of the tides. I was saying at the time it was 1 foot off the sea level. So use 1 foot. That's it.
Well, and that's a ridiculous cope anyway. They want to talk about bad arguments. Does any glober in this room know just how much higher above the sea level that camera would have to be to have a 10-mile horizon on your globe? Any glober want to take a guess real quick before I tell you?
Are you going to mute me again?
Are you just going to take a guess or... No, not a single glober knows their religion as usual.
Wait,
so
can you mute someone that I know someone that could defend it?
I'm going to give the answer because none of you could. It would be about 60 to 70 feet on your globe. That's how high above sea level that camera is going to have a 10-mile horizon on the ball the size that you think you live on. You think that camera is at 60 to 70 feet elevation? If so, log out of Discord, go take your meds. That's not an out for you guys. Sorry.
Are you gonna unmute a Cubanite? Like that was his position. I think he should be. He's like the most.
I'm actually gonna run to a restaurant and pick up dinner. I'm going back on mute for a bit. Have fun, boys.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to handle the room right now because I have to do something. Also, I'm trying to get Indio to get me the conditions for that day as much as we can get because we have the video. And there's a video.
When you say handle the room, he was just trying to speak normally. He wasn't doing anything wrong. Like you just guys just muted him.
Yeah, dude, they got proven wrong, dude.
Like I know most other rooms I hang out in don't just mute because like someone disagrees with them. That's the weird thing about this room.
Yeah,
I mute when you talk over me. That's what happens.
Yeah, moderation. It's so weird. We don't see that.
That's why people said, "Wow, this room is so calm." Yeah, because people shut the fuck up when they know they're going to get muted for saying stupid shit and just talking
disagreeing
over
with you.
Yeah, for essentially disagreeing with you.
Yeah,
disagreeing with reality. But anyway, I should stay true to my word and go do shit. Have fun, boys.
Yeah, you do that.
So I'm trying to get your conditions for you.
Too.
You can't back out after we get the conditions.
Yeah, so who was able to show the curvature drop of the...
I still don't understand, like, in like a theoretical sense, like for a flat Earth, are we like upside down on the plate? Are we right side up? Are we gonna fall off if it just tips over slightly?
So you
How
think
does
you
this
live on
work?
a disc in space?
Well, explain to me what you think the planet actually is.
So it's not
Because
a
I
planet, it's not a disc in space, so you don't have to worry about any of that
all right,
anymore.
what is it then?
The Earth is flat, stationary, and contained.
Contained in what?
We're breathing air, aren't we?
No, I mean, what kind of container are we talking about here? Are
I
we
have
in a
no
box?
idea.
Are we in a
I have no idea.
so? Oh my!
We don't need a model.
I was just gonna say air pressure support. Do you know what voice latency is? I can explain it. Voice latency is there's a delay between the time I talk and when I hear you talk.
So we're going to talk about how we talk over people. It's not how this room runs, folks. Let's see if I got that info yet. There's a video you can watch. We can see where it was clipped from. You determine what sea level is that day.
Okay, I was just saying that it may feel like someone's over talking you when it's just a voice latency issue, and if you gave it a second to be resolved rather than muting it, a good moderator would know that's often an easier solution. And my case in point, the room's actually the entire room's scared to talk right now because they saw me get muted over nothing. That's why it's been silent for like
Yeah,
past 2 minutes.
yeah. My smarmy assumption is definitely
Anyway,
correct.
I didn't intentionally overtalk you, is my point, but
I didn't.
it's like you're shooting a man that you think is armed just because you see a bulge in his pocket is what you're doing as a moderator right now. And
Why are you talking about bulges?
Yeah, why are you talking about gay shit, bro?
I thought the entire point of this room was flat Earth, man. Why are you talking about bulges?
yeah, I was trying to talk about that, but I was muted.
Nah,
So I was
you
explaining
You got muted
why
for over talking. You got muted for over talking.
I was explaining how you might perceive that you're being overtalked, but it could just be a result of voice latency.
No, you got muted for over
And
talking.
there's better ways to
simple.
resolve that.
You're trying to.
No offense. I was not
You're trying to
intentionally
complicate
overtalking.
things. You were over talking and got muted, and now you're crying about it, kid.
No, we both attempted to start talking about something at the same time,
he was
but
talking
latency
first. That's why you got muted.
made him feel like he was being overtalked.
I mean, you can keep crying about it, or you can prove that.
I'm just explaining how it works. He does seem like he's new to moderation, so I was trying to help him
We're all just
understand
waiting for you to prove
why
something
phenomena
instead of crying.
For what? Are we arguing? I mean, the room's been silent, like I said, for like
Well,
3
you're
minutes.
the one who
So.
said that you can prove that the Earth isn't a flat plane, right?
When did I say that? I said I can prove
so you
that
can't. We can move on.
I can disprove the phenomenon of flat water.
All right, we're waiting.
I did it in chat earlier, but no one had any way to deal with it.
There's flat water theory.
Well, that's what the flat water crisis support guy was saying that
The
he
video
dipped
you
out.
posted in side chat, that's the Santa Monica oil platform, Honda and Harmony. Honda, the one behind it, is about 100. Sorry. It is a lot shorter than Honda.
Says platform Habitat and Hill House right in the video, and that's where they're at.
I understand. That's why I looked up where the oil rig was, and it's shorter.
Anyway, that's where.
Anyway, you're not going to say anything about it. It's
No,
the oil platform's just shorter.
You're giving wrong information.
Do you have any other thing to suggest that the oil platform is not shorter, and that the camera is only about 1,000 feet away from the oil rig itself? Or sorry, not 1,000 feet, 1,000 meters.
I mean, listen,
It
buddy,
would be helpful to
you
also
keep
know what type of
lying.
lens the camera is using.
P900.
It would also help.
I
to
could
know
have gotten
height
the oil
above
rigs
sea
wrong. One
level.
second. I'm looking at oil rigs map. You got to give me a second.
I'm looking at oil rigs, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Coob.
Yeah, what's up?
So, what's up?
Yeah.
Why is safety camera muted?
Why is Ariel always deafened? What's going on, Ariel?
Probably because he gets muted if he undeafens.
Oh.
Like earlier, our flat water crisis was saying that he beat Ariel yesterday, but I was here. Like he was talking to Ariel and he muted Ariel while he was talking. It was kind of weird. So he
Weren't we talking about gravity yesterday? We were talking about how gravity works, and then he was asking about some guy was asking about the gravitational constant, but then he tried to make it look like we didn't understand the gravitational constant. It was a cringe.
Well, what the really weird thing is that they keep on saying, "Oh, where are you showing things dropping with the Cavendish experiment?" Where the Cavendish experiment clearly just shows that mass attracts mass.
Yeah.
And when they make the claim, "Oh, well, you saw something fall, so you made something pull towards things towards another thing," it's like, no, like we know that something's pulling it down. Something's causing a force that is pulling it down. There's an observable force, 9.8 meters per second.
Right.
Per second, I should say.
Dude, I love the Cavendish experiment. It's a really good way to sense very faint energies. Like when they were creating the first transistors in Japan, you have
If
to
mass
pull.
attracts mass, is that why fat people date each other?
No, that's why black men who are like black holes are attracted to like fat women.
That's wild. Okay, thank you. That was.
Yeah, mute that dumb bimbo.
Nice. I appreciate your actions.
Mute that guy too. Mute that.
This room has some healthy conversation happening thanks to the good moderation.
Well, the reason why there's no conversation is because all the Globers are too scared to talk, right? There's too
Well,
scared.
no, they've been muted for the past 30 minutes. They probably went to go do chores or something.
Screaming into microphones is globe proof.
Who's
Fucktards.
screaming in the microphones?
That guy was a Glober, and he literally just started to yell into the microphone.
I don't know if he was a Glober or even a
He was a
flat
Glober. I've
earther.
spoken to him earlier in this room.
Okay, well there was like one of the flat earthers in here earlier was talking about like buck breaking and saying like Neil deGrasse Tyson and using like slurs against him. So what's your
Hold
point?
on, dude. Flat.
I
Well,
don't
I guess
recall
his
that
name is
happening.
Heretic. Last night was spurging out and acting like a little chihuahua chirping in the background while we were trying to have a conversation with other people. Like, what's going
Don't
on
recall
there?
that happening.
I got recordings of it happening. I can send your way.
Yeah, no one cares about your recordings. Can you prove that the Earth isn't flat?
Okay, there we go. It's about the intellectual honesty I expect from a 24/7 user, right?
Yeah, so I'm asking you to prove something, right? And you go on to about how some guy was talking, or
Wait, Briar's drawer?
Well, no, you go out to say, "Oh, I've never seen him do that," and then I offer you proof, and you're like, "Oh, I don't care."
yeah, because
So
that's
like,
irrelevant to what the room is about, right?
no, I think it's just like
Instead of
indicative of how
proving
you
your
are as a
claim, you rather
person.
talk about how a guy, quote unquote,
Well,
spurred
I
guy.
tried proving my claim, and then like you just like have a fit, and
Didn't
like you want
prove
to like
anything.
have Sure. I mean, you could think that I didn't prove anything. Maybe not to your like meth head standards, but like that's neither here nor there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just keep ad homing, man. Maybe you'll get there.
Maybe.
Oh, I'm sorry. The video you posted in side chat, there is no oil rig off of Santa Monica. Yeah, that
does it
video is
even
not real, bro.
say it? Yeah, does it
It
even
says
say
it's
it?
It
it's
says
in
Santa. It says
It
Santa
says
Barbara.
God damn it.
Man,
Does it even
motherfucker, you
say?
gotta learn how to read or something.
This is the best globe
Dude, leave him alone.
argument
He's
I've
Puerto
Stop
seen.
Rican,
being all
okay?
excited. Stop trying to be
There's
excited
no
like
oil
you've
rig
done
off of
some
Santa
kind of
Barbara or
fucking
Santa.
thing.
Wait, there's no oil rig off of Santa Barbara
Out
either.
there, and other people have gone there and done the same shit. So
And then
don't
post
say
videos of them doing it.
Wait. I'm looking at a map of all oil rigs in the world. There's none off of Santa Barbara.
Oh my.
Yeah, I've never seen another video of the Black Swan. I've just seen the same Black Swan video. If all these people are doing it, where are the other videos?
Yeah, there is no oil rig or habitat off of Santa Barbara. That's a lying video. That's a fake video.
Wait, so now the video is doctored. Huh.
Well, I don't know if it's
I'm not saying
doctored or not.
I'm not saying it's doctored.
Oh, nice.
But I
Now
can
the
show
video
you. I
doesn't
can
even
show you.
actually convince.
I can show you a picture of oil map of the world where all oil rigs of the world are. There's no.
Actually, there is.
Yeah,
There is.
that thing exists, right? The
You-
thing
look,
is,
so-
The only oil rig
There's-
after
there's-
Santa Monica was
There's
yeah, this is just one of the few
there's
times that they're actually
7
able
Santa
to
Barbara.
capture this.
in Santa Barbara. There's 7, 8 in total off to the southeast. Yeah, southeast coast, and then there's one off to the far southwest as well.
There's a picture of all the oil maps in the world. There's none off the coast of Santa.
Just look at Google Maps. Like, look up Santa Barbara, California, and
Dude, the oil rig is there.
I'm not lying.
It might
Like,
not be listed there, but it's definitely there. The thing is, that's the only picture where they're able to actually show that occurrence, which is the funny part. And they also, in the video, they don't give, like, the mean sea level. It
I'm
just says a
assuming
foot
they
above the
were.
water.
So they were on Rikon Beach, I assume.
Allegedly.
That looks kind of like where they would be at. Yeah, Rikon Beach County Park. Looks like the direction of at least 2 of them. But then there's a third one, like maybe
Oh
roughly
no, he
a
is right. Yeah,
mile or two.
there are. Yeah, you are right. There are 3. Sorry, there are more than. Okay, yeah, that map is just fucked. That's my bad.
Yep.
I can see to that. Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, the more interesting point. Where's all the other videos? Someone just said like people do this all the time.
Well, there's
I've
only
ever
the
seen
one
the
picture because it
Yeah.
requires extreme refraction, as evidenced by like the crane looking retarded.
So you got that formula done yet?
You got like the height above like mean sea level for me?
Pick like 5 different ones and go for it.
Why would I waste my time doing that when I can just do it right the first time?
You said you just have to write a program. You can pop any number in, so do it,
I
fucker.
never said that. I just said I could do the equation. So you're gonna get that
I don't
information
think
from
you
me?
can. I don't think you can do it with even a 1 in place.
Why would I bother doing a 1 if that's most likely not even like what it would be?
Because you're afraid.
Or I just
What?
don't want to waste my time doing like a dog shit equation, especially if you're not even gonna like pull out like the what was it the angular resolution formula. so we can have a conversation about that. But don't worry, I can do that one really easy because I
I'll
can
give you
just
the
assume
formula. We're
variables.
not going to talk about it though, but I'll give you the formula.
Yeah, because we can do the angular refraction while like having to assume
I'm not
nothing. We can
going
just
to talk about it. That's not what we're here to talk about. But you want to talk about angular resolution, and I'm
Yeah, I
just
know
going
we're
to give
not
it
here to
to
talk
you.
about your beliefs, right?
I don't have any beliefs.
So you're just an empty man, not worth talking to, then, right?
What do you want me to have beliefs about?
Do you have any political beliefs, or
No, that's all bullshit.
What does that mean? Isn't
What do you mean?
what's all
What does?
bullshit? Politics?
Yes.
I mean,
Like,
it's
do you think they like
frustrating, but
not
I wouldn't
actually
call it
happening?
bullshit.
I mean,
What are you
we could
stressing
just talk
about?
about a claim that you made about how like things disappear because of angular resolution, and we can see how it's
Are
bubkiss
you
with
going to
the
keep
formula
saying
that y'all
that over
quote.
and over again?
Yeah.
Okay. So is that what your choice is going to be? You're just going to say that over and over again?
Well, I mean, if you're going to claim angular resolution as
Are
the
you going to
the
let me
reason, then
find this
sure.
shit, or are you just going to keep saying it over and over again so we can all sit here in silence again?
I mean, I'm not even sure what you're asking now.
Stop repeating yourself.
And he's starting to mute you.
Hey, Chief, did you get that tide
Oh, the tide
demonstration?
chart?
Yeah, the tide chart.
I mean, I can take a look at it. I'm in the middle
Yeah,
of a league game right
I think
now.
I think it's important. Like, I don't know, it gives
Yeah.
an idea
Well,
of how tide works.
I know how tide works. That's why I know like we don't use distance above the water because the equation clearly says above mean sea level.
There's the tide chart.
Well, yeah, I also posted one earlier, and then you linked me another tide chart, and I was kind of confused by that.
It's okay. Don't be too confused. Don't worry about it.
Well, no, I mean, like, I literally give like a demonstration of how tide works, and then you give me a chart. Like, was that to disprove how tide works, or?
He's dumb.
Nothing to do with the moon, that's for sure.
Well, the moon, it's
Nope.
kind of, well, the gravitational push from the moon
No.
and the gravitational push of
No.
the Earth.
No, you
Why
can't.
aren't you letting him explain?
Can I?
Because you use motherfucking gravity in the first place. We went over this an hour or two ago.
But
About no, we couldn't define gravity. Whether or not we can define gravity doesn't change the fact that gravity exists or not.
But we already like know that the moon is like being slowly pushed away from the Earth. Like, we already
hold
know
on.
this.
Let's not go there. Let's not go there. Let's just stick to the tide thing, right? And it is heavily correlated the position of the moon and high tide. So
Yeah.
we understand that a lagging effect can
Correlation
occasionally
is not
happen.
causation, son.
Yeah, it's highly
Sun.
correlated.
You
So-
can derive a causation by a very strong
Yeah.
correlation. There's a correlation between a bullet
Correct.
hitting my skull and me dying.
Yeah, cause and
Yeah, like
cause and
what?
effect. So
It's not how it works.
That is how. What?
That's how.
That's how it works scientifically. If there's a super strong correlation, they use it as pretty much as causation. I'm telling you, there's a correlation between a bullet hitting my head and me
Go
dying.
ahead.
Right?
Prove gravity. Prove gravity is doing that. Then
We're talking
Prove
about
it's
like
right.
physical. We're talking about.
So what about a gravimeter?
Go ahead and prove gravity is doing that to the water.
I already talked about it. I said that the
Yeah, so
gravitational
they do an
push of the moon is pushing
So,
against the
what kind of
gravitational
gravity
push
are
of
you
the
talking
Earth,
about? Is
which
it
affects tide.
I have
that
a
mass
hypothesis.
attracts mass, so it pushes on the water because
Yeah,
it's
like
attracted
Yeah,
to it?
Do you know
I
how
have
a magnet works?
hypothesis. Hold on here. Watch this, Lofi. I have a hypothesis. Water is attracted to the moon. So in my experiment, I wait for the moon to pass over. Oh, sure enough, water gets raised to it. Moon goes away.
Yep,
Water
cause
goes
and
back
effect.
down. Damn, dude. There's my cause. There's my effect.
Yeah, there you
Using
go.
the Flatty logic for an experiment. And I just wait for the moon to come back. That's my independent variable. Is the position of the moon, and
I was
boom.
gonna say, I'm pretty sure also, like, if you hold like a magnet
How
up
do
to
you
like say,
manipulate the moon?
can I give you a demonstration?
How do you
Simple little
manipulate the moon
a
in
simple
your
little a little like science experiment. If I remember correctly, you can hold a magnet up to like a running faucet, and the water will slightly bend away from the magnet. If I remember correctly, am I wrong about
bend
this?
towards it. It'll bend towards it.
Bend it towards it. So
Yeah.
Are you saying gravity is now a magnet?
Gravity
No.
is no.
The magnetic field.
Now
Yeah,
it's
the
a magnetic field?
No.
No.
Holy shit. You guys really have to come up with what is gravity. You can't just
it-
all have a
clearly he
bunch of
just-
different
I can
things.
explain to you. I can explain to you the rules of gravity.
Gravity is the fundamental force of attraction that exists between all
Not a
objects
force.
with
Not a
mass.
force. It is not a fucking force.
It is a force, though.
Hold on, it enacts a force.
Hey, one
Oh my
sec. I got
God.
the tide heights for Santa Barbara.
Oh, great. Thank you. Finally.
Wait, why do you need it?
Okay.
What about for the tide heights from that day?
Well, it's giving this one's giving a mean average, so that's what you're asking for, isn't it?
Yeah, no,
Yeah, you
we're
need-
no,
hold on.
we're not. We're not. We're asking if the. Oh, go ahead.
We'll just
Yeah,
go
we're
back and
Okay,
look
so
for that thing.
okay from low tide to high tide is only 5 foot. So
So 2.5
what do you want to
feet
do from that?
for high tide?
Yeah, 5 feet is the high tide.
Okay. So 5 feet. So
Yeah.
plus the camera height, that's 6 feet.
No, well that's not. You said the mean average, so 2.5 plus
Yeah,
1,
you
so
can-
go off
That's
3.5
That's why
feet.
I just said 2.5,
Yes,
and then you said no, 5 feet for the high
Yes,
tide.
go ahead and take
So
6 feet.
3.5 feet.
3.5 feet.
There you go. Now you got your
So I
number.
still don't know the exact height for the camera at that day, at that time.
1 foot off the water.
How do you know that?
Yeah.
Watch
Again.
the
So hold on.
video.
Yes. Hold on. I can.
What do you mean
agree.
watch
It's a
the
foot
video?
off.
I can't
Hold
measure
on,
shit from
Victor.
a video.
Hold on,
Damn,
Victor.
these people are
Hold on,
fucking
Victor.
dumb.
Hold on, Victor. I agree. It is probably 1 foot off the water, but that still doesn't tell me how high above mean sea level it is. Because height above the water is not the same as height above mean sea level.
Timbo,
Because
you
if I
gave
take
it
it
to
at,
him and he still isn't going to do it.
you're right, because I don't know it for that day on that time.
Yeah, we don't know it for the day. He gave it the mean average for like the year. That's not what we have. That's not what you need to prove it, bro.
So yeah, the mean height, the
You
mean high
take-
tide.
you
Hold on,
take-
the mean high
Take the
tide
best-
is.
Listen,
Okay.
I'm going to give you this. You take the best, whatever that you guys need, and you use that number. So is it 7 foot then? Go ahead.
No, the best number we need to use is the one that like it's measurable. That's the best number. The actual number. That's what we need. The actual number so we can measure it. That's the best number. We can't just play fucking guessing games. We can't say 6 foot. We can't say 1 foot. We can't say 1.5 feet. No, we have to have the exact measurement. That is the best number.
It's never enough for Globers, man. They just
Yeah, we just want actual numbers. God forbid.
yeah,
We
guy
have the
guy
same
gets you the
standard of proof,
numbers.
right?
Guy gets you the numbers, and now it's
He didn't
about
give me the
the
numbers.
specific numbers at the exact time.
He's trolling.
And date
He's
of
trolling.
recording, man.
Downey, he's trolling.
Oh, I
So,
understand he's trolling now. My bad. I have a little bit of autism.
Oh, I'm trolling.
So
Yeah, sure.
yeah.
Yeah, we're all just being lied to. Is that it?
Oh, so hold on. The thing is, he gave me mean high tide and mean low tide, which means the average of the high tide, which still has highs and lows on the high tide. So it could be even higher than the mean of the high tide, which is why again I'm asking for the high tide or the exact height of the water in comparison to the mean sea level on that specific date and time in that position. Thank you. Guy really came in here saying, "Oh, the mean high tide and the mean low tide have a difference of 5, so use 5, like use 2.5."
I
Like,
still
no.
feel like this is like a failure of perspective, like on their part. Like, I just, this is fucking annoying.
Facts don't care about your feelings.
Yeah, dude. Like their strongest piece of evidence is like a video where you don't even know like the measurements. You don't know the person's even like 1 foot high.
Oh man, just wait until
That's their strongest soldier. That's God's strongest soldier right there. The Black
God's
Swan.
strongest soldier.
This video doesn't even have like that many views. It has like 35,000 views and it has 671 likes.
I mean, videos like that often get suppressed. We know this. So.
Oh yeah, totally.
And I don't know why you're joking. I can send you some proof from a server.
Well, I mean, there is
Proves what you
context posted right underneath of it
about a Wikipedia link to flat Earth, so
You can just post it on here. Like, you're constantly trying to shill for 24/7 flat Earth, but there's a reason you're on here and not on there.
I mean, I'll post it. I'll post evidence in here that proves that there's been videos that prove flat Earth that have been taken off the internet entirely. So
Prove flat Earth?
yes, this is
I
a
don't think
known
there's any that have
phenomenon,
been
bro.
proven.
Wait, if the video's been taken off the internet entirely, how are you gonna cite it? You're on the internet, nigga.
Because they're off the. But what I mean by the internet is the.
Bro, can you just stop fucking trolling, bro?
come
I'm
on, man,
trolling.
give it a break.
Bro, can you just stop?
Yeah. So if I send you something, then what, buddy?
Oh, this guy is a troll.
He's
No
trying so
shit.
hard.
Not even a part of fucking 24. Oh, he just joined 24/7. What a troll.
Oh, I just joined 24/7.
Yeah.
I've been in there for about a week now, buddy. So I don't know what you mean just joined.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just joined.
Oh yeah, bro.
Fresh recruit.
Not even a part of like the non-whack job servers, like Jim Panda's server, or I'm not even gonna say Geo because Geo's
You
fucking
can
nuts.
just keep trolling, man.
Yeah.
Why did the flat Earth maps look round?
Because they don't have a map. They can't come up with a map because they're not smart enough to make a map.
Well, I like how I asked a question of like how the fuck the flat Earth model even fucking works, or at least his flat Earth, but he can't
Hold
tell.
on. They don't have a model, dude. That's their ultimate cop out. Because they don't. They
Well,
know that
they
anything
technically don't. They don't need a model.
Just make up your own goddamn rules. Apparently, no
Yeah.
physical
No,
observation or
that
anything.
is their ultimate strategy. They make no claims, so they have to back nothing up. That way, they don't get contradicted ever.
Oh my
I'm not
God.
going to claim that there's a dome, but I'm also going to say that you need a container in order for this atmosphere to like exist. Like what? So you do believe in a dome? I'm like, why are you putting words in my mouth? I'm not going to claim that there's a dome.
I mean, you can also like look at like physical like forces of gravity, like if you, for example, like the fucking submarine getting crushed like a fucking soda
all we
can
have
down
to
by
do,
Titanic.
So hold on. All we have to do is show that gas can in fact be contained by a non-physical container, and by that I mean electromagnetic fields,
Mm-hmm.
and still apply that same logic to the local system that we call Earth. Inside the vast universe that still has its edges, which is in fact our container. And as
Wouldn't
it's
that just be like a fluorescent bulb at that point?
a fluorescent bulb? No, because
Yeah,
a fluorescent bulb has like a. Oh yeah, you could. Oh no, yeah, in a sense.
Well, yeah, because it's a mercury that gets
Yeah, that gets all
creates a
drawn
gas.
together. Yeah, it creates a local pressurized point of gas. I agree.
Yeah.
Which we understand that the universe, the heliocentric model, does in fact have a container. It's called the edge of the universe, and since it's expanding, that's where the theory of the heat death of the universe comes from. Because as things slowly do spread out, energy spreads out further and further away from each other, thus leading to the second law of thermodynamics freezing the universe, because energy just gets too dispersed at that point. But the universe is relatively small compared to what it'll be 2 trillion years from now. So it's much more compact.
Yeah, things will
So
be
don't ever like let them like force you into the the straw man of having to like come up with a pressure without a container, because the heliocentric model does have a container. It's just a much further away wall than what they're too afraid to claim, which is the firmament. Which we all still run into the same issue of really low pressure zones next to really high pressure zones. And why do those pressure zones exist? Why does that pressure grading exist?
I was waiting for them to mention like the Antarctic like fucking like ice wall as like
dude, Yeah, dude, they'll never claim that because people go there all the time and they're too chicken shit to go there and pay $3,000 to go see the penguins and experience a 24-hour day.
Yeah, and like a fucking barren frozen wasteland.
Yeah. Well, again, like most of them are poor, or they won't put their money where their mouth is, and they won't make a trip to Antarctica. In fact, they have planes that go to Antarctica specifically carrying tourists to go see Antarctica. But they say they don't make any flights to Antarctica.
Well, actually, also those planes are for supply drops as well.
Yeah, well, there's supply drops as well as they're bringing
It's almost like
tourists.
these planes aren't actually going to Antarctica, man.
Yeah, they're just going to Russia, I guess, right?
Have you heard
They
of
go to Siberia.
Yeah, all the penguins that are in Siberia, right?
Yeah, they're all wearing Ushankas. Fucking.
Downey. Hello? Is it working? Downey, the earth is flat and the truth will prevail. Okay? That's all I have to
Aurora,
say to you.
Aurora,
Okay?
you're crazy.
Do you
You're
actually
being
believe that?
Yeah, Aurora's kind of nutty, but it's okay.
They sound dumb.
So are any flat earthers here going to Flattoberfest in Greenville?
Where's that?
Oh, I always
Greenville,
forget that
South
in
Carolina.
Greenville
I
he
forget
gets
they
that.
have conventions. Damn.
Yeah, it's gonna be really sad without Bob
It's gonna
Nodell
be
there
like
this time around.
400 of them,
I just
500
figured
of
out
them
the
maybe.
motherfucker died.
Yeah, Bob
The
died.
15 degree per hour drift.
They got
Unfortunate.
him.
I mean,
That's part of the grift, though, is those fucking conventions. They make fuck tons of
Well,
money on that shit.
they're
No,
all
they
grifters,
don't. They
dude.
have like no. They
Hold on,
used a
no,
did on
shrine.
the
The last
first
time they
couple
used a
ones, they did.
Shriners
hold
Club
on,
last time.
hold
so they
on.
could get
There's
free.
an actual fucking like crack smoking flat earther called like Witsit, and the dude was
Oh yeah, I
literally
know what you're talking about.
yeah, dude was literally living in a fucking like brick shit house until like he became like a huge grifter for the flat Earth, and then now he's just doing tours all over the U.S. like going all the like these big vacation spots being paid for by other fucking idiots that believe
Now
it's
he's
grift.
doing a tour all over the globe, huh?
Yeah. Well, no,
All
not
over
even the
that,
globe.
that
Not
heliocentric globe.
yeah, it's really funny, dude. I wish I could have thought of like the grift of being a flat earther like a long time ago, and like just made money off of these poor fucking chaps.
I mean, I think it's existed for probably since like the 1980s or 90s, more than likely. It just got bigger because of the internet.
Yeah. Plays on like weak-minded people that need a purpose.
Yeah.
Brain dead, dude. Fucking brain dead people.
No argument,
It's-
right? Makes sense.
No, there is no argument.
Thanks for admitting that at least.
Yeah, there isn't
I mean,
because there's no flat earther bringing up their case. They're too
No, I'm
pussy.
talking about your argument. Where's your argument?
Oh, we got plenty of arguments. Y'all just deny everything.
My
thrown at you.
argument is going to come when the flat earthers try to say something.
NASA fake, dude. Fucking CCP fake. India fake. Australia. There's
It's
groups
not
of
that
flat
it's
earthers.
fake. It's just
the
Hold on,
Soviet
there's
like
groups. There's groups of flat earthers that thought that Australia didn't exist because it threw off so many of their fucking models. So they
I
thought that
brought
like
up
all these people with like Aussie accents were just fucking
They don't exist.
like feds, like just
I
pretending to have accents.
literally brought up like fucking
To be fair,
Sputnik
the way
one time.
Australians act kind of makes me think they're feds, but literally just sitting around trolling all the time. God, I hate them.
True. And again, we go to the ultimate cop out of it. You can't you can't have pressure like without a container. So you believe in the firmament. I never made that claim. So how do we have pressure? Oh, there must be a container. So we have a firmament. I never made that claim.
Oh, dude,
Like that's the fucking
Yeah,
logic
dude.
that we
Yeah,
have.
nigga. The container's the goddamn universe, nigga.
No,
This
is their
I
claim.
with them for an hour yesterday.
Y'all actually believe the world is like flat?
Yeah.
Not me, nigga.
I do.
Wait, who?
In fact, I do. It's objectively flat.
For real? For real?
Yeah.
For real?
Yeah, dude. That's what this room's about. Most
You're
of us
not-
on here are flat earthers.
You're not joshing me here, right?
No. That's why Safety Comrade here is muted, because he wanted to be a troll and try and troll us flat earthers.
Well, the
Okay,
unironic part is that
why
the
do you believe
globe,
it's flat?
What I've noticed,
Okay.
right, is that the globe earthers have a weird obsession with the Earth being a globe. It's almost like it's some type of cult, you know.
What do you mean?
It's a gold.
He's trolling, dude.
This isn't even a troll. You guys, we see it right now. While you guys
Dude,
just
why?
chit-chat.
Listen,
Why
we got
do you
that globe
bro, like,
sickness.
So why do you
dude,
believe it's
why do you
flat?
sit here just saying like the most retarded shit, dude?
Hold on. I can
retarded?
answer that. I can answer why we think it's flat, because it looks flat to my eyes.
Yeah, dude.
And I can't think in 3D. So, give me a break.
I
Well,
would be more. I would
that's
more like
awesome.
ask someone, why do they think it's a globe? That's what I'd like an answer to.
Well, the people that like make all of our shit work, like
I just
give us like a
answer with
decent amount
that
of
one
evidence that it's a
bit where
globe.
fucking Josh from Drake and Josh says it's spherical, and that's literally it. That's my argument.
What's really funny is I actually saw a video really recently where somebody did a breakdown of the ISS and how like the ISS camera that's constantly passing over with their 24/7 live stream.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, it's like every 45 minutes it goes out because it passes over like a part where they can't relay with American relay stations, which makes sense because it takes 90 minutes to do a full rotation.
Yep.
But that being said, right, whenever it is in view, the fucking clouds it passes over perfectly align with reported weather like phenomenon going on. Really weird. And
I
in
mean,
fact,
yeah,
when we
you
look
would
at the
obviously
Himawari,
bake that
when we look at the
info. You just
yeah,
use
when
like
we
an
look at
RSS feed to bake that into the simulation.
and when we take a look at like the Himawari satellite, it actually like showed us the eruption of the volcano in real time, which is
Damn,
really
dude.
bizarre.
Where was that satellite?
The
Oh my
New
god, it was in
Zealand?
space.
The New Zealand one?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Wait,
No, the Himawari satellite specifically
I mean,
designed
in
to
terms of space, it doesn't make sense about how things can
wait.
move around in it, right? So
How does a satellite go around the Earth?
Nigga,
doesn't.
what?
It's in the orbit.
Oh,
It's
so
in
hold
orbit.
on. The flat earthers will say that like all these satellites are projections, or that they're drones like flying in sequence, or some other. They'll claim that they're balloons somehow
No, they like the
traveling like
balloons.
No, the
15,000
satellites
miles an
exist.
hour.
They're just not in space like they claim.
Yeah, so how do they stay up there?
Where are they?
How do they stay up here?
Yeah.
It's the Chinese.
How do they stay up where? They're not in space. What are you talking
How do they
about?
stay
Where
up
are
in the
they?
air, dude? How do they stay like within like the air
Are you
or the
asking me
lack
how things?
thereof?
Are you asking me how things float?
Yeah, how's a satellite up there floating that high with that much mass?
Are you asking how things? Have you ever been in a pool
Yeah,
of water and been able to float? How does it possible? Right?
yeah. So
How's it
density.
possible
So
that a fat man can float in water, man? It's almost as if
because
there is ways that we can make big things float, right?
yeah. So how do we make this thing that is clearly not a massive like balloon float?
You're gonna have to ask them.
You
I don't know
just have
exactly how they do it.
no gravity. There you go.
Or you just counteract gravity with some sort of force, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Glober is going to have to explain this, right? Because they are the ones making the claim that gravity
No.
pulls everything down,
The-
including mass
Well,
bodies of
hold
water.
on,
So
hold on.
Eventually, a
You're
satellite's
claiming
why aren't the
some. You're claiming
satellites
some
being
sort
pulled
of.
down
You're
before
actually
these things crazy?
claiming. You're actually claiming.
Eventually, a
Sorry,
satellite
Lo-Fi.
has a
Go on.
decaying orbit,
Yeah.
and
Well,
it does get course corrected now and again. Though I'm pretty sure. If I
yeah. Well, so hold on. He's the one that needs to like make the claim as to like what mystery technology is keeping the ISS up. Because we know
I
it's
don't know.
not
You'd
human.
have
We
to
know
ask
that.
them.
Wait,
Well,
wait,
hold
what's
on.
not
Wouldn't they
human?
just lie? Wouldn't they just lie?
They're not
Yeah,
lying.
won't they just lie?
Satellites exist. It's just that they're not in space.
So where are they?
They're in the sky. What are you talking
They're
about?
in the
Well, hold on,
top,
hold
the
on.
very
I can
top of the
actually.
firmament.
Yeah, hold on. I can actually agree
No,
to
they're
this. They
just
are
in
in
the
fact.
sky.
They are in
somebody's
fact not
wrecked
in.
them right now.
Hold on.
Yeah, like really
hold
far
on.
in the sky,
Hold on,
like
boys.
where the
I can
stars are, right?
agree. I can agree they are not technically in space because they're still in a very, very thin layer of Earth atmosphere, which is why they slowly slow down, which is why they need course correction. I agree. They're not in deep space yet. I can agree.
No, they never get into deep space.
Okay.
There's a good reason for that.
Why is that?
That's not what your mom said.
Are we gonna get a reason?
I thought you said space didn't
I
exist.
just told you the reason.
Is there a dome?
I don't know.
I'll make the claim there is a dome at the edge of the
Okay.
universe. It's constantly expanding.
Yeah, so somehow the universe and space, which is the absence of things, is somehow going to be able to encapsulate things, right? That makes sense, no?
Yeah.
Because what space is just the absence of things, right? So how can we have the absence of things being able to make a dome? That doesn't even make
Hold on,
any sense,
space
man.
isn't necessarily the absence of things. Space,
Is space a
in the sense
vacuum?
of up there? No,
Oh, it's not a vacuum.
no. There's a slight pressure to space.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Who says this? Where did the
Uh,
scientists say this?
they say it that it's not a perfect vacuum. It's
I
close,
never
not a
said
perfect
anything
vacuum.
about perfect vacuum.
Well, again, what
Can you
is a
explain how
vacuum?
the absence of something is going to become a dome?
How the absence of something is going to become a dome?
Nigga, he's trying
That's
to
the point.
confuse you. He
I know
does this
that's their
all the
tactic.
time.
I
Nigga,
know.
he's
Well, hold
trying
on.
to
Well, hold on.
confuse you. Just
I
stop.
know. That's the 24/7 tactic, which is why I'm not surprised.
Hey, Low
Right?
Priors, can I give you like a Steam key to Kerbal Space Program or something, and then you can just play that and figure that shit out?
Nice,
Dude,
man.
you need to
A
give
video
him a
simulation is
fucking
going to
brain
prove the
transplant.
Earth, right?
That's what you need to give him.
It's a fun game. Come on, man.
Ad hominems.
Yeah. Oh, have you guys played
men.
Surgeon
Ad
Simulator?
hominem.
That shit's Surgeon
And you're
Simulator
fat.
was fun as hell. Zaxxes, you're literally like
Hi.
Mexican.
No. Close, but no.
Why are you Jewish? You're Zionist, Zaxxes. Are you?
Whoa! Whoa!
Did you just
I'm
blue
Jewish.
the Jew, dude? What the fuck?
Dude, I'm not Jewish. Stop.
Oh yeah, show me your nose.
No.
Show me your penis.
Dude, my nose is actually pretty projected for a black guy, bro.
You fucking.
Because black people have
Show me
flat
your.
ass
Hold on,
noses.
hold
They
on.
have like a
Zaxxy, show
3D
me your
nose,
foreskin
bro.
right now, dude. Show me it.
I can't. It's
This shit
gone.
exists.
It was stolen.
So there's a funny thing. So the Jews had like their own version of the shibboleth later, like after they've actually used the shibboleth.
What is that?
So there was like these two warring Jewish tribes.
The
I think they were
Jews and
Jewish.
the Jews.
I know like one of them was a Jew, like a Jewish tribe, and the other one was some other like may have been Jewish. Either way, they had like a way of pronouncing words that could distinguish like the two neighbors from each other. And so based on how you interpret like how you pronounced a word, they would either like let you pass as people were fleeing a battlefield, or they would kill you. One of the most popular words was the word Sibboleth or Shibboleth, depending on where you were from. So they would show you this. So they would show you this word. They say, "Hey, say this," and if you said Shibboleth, you were safe. If you said Sibboleth, you would die. Which is later.
So basically, what you're saying is
completely irrelevant to the conversation, though.
If you stuttered, you're fucked.
Well, hold on. So we used a similar tactic in World War II, where we used like words that had a lot of like R's and L's.
The way you pronounce
Hold on.
the N word. One
Yeah,
says the hard R, you're dead. The other one says the soft A, you're fine.
No, listen. So we actually used like Lululemon was a popular one in Japan as like a passphrase. So they like when they detected people were coming up, they would like intercom on the radio. It's like, hey, like what's the
Lululemon.
passcode? Yo, if they said Ruru Rimmon, they get the fucking bomb. They get fucking destroyed by artillery. If they said Lululemon, they never like. Dude, imagine being the guy with the speech impediment that was in charge of the. Imagine the guy. Yeah. And so the Jews also used another shibboleth, which was literally "show me your penis," and if you had foreskin, they would kill you.
Yeah, I can't show you my foreskin. The Jews took it.
I wonder how this is relevant at all, right, to the conversation.
It's very
I mean,
relevant.
this is the conversation now, dude.
Yeah, we're having a different conversation. With
Yeah, so I'm
autism.
just gonna. Is there any mods in this room still? Or?
No,
I
don't know. Man. Go cry about it.
Nah, dude, all that's in this room is your autism. Shut up.
Yeah, it seems like everyone's having fun. Why are you trying to ruin it?
Yeah, stop
because
being
he's
a
a fucking
bitch.
worthless troll.
What shape is the Earth exactly?
It's actually pear
It's an
shaped.
oblate spheroid.
Cool.
It is. It
An
is. Oh
oblong
yeah, it
spheroid.
would be. Yeah, it would be
it's
pear shaped. It would be pear
Yeah,
shaped.
dude.
I mean, besides, like, if you subtract the ocean.
The Earth's got booty?
Yeah, the Earth got a thickie, dude.
Oh, sick, man.
It has a slight
another
bulge at the
another
equator.
thing that they will never try and
It
explain.
has a slight bulge.
They'll just say "nuh-uh" is like things weighing less at the equator. They just nuh-uh, despite all the evidence for it, and despite like several YouTubers like showing the case.
Dude, who actually argued with the flat Earthers? It's like the dumbest conspiracy theory
Yeah,
ever, dude.
dude, I don't know, like the flat Earth.
Would
Like,
we-
I
would
think
likely have,
it's like the. What? Go ahead.
How many people would have to be on it? Like,
Literally,
what, like 100 million people?
Hundreds of millions.
Like, how many fishermen
do you think
are in the world?
scientists? Wait. This is always an argument that I see. Do
Oh,
you think
look,
scientists
they're
can't be
commenting in the
mistaken?
chat. How do you know what?
No, I'm talking
they
about fishermen, mate.
seen?
Sure,
Do
a
they
scientist
tell
can be
you
mistaken,
everything
but I
they
also
know?
believe
What?
that like people who live in trailer parks are more likely to be mistaken.
Flatwater
Yep.
crisis support is literally talking in the chat. Fucking there you go.
Who cares?
You can talk
Oh,
to
really?
him about that shit.
He said
It
we
is
needed
my
our
favorite
Coke
conspiracy
session.
theory,
nigga.
though. It's like good, like, world building sort of stuff for like a fantasy novel. Flat Plania or
Bro,
something.
dude, the fucking flatwater crisis. This nigga's talking about ice walls, nigga.
Oh yeah, the
Dude,
ice
that's
walls.
cool.
Oh,
You see, like, the
that's
map where they
Mr.
think that
He believes
outside the
they're
ice
dumb,
wall
and
is
then he
like the
doesn't
land where
believe they're
Odin
dumb.
comes from?
Oh, they love like quoting Cook, even though
I
they've
love that
literally
map.
never read his entire like novels. They just take like little snippets out, which is the funniest part.
But
If you
who's
actually
Cook?
listen, Cook is a famous Antarctic explorer, and they always talk about like hidden lands and how like the massive ice structures look like walls. But if you actually read his journals of his travels to Antarctica, one of the funny
Wait,
things
which
they
guy?
talk about is Captain Cook.
Oh,
Yeah, one of the
I don't
famous
know.
things
I
that's
never.
actually
I
hold on,
just
one of
know
the
he founded the Cook Islands.
yeah. So if they actually read his like journal entries, they would actually see that they had to sleep underneath their boats because of the 24-hour days made it almost impossible for them to sleep. And yet at the same time claim that 24-hour days don't exist. Which is the
Oh
funny
yeah,
part.
because Antarctica's always facing the sun during the sun season.
If you actually read Cook's journals,
Wait,
he never
really?
actually went.
Antarctica is
He
always
never actually
pointing
went
the
to
sun?
Antarctica.
For half the year.
Yeah,
For
half the year. It's
year.
the same with
so
like
for half the
Norway.
year. Yeah, for half the year,
Norway's
like
like that.
a good chunk of Antarctica
If
has
you
24-hour daylight.
Okay, so you're claiming that Cook went to Antarctica. That's also false.
Oh, really?
Well, I mean,
Yeah, so
regardless of whether you
you
believe
haven't
that,
read his journals. So you just said you read his journals.
So let's take a look here. Is it Captain Cook I'm thinking of? My mistake. I might have the
I
wrong
don't know.
guy's
You're the
name.
one. You're the one making the
Oh,
claim.
stand by.
damn, dude, why are you getting so aggressive? Chill out.
Because
No, he
like,
did go to
he
Antarctica.
just said.
He did.
Well,
yeah, he did.
just
Went to
said.
he went
right.
to the Arctic
He just said.
Circle.
Yeah, he
so
didn't
did
go to
there.
Antarctica. He was searching for it for 3 years and never found it.
Good
Yeah?
luck, y'all.
Really?
Couldn't
You
find
got proof of that?
Antarctica?
I don't know. It's in his journals.
We crossed the Atlantic Circle, so yeah,
You
he
don't
did go
know,
to
but it's
Antarctica.
in his journals, so you do know.
Well, the guy before said if the flat earthers had read his journals, they would know that Cook went to Antarctica. But if he'd read his journals, he would know that he didn't go to Antarctica.
Really? He didn't go to Antarctica?
Correct.
I
Wait,
mean,
so
I'm
wait,
interested.
wait.
I'm thinking of
Honestly,
I'm
I'm
thinking of the
interested
wrong
enough
guy. I'll
knowing that,
concede to
like,
this. Hold on, let me read the. Let me
He went to the
find
Arctic
the guy I'm thinking
Circle.
of. My bad. Give me 2 seconds.
I do like the fact that we have flat water crisis support in
Oh,
tech
fuck.
chat admitting I have no idea what shape the Earth is. It's just not a sphere.
No, dude,
Well,
it's
he
a
does have
rectangle.
some
Come on,
idea,
dude.
apparently.
Well, his entire opinion is we know it's not a sphere because we can't find a curvature drop of any ocean.
That's correct.
It must be so scary to
Well,
think
Oh,
that
it
in
was
this world
Bird.
gonna
I'm
be alive
sorry.
like
It
that
was
all the time.
Bird. If I
Oh,
remember
Admiral Bird. Yeah, that's the guy that says like saying
Yeah,
there's a
Admiral
hole in
Bird.
some
That's the one
crap.
I was thinking of. I got
So
the
where
names
does
mixed up.
that come from?
Wait, there's people that believe the Earth is a sphere? What's wrong with you?
So
We
I'm
were
very
raised in like
curious.
a modern
Love it.
country.
What does that mean?
Professionally
Because
online.
there's no curvature drop. Like what does that mean?
Gemsy.
Oh well, they try and argue that this thing called angular resolution is why things like disappear over the horizon, while at the same time never doing the math for angular resolution because it would disprove their claim.
We're still waiting for your maths of extreme refraction though.
Well, I'm still waiting for you to tell me the exact height above sea level that
gave you
camera
the
was.
median. I gave you the median sea level.
Why would I want the
So just
median
use
sea level?
That's what you asked for.
No.
He asked for the mean sea level, but
No, I asked for the exact sea level. I asked for the exact height of the water above sea level at the time that picture was taken.
Okay, so what do you want?
I just told you what I want.
The tides are only 5 foot. So just use 5 foot plus 1 foot.
No.
And then
So
you've
that
got-
just shows that you don't
Yeah.
know math because if you actually
Well-
read it again, it said the mean
that
high
goes in
tide.
your favor.
Hold on,
That
what
goes
is
in
mean?
your
I know it
favor,
goes
though,
in my
doesn't it?
favor. I know it goes in my
Yeah,
favor.
so
It just
do
shows
it
that
then.
you still can't give me the numbers.
1 foot above the water.
So how high above mean sea level?
Mean sea level?
Yeah.
Well, if you take mean sea level, it's 2.5 because it's 5. So go
Hold
3.5
on.
feet. Go
How
for it.
high was the camera above mean sea level?
3.5
And
feet.
again, you are
Go.
and again you are giving me the mean of high tide and the mean of low tide,
No,
not
I'm
the
giving
mean
you.
of
Yeah.
overall
Okay.
tide.
Okay. So how are you going to get that? Go for it. Tell us how you're going to
How
get
am I
that.
going to get that?
Yeah.
It'd be really hard to figure out how high it was on that exact day in that exact position.
Okay. So why don't you take high tide and just do it from there?
Why would I just use?
It's going to work.
Like, why would I do that?
Well, it's going to work in
when
your
I
favor.
could just
So
no.
it
I
just
don't care if
shows
it
that you're
works in
not
my
going to do the
favor.
math because it doesn't
No,
work,
it's
does it?
no, it's not that I'm not going to do it, right? Or I mean, yeah, I'm not going to do it unless I have like the exact numbers. Why would I? Why would I waste my time?
Do it from high sea level. Do it from high tide and then add a foot. Do it.
Do it from high
Take
tide
it.
and then add a foot? I don't think I
Yeah.
will, because maybe it was above.
It's going to work
me.
in your favor though. It's going to work in your
Hold
favor.
on. Maybe it was above mean. Maybe it was below mean. Maybe maybe I would be completely wrong, and the picture was taken during low tide.
Okay.
So all these other variables, I'm not going to really bother because I don't have all the information.
So use
For example-
-1 then. Use a -1
Yeah.
instead of 1.
So I'm not going to use any number because I'm not going to do it till we get the exact numbers. And the guy in the video just claimed, oh, hey, it's 1 foot above the water without giving me what the sea level was at the time. So.
Oh, water is sea level. Yeah.
No. Listen, dude,
Does it
I'll sell you
bulging?
I'll sell you a house
Is it bulging?
that's hold on, dude. I'm going to sell you a house that's 2 feet above sea level. Okay? I'll do it during low tide.
I'm not going to buy it. I won't buy it.
I know you won't buy it. You probably can't afford it.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh.
says the kid on
I
the
probably
internet.
Yeah,
Dude, I'm
playing
28 years
video
old. I
games.
own 100
Actually, to be
acres.
fair, Downey's quite wealthy, unironically.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Didn't you like have a maid at one point?
Yeah, I still have a maid.
Well, I thought you fired her.
Do what?
Wait, no, I'm thinking
No.
of tenants, aren't I?
Yeah, no, like they got evicted like fucking 2021 end of. Now I got better
Yeah,
tenants.
man.
Now I have 2 tenants. So now I'm renting out
Yeah,
both
mine's
halves of the
moving out in
duplex.
October. I gotta get a new one.
Oh, dude, I have like 2 sets of tenants now, and it's great. But now I'm saving up for an actual house to live in again.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're living like a farm or some shit, aren't you?
Yeah.
He lives
So in
with
the
his
meantime, you're
parents.
just hanging out in your
Shut up,
mom's
PK.
basement.
He lives in a basement.
Actually, I'm in her guest room, so
You're in
I'm
her
quite
walls?
comfy. Yeah, no, I'm actually in her closet right now.
Is Tyrone with you?
No.
Or Daquan, rather.
Yeah. Yeah, Tyrone, he's actually
All
taking like
right,
an overnight stint,
getting
okay?
back to your formula again. Tyrone conversation's done.
I think the conversation like about the formula is done until we get the exact numbers, so I don't waste my time.
Don't worry, it's still flat no matter how you try.
I mean,
Hey,
just to like kind of gauge things out, I just took like a
your
random
Kubia
look
night, baby.
and
Yeah.
like a refraction calculator, and it's within extreme like refraction limitations.
You're gonna use your tablet.
So either way, I still see like the image in like this little refraction calculator. I still see like the platform with like the horizon behind the platform. So that's pretty unfortunate. Because it says here extreme refraction, but it's still within the possibility. So even at 3 feet. So let's say he did do it during high tide. So that would be 3.5, 4 feet. Dare I even say 4.5 feet? So I mean, we could do it all day, dude. It'd be fun.
You should have
Now
done
let's
it
talk
an
about
hour
this.
ago.
I mean, you should have gotten me the exact numbers an hour ago for this thing that's been out
Use
for like
everything to
3
your
years now.
advantage. That way we can still laugh
Well,
at you. Use
I
everything
would
to
rather
your
not.
advantage.
I would rather be an honest actor and
You
like
would
not waste
rather
my
be
time.
honestly punched in the face than just punched in the face with your numbers?
Well, so when I'm taking a look here, if I plug in 4.5 feet, and this is me not even doing the equation myself. This is me using some half-ass fucking calculator. Right? At 3 feet, it still falls within the realm of possibility for extreme refraction.
Nope.
So, yeah.
Nigga, what do you mean no? The calculator said that it is. What do you mean no? What's your rebuttal,
Chill out
nigga?
on the N words, man. Chill out on the N bombs.
Yeah, what's up,
All right.
nigger?
Damn.
Oh shit, he said the hard R.
He said the
Whoa,
hard
racism in a flat
R.
Earth
That dirty,
channel. What a
being that
surprise.
dirty man.
Damn, he
The
called me the
Flatties
hard R, man.
The
That man,
Flatties
that's
showing
crazy.
themselves, dude. Flatties showing their true form.
Hey, I'm gonna call him out on you, nigga.
They've been like racist constantly today since I've been in here.
Damn, brother, the flat earthers are
Well-
out here just doing a racism.
Damn, dude, where was
Yeah.
only when you fucking need him, bro?
We need to get rid of these fucking flatties. Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, dude, look, they're racist and they're fucking retarded.
Okay, you don't have to be ableist just because they're racist. It doesn't like make an excuse.
Yeah, let's not be ableist, okay?
Who's racist?
I agree with PK. To
Who's
compare
talking
like
shit?
somebody with Down syndrome to a flat earther.
Shut the hell up.
Who's talking
Suck
shit?
my
Who's
ass.
racist?
Yo, kids. Yo, children. I've not even connected and you're fucking bitching like women already. What the fuck?
What the fuck,
What's
dude?
happening, boys?
Hey, what the fuck, dude?
So, are any of you actually chill enough to have a conversation?
No.
What's happening? Some children still think they live in a globe, so that's what's happening.
What do you mean, children? I'm not a child. I mauled
Oh,
you.
oh, that's a kind of childlike belief system, though, is it not?
How is it a childlike
It is
belief
a belief
system?
system, yeah.
Well,
I
do you
mean,
think?
it's like
Do you,
Santa Claus for adults.
yeah, exactly.
How?
Worse.
How,
Well,
nigga? You believe in
no,
the black swan?
no, I don't believe
You
in the black
subscribe to
swan,
that?
bro.
Believe in the black
Damn,
swan.
bro, he
What
just
do you
said
mean?
the N word, but not as bad.
Hey guys, you guys
So,
believe there's oil rigs on the coast of of California? You
and
guys believe it, right?
you
No,
believe
dude.
there's
No, we
water.
believe in refraction.
So you
Said that.
believe in refraction.
Yeah, Victor,
What
you're
kind
gonna
of
have to
refraction do
wait.
you believe in?
Yeah, Victor, you're gonna have to speak in turn. So wait till these guys are done, then you talk. Okay, that's how that goes. Go ahead.
What kind of refraction do you believe in, bro?
What do you mean, what kind of refraction?
No,
Whatever the Google definition is.
the thing is that he says refraction, a word, and he thinks that word he writes it on a piece of paper, and he believes that
Magic,
word does things for him for his belief.
magic word.
Refractions.
So
Well,
it's
I
a
mean,
magic
I
word.
can say the very same thing about the black swan. If you write it on a
But
piece of
bro,
paper, probably does anything for
yeah,
your belief, right?
but bro, it's not about believing in the black swan. We can see the black swan. Like, do you see any curvature?
Well, yeah, no. So you're believing it. You're believing your senses. You're
No,
believing your eyes, right?
no,
How do you know? How do you know you can trust
yeah.
your senses?
So
You're
what you're
believing it.
telling me, bro, what you're telling me is the horizon's actually in front of the first rig, and that's
What do
just an
you
optical
mean?
illusion
What do
due
you
to
mean?
refraction.
Am I telling you? No, I'm telling you. Believe in the black swan, just like
But
I
I'm
believe in
saying,
refraction.
are you telling me that the horizon's actually in front of the first oil platform, but we can only just due to refraction, it
Dude,
looks like it's
who?
beyond the
Okay,
second.
who are you? Who are you talking to, bro?
You.
Okay, but I didn't say anything like that.
I'm saying that, bro.
I said no. No. So you can't
I'm
stop
saying
opening
it.
up.
Are you
Stop
telling
opening
me,
up saying. So
bro?
you're telling me
Bro, yeah, man. Are you telling me? Are you telling me that the oil platform? Sorry, the horizon is in front of the oil platform, where really it looks like it's beyond the second one, but it's really in front of the first one. Is that what you're telling us?
Who said that? When did I ever?
Uh,
When did I
I'm
ever say
asking
that?
you a fucking question, you
No,
imbecile.
no, didn't say that. And
I'm asking you a
I don't know what
question.
even made you believe that.
Is the horizon in front or
The word
behind
horizon didn't even
the
come out of my
oil
mouth.
platform? I'm asking you a fucking question. Where's the horizon in that
I
picture?
said no, bro.
Where is the horizon in the Black Swan image?
I'd probably have to look at it.
Oh my god. So you're telling us we believe in it, you don't even know what it is, which is an utter
What?
fucking lie. You know that's a lie. You know the picture. So you tell me that the horizon's beyond the second oil platform, or is it in front of the first?
What? Why are you putting words into my mouth, bro? Why are you so
I'm
adamant?
asking you a fucking question,
You
duh.
know 3 times, dude. It's the third time to charm for your dumb ass. I
Right,
said
so
no.
is it?
I said no. I'm not telling you anything. I mean, I am telling you something. I'm telling you
Heretic.
you
Go
believe
mute
the
him.
belief of the black
Heretic.
swan.
Heretic, go mute this dude.
All right, you lost.
I'm
Dude, why are
not.
you giving him muted? What is
You're
your
retarded.
issue? Because he's trying to discuss with you? Oh,
I'm
because he's
asking a
black.
question, and he's
That's
saying
one thing
he's
I
not
no.
noticed
able to
today. Like
discuss.
I'm
black people in
asking
here
him
are
a
getting muted
question.
faster than
I'm
anyone.
asking him a
It's insane.
question. I'm
Fake
asking him a
face.
question.
Fake face.
Yes.
You have
Hello.
the ability to mute yourself. Just
All
letting you
right.
know.
What did you fix it out,
Yeah.
Aurora? Thank you. Much
No
appreciated, though.
problem.
You've done a marathon, Aurora. Fucking hell, you're fucking hardcore. Oh shit, man. What the fuck? You'll be a flat earther before you know it. Don't
Isn't
worry
that
about that.
weird? This channel only has flat Earth mods, and they don't let any globies mod it. It's like almost like they want biased modding.
What do you mean, bro? I came over and made a room for us
Do you
to have a.
think? Yeah. Do you think anyone that believes in the
Like
globe
what
theory is
now?
capable of moderating the room?
Well, bro, people like yourself can't help themselves but talk over people, like what you're doing just now.
No, I
Yeah.
asked a question. I was just hoping
I
for an
know.
answer.
Well, I was trying to ask a question when I joined the room,
Oh,
and
what's the question?
but this guy's saying, "Oh, you're putting words in my mouth." No, I was just asking a question.
So, what shape do you think the Earth is, Space Fake?
Oh, I don't know. Speak. Speak, bro. Or Lee, my name's Lee, bro.
Okay,
Fucking
so Lee. So what shape do you think the Earth is?
I'm not claiming to know a shape to the Earth, my friend. Like I'm not putting a claim on it. I don't think we could even if we saw the entirety of the Earth, I don't think we would be able to sort of say it's a specific shape that we know that categorized as a shape, like a triangle or a rhombus or like if you know what I'm saying. I don't think it would be a defined specific shape that we could recognize as a shape.
So you don't have a
Sure,
stance on what the shape is.
no, but for sure, bro, it's not what they claim. It's not an oblate spheroid. And it's not
Again, I'm not bothered about what you say it isn't. I'm only concerned about what you think it is.
That's all right. Well, I know what it's not. That's
So
it.
Gemsy, are you a flat earther?
That's a label. That's two words.
Sure.
That's not what so
Okay,
many
here,
people think it is.
let me refine the question.
You're
I'll
asking about
refine
the
the question.
shape. You're asking about so you're asking about the shape. That's a question. We lack the frame of reference to be able to add a shape, to claim a shape about it, right? You don't have God's eye view to say, oh, I'm outside of the system. This is how it looks. You don't have that perspective.
So you would you also say that you do not have an opinion about what shape the Earth is?
Why did you mute me?
It's Earth shape. Earth is Earth shape.
Okay, that's not particular.
Geometry.
When we talk about shapes, right? Like when we're talking about the shape of things that like we
Like a
have
geometry?
here. Yeah, we have geometric descriptions for shapes, right? A marble is a sphere because it has particular characteristics of a sphere, and the general model with respect to the globe is that it's roughly an obligate spheroid, right?
No.
So I'm asking you, do you have
but you don't have that.
Hold on, Gemsy. Gemsy, hold on. The point I'm making is that is what that model suggests. I'm only asking you. I'm only Gemsy. I'm only trying to get a clarification from you because we tend to refer to a shape as a particular geometric figure, right? Like a 3D object. Hold on, space. Please hold on.
I always
Is there
I'm being polite.
Right, and I'm asking you to just hold on until I'm done with the question because I'm asking it to Gemsy because you keep interjecting. So Gemsy, do you have a geometric idea of what the Earth is other than saying that it is shaped like how it's shaped?
What? So to answer your question, if you want me to give you an answer that you want Gemsy to have an idea in his mind like you do, that you have a shape, you have an image in your mind of the whole shape of the Earth. But I don't have that because I have not been outside of the Earth. You don't have that. You have an idea. You have a given model, like you just admitted. You have a model in your mind, a belief of something in your mind, and you're saying, therefore, that's what it is.
It's religious.
Well, wait,
You
Gemsy,
answered
there's
my
one
question
claim.
because the only question I had for you was, do you have a particular geometric shape that you believe the Earth is? And you said no.
How could we?
That answers my question.
How could we, bro? As
Well,
James is saying,
wait. Spakeface, Gemsy, both of you claim that it's not a sphere,
you know what
or
that
that's not a
means.
globe. So you have some idea of what it is, because you know what
Falsification
it's not.
independent from replacement, bro. We don't need to replace the story just because we falsified yours.
Yeah, I don't have
Sure. No, I'm not saying you've replaced that. I'm saying you put one rule in place for it, that it's not a sphere or globe. Do you have anything else you think it follows that points towards what its shape or what it would be?
It appears to be a topographical realm. Like it could be enclosed. In fact, every ancient civilization sort of thought that roughly the same idea that it's an enclosed and not moving. Like the swastika proves that. Like that's where the swastika originates from. The plough and the four seasons. All ancient civilizations used it. So everybody seemed to know the same thing, that it was kind of enclosed, possibly some kind of dome type thing. I don't believe in domes, to be honest. I'm not a snow globe tard, but it kind of follows on that we do need containment for pressure. That does make sense. So there's things we can kind of point to, but not ever actually put a pin in it and say this is what the fucking definite shape is. Like if it's even a shape.
Well, you did do that because you said it's definitely not the shape of a globe. So you've already been definitive about one thing. Unless you're saying, do you think there's a possibility it's a globe? Or are you
That's quite
confident?
obvious.
The globe has a specific dimensions. It has a specific shape. The globe that you picturing in your mind, that
Oh my
you've
god.
seen in the
Okay, never mind.
cartoons, is that? Do you remember the geometry you were talking about? It's very
I'm not saying
specific.
okay.
When you put those numbers, you test those numbers in reality. They are nowhere to be found in reality. So those claims are falsified. It's pretty simple.
And we don't need to replace them, like what I said.
So where does flat come from?
That's just us basically saying there's no curve. Like, it's a kind of sort of misnomer. Like, people think because we say flat we mean a disc or whatever, so it does kind of trigger people into automatically believing shit that we believe, but we don't actually believe anything. Like, because we're now flat earthers, we've dropped the belief system. All we're saying is
yeah.
Earth's what it appears to be: stationary,
I'm
convex.
curious. Do you believe that gravity is a thing?
Which one? Newton's or Einstein's?
Which gravity are you talking about?
Just in this case, I'm just talking solely the idea that mass, like the mathematical equation of like gravity.
Mathematical equation do things in reality.
This is not science, bro. It's not science.
So if things like when people, in just like commonplace conversation refer to gravity, the demonstration of that is you hold a thing up in the air, you drop it, and it falls, right?
What about helium?
Balloon, you release it and goes up.
Well, sure, and there are exceptions to that depending on gases, right? So there are some gases tend to rise. But generally speaking, if you have a solid object in your hand and you let it go, it will drop towards the ground to your feet, right?
Look around you. Do you see anything falling right now? Anything?
And do
Yes.
you think that helium doesn't have any mass?
I just dropped my phone on the ground a little bit ago.
Is that selective, bro? Is gravity selective? It only attracts some mass. So the mass in helium or hydrogen, that's not attracted. Is that what you're saying? Just some masses.
No, what I'm asking you is, do you think that what we in commonplace refer to as gravity is a force that exists?
Well, it's not a force anyway, is it? Anymore.
What do you mean anymore?
Today's rhetoric for gravity is Einsteinian, so it's space-time bending. So that's now supposedly even abandoned when it comes to the massive scales of the universe. I mean, I could post you a citation from a guy, Lewis Ryder. He's like a fucking some kind of professor dude from Cambridge or Oxford or whatever. But he's saying it must be abandoned due to the fact it's incompatible with general relativity and special relativity.
Okay.
But again, that's not science either.
Do you think that the Earth is going around the sun?
Does it look like that, or does it look like the sun's going around us?
I'm asking you a question. Do you think the Earth is going around the sun?
It was rhetorical.
It's not rhetorical. I'm directly asking you a specific question.
It was slightly sarcastic. Sorry, I was just having a banter. I don't think so. It appears that these lights above us appear to circle us. We don't appear to circle them.
Claiming that the sun, that the ground under your feet is going around the sun in the sky, that's a nonsensical claim. That's nonsense.
Ridiculous.
Okay.
You don't think that is kind of ridiculous, bro? I mean, I get it, you believe the globe story, but when you think about it in reality, does it really appear that you're going around the sun when you see it in the daytime?
Yes.
Or does it appear that... What? Bro, come on, man. Be serious.
It
looks like the lights are going around us. All the lights above us go east to
sphere
west,
model
like they always have done.
Well, it's not always east to west. I mean, east to west is maybe not the most, or it's not.
Where does it not go east to
most
west?
helpful thing. Because I mean, if you're talking about the globe model on the northern hemisphere, when you see the stars rotating, they're going clockwise, and in the southern hemisphere, they're counterclockwise.
East to west.
You got that backwards, and that's not what happens.
You're right.
Go ahead, Space.
You're right. I did get that backwards.
All stars go.
It's counterclockwise in the northern and clockwise in the southern. You're right.
But they do go east.
The model of a Porsche is not a real Porsche. You know that, right?
I'm sorry.
The stars go east to west everywhere, and the sun, and the moon. Everything goes as it always has done, like clock.
What is east to west on? Well, actually, I mean, I guess it's an interesting question to make because when we're talking about not knowing what shape of the Earth is, how does north, south, east, and west make sense if you don't know what the shape of the Earth is?
What's that got to do with it? Like, north is the place we're taking our other positions from, isn't it? So north would be where all compasses point, where all, at least in the northern hemisphere, where all constellations revolve around. So that's...
Wait, hon, in the northern hemisphere. So are you acknowledging that there is a northern hemisphere?
Hemiplane, you want to call it that, to save your schizoid embolism that you might possibly be having.
Hemiplane, what does that mean? Like, what do you mean by hemiplane?
It's like fucking like atmosphere. Like gases don't take shapes, so it's kind of like not really a correct sort of
contradiction in terms.
That's the words I was looking for. Maybe something else as well, Jamesy. But
no, he's saying that how do you how
like
do you explain?
what
His
is
question is how do you explain east to west? So the compass that you can actually in reality utilize to kind of point, like the compass points to north, then around that north center point, that's east to west. It's a circle around north.
But it's 360 degrees, which is round. It's a total one rotation, revolution.
Think about that, right? Think about that round. You said round. Have you ever seen a round table?
Yes.
Yeah, I've seen a ball.
Right? Round doesn't mean sphere, right? It does it?
No, but our Earth is not two-dimensional.
Exactly. No, the table is not two-dimensional, or as a coin is not two-dimensional.
The top of the table is two-dimensional. The top of the coin is two-dimensional.
Yeah, so let's say you are on top of the table, and there's a middle, the middle of the table, and you go around that middle point. That's you're doing a circle east to west.
Okay, but what about north to south? What does south look like if you're talking about like a
we know where
table,
north
right?
is, bro.
Where is north?
Do you know where north is using a compass?
What?
Take
Okay.
any other,
What is
any other
north?
direction, or
On like so
geographic
because
north, right, or magnetic north. There's different north. There's also celestial north. So there's
right.
multiple
So
north.
let's take the table example
Like a
because
north.
that's how you were using to explain the east to west.
What's north?
So on that table example where you're talking about the flat top of the table, right? What is north?
Have you got a compass?
Where the compass is pointing at, to that center, to that middle area.
So you're saying that the middle of the table would be north.
If you do a circle around that area with the compass is going to point to it.
Okay, I'm trying to get you. Is the center of a flat table north?
If you've got, if the situation is Earth, what you find yourself, if you're likening the Earth to a table, then that would be all compasses would point to the center point. We've got a little GIF that we can show you that's exactly
I'm sorry,
that.
but we're not talking about the Earth right now. We're talking about the flat
it's an
table
analogy,
because what we were talking about.
Is it an analogy?
We're using the table. Well, only if you
Right.
think that that a flat top of the table is what the shape of the Earth is.
Well, bro, I mean the Earth is topographical.
Topographical just means it has features.
Nobody claim a shape.
Right, which is why I'm trying to say let's avoid bringing it as a comparison to the Earth and just talk about the flat top of the table because that's where you guys were looking at the east-west
we're
thing.
talking about
so
the
on the
Earth,
flat
bro.
top of the table, we're not though. On the flat top of the table, what is north?
You missed the point about the table because the other guy said round, and round doesn't necessarily mean a sphere. Round can be also a flat table.
You pointed out. You pointed out if you draw a circle around the center of the table, that is a way to depict east to west. Correct?
No, east to west would be a circle around north.
Okay.
But where's north?
So what is north?
Where the compass is pointing to.
On the table, what is north?
No, when you have a compass in your hand and you have a table behind you or whatever, the compass is not pointing to your table, no.
Right. So what I'm asking you is, when you're saying that you can draw a circle around the center of the table showing east to west, How do you determine north to south? What is
Away
north to
from the
south
center.
on? Okay, so is that now, Gemsy? Is that what you're referring to as south, away from the center?
Well, sure, away from the center, yeah, because the compass is pointing toward that center area, right? And then you go behind that point, that line that is pointing toward north. Behind you, it's south.
Okay. I'm
What
trying
do you not
I'm
get
trying to
this, bro?
understand what you're framing.
Don't get confused, man.
We
Like it's the
understand
same.
perfect.
It's the same on a globe. So you go around a center point in the north. Yeah.
Has no one got that meme where it
Compass
shows you,
always points north.
bro? You not got that meme where it shows you the compass pointing to the centre and it moves around. In fact, I know what it's called. I was trying to think what it was called. I've got it, I think.
Probably gotta find it somewhere, but
I guess
Why
the
do we need a
reason,
meme?
I'm
We
on the
shouldn't have.
Xbox.
because I'm trying
We
to draw
shouldn't
this
have to get a
comparison
meme to
that
show you it, bro.
if what you're saying is that the center of the table is north, then every direction away from the center would be south, right?
Yes,
That would be correct.
on a table in this
How
analogy.
does that make
Yes.
sense?
The problem is that you're not taking into account that even the navigators and even these people they talk about multiple norths and multiple souths. So that this is not a complete conversation about this whole topic. To make it to simplify it and make it simple as a navigation. You were asking about east and west. It will be a circle around that region, geographical north.
Well, bro, we could use this kind of like NASA
So what
does.
is
Because listen,
geographical north on the flat table?
listen. Can you hear me, or if you just turn me right down? I take it he's turned me down. Can you hear me, bro?
I can hear you.
Oh, so you can hear me? You're just ignoring me and talking over me.
The last second I did ignore you because I had a
listen.
question for Genzi, yes.
Or did you get it? Have you squared that off?
No, I haven't.
Right, go for it again. Go.
So, Gemzi, again, I'm trying to just narrow this down because you went to the point about navigators and the geographical north. What is geographical north on the flat tabletop?
Depends where you are.
Geographical north on the flat map will be a position where the map is the lines are converging, the longitudes and latitudes, and then you have a point that is converging towards that point, and that will be geographical north. Then around that area you have magnetic north, and that changes position. That's the claim that it changes position, right? And then you have celestial north that is 90 degrees above that geographical north. That is celestial north. People call it Polaris or the North Star. So that's the different norths that there is. Then you have south, which has magnetic south, geomagnetic south, geographical south, and there's like 5 of them. I gotta find the list right here.
So, is geographic north just the point at where all of your lines of latitude converge?
It's not our lines. It's their lines, man. They made all this shit up.
They did?
You're the one who used the language. I'm just trying to ask if that's what you're talking about. I'm not trying to smuggle anything into this. I'm legitimately just asking you questions.
Yeah, on the map it will show you a geographical area on the map that you could label that is labeled geographical north, right? Then you have magnetic north that they send it's claimed that it changes positions.
Okay, I'm not talking about the magnetic north. I'm just concerned with geographic north.
We don't know, man. It's not our map, bro.
The compass is pointing to a magnetic area that might
Just
change
like
position like they claim. So I can't give you an exact position of magnetic north, which the compass follows. So whenever you reach that point or whatever the compass is saying, I mean that will be north. I can't tell you myself. I haven't been there.
If you're not getting it, take a look in the live stream. Sorry, I keep saying that because of Discord. Take a look in the text channel that goes along with this room. But I don't know if you're not getting that, but that's as simple as what you can see on that meme.
Okay, so just so I can see that little stand there, you know, in the middle of that circular object there, that is your geographical north, right?
No, that would be the magnetic north.
Okay, so then every direction away from that would, or any direction that is, from that point immediately out towards where we see those numbers would be going to geographical south, right?
Oh, what? Why would magnetic be going to geographical? Magnetic
fluctuates. Those are all going to magnetic south, right?
Though. It fluctuates. Where's magnetic south? What's
magnetic south is different than geographical. I'm sorry, but this is how it's claimed.
How do you know?
Is
simple as fuck, man.
The center point there is your magnetic north. Would it not be true that every direction directly opposite to that, along the lines of latitude, would be magnetic south?
Depending on when you took that measurement for north, and you decided 3 weeks later to head south, it might not be there. Not the same fucking south that you thought you were going to travel to. You get us?
Come see us.
So there is a I think that to answer your question, the center of the map will be geomagnetic north.
Professional sportsman to be the best in your job.
So then would anything going away from that, directly away from it, along the lines of latitude, be considered going towards geomagnetic south?
Will be going south. You could say south.
So then south is really hard to get a clear angle, right?
It's a bigger circle. South is a huge circle, yes.
Wait, what do you mean it's a circle?
Bigger half.
Let's say you go to the furthest south that you can go. Let's say you reach the Pacific Ocean, and then you navigate and you reach the shores of somewhere, maybe let's say Antarctica. You do a circle from there. That's gonna be a huge circle around north, right?
What? What do you mean a circle around north?
Few minutes. I would thank Simon Byrne for his years of public service.
Just look at the example that he did. Visually, you can probably make an image from there.
Yes.
I wouldn't make a claim about this is 100% correct, because I can't confirm this position of the land masses or the sizes or anything. But I mean, it's pretty basic. When you go around your house, around your property, around your town, you can do a circle around it. You don't need to be going around in a globe, right? So in the direction sense, if you are in north, if you're standing in geographical north or magnetic north, you can do a circle around it that's east to west. And then if you go away from the north, you're going to south. It's not really that complicated.
And significant. Recent events in Northern Ireland, including the terrible attack on detention.
It's not that
So
complicated.
geometric north is all of the points converging kind of at one area, right? Like your latitude points are converging at a particular point.
And I would like to
That would be geographical north.
There's only one north. It's
Right.
Geographical.
So what do you think is on the opposite side of geographical north?
What?
So you've got a geographical north where all your points of latitude are hitting a particular geographical north.
You mean longitude?
Family, and they have my support as they go about their
I'm trying to think. I think you might be right.
Yeah, latitude's across.
You're right. Yeah. So longitude, or no, latitude's up and down. Longitude is right. Or am I fucking that up? No, latitude is north to south.
Yes, you're fucking that up.
Yeah.
As of 904, self-referred PSNI's emergency threats and part of the welfare and support which have been made. The House will
Latitude lines run east to west. The longitude lines run north to south.
Okay, so the lines of longitude coalesce, like where they all meet, is what we would call geographic north. So what happens when they meet on the other side?
Mean on the other side.
Do we only have a geographical north, or do we also have a geographical south?
It's the only place a compass points.
What do you mean it's the only place a compass points?
Well, where does the compass point?
He's asking, hey Timbo, he's asking, okay,
Yeah.
if you are in this position, let's say North United States, let's say Massachusetts, right? And then you grab a
Yeah.
compass, you look at the compass, and the compass is pointing north. You follow that direction, and then you reach geographical north. What is after that? What's after that
Well, you start heading
geographical north?
south.
It has, the police officer put it to me.
Also,
You cross that region, and then you keep going, and you're gonna probably find Europe or Russia, and you keep going towards the south, and keep going, and you're gonna reach what, Australia and New Zealand, and you keep going, and you're gonna reach whatever is after that.
I guess it's more so the fact that compasses point in both directions.
No, north.
They point in both. Even the compass that that Spakeface had posted further up in the chat points to both north and south.
Yeah, only because of north.
What does that mean? Only because of north?
If you run two lines that pivot around a center, we're talking about the compass, and one points north, of course the other needle is going to point south because it's opposite of north.
Couldn't you also say that it's pointing south and it only points north because it points south?
Where's magnetic? Where the compasses point? North?
They point to north and south.
Only because of north, though, yeah?
No, I wouldn't agree with that. It points to magnetic north and magnetic south.
He's saying switch the names, label north-south and label south-north, and then there you fix the issue that you're having right now.
So south's not a definitive place when we're taking our measurements for north.
No, what I'm saying is that a magnetic compass points both to magnetic north and to magnetic south, and it's not because of one or the other. It does. You can get a magnetic compass and it points to both.
Yes, I know.
That's literally how compasses work.
Where's south going to be 3 weeks later? Like when you try and find that same place, how are you going to do it if it's moved?
What do you mean if it's moved? Why would we have any reason to think that magnetic south is moved in comparison to magnetic north?
We're talking about north.
North, mate.
What do you mean
You're
it
saying
having
south?
moved?
Oh, mate. You wonder why we continually go on about the horizon and curvature, lack of motion, and you're stuck on this point. We've been going on about this since I woke up.
Because you're failing to explain it right.
Okay,
Your
give me
explanation
30
sucks.
seconds.
Go for
Give
it,
me 30
brother.
seconds. Yeah, okay. So what happens, you've got a compass, and in the center you've got a pivot point, yeah? If the needle is always attracted to the north, then the other direction is going to be south, correct?
And if one points to the south always, the other side will point to the north, correct?
Where on Earth do compasses point south without north?
Hold on, what do you mean? All compasses point north and south.
Only because there's a line through the pivot point. If you take away that line, the compass points north.
Wait, what do you mean a lot? Like, are you just talking about the fact that there's another arm on it?
Correct. It's a fixed arm, is it not? Is it a fixed arm?
And so if you took away the fixed arm that pointed north, you'd always have one that pointed south.
No, that would turn around and spin to the north.
It wouldn't.
Always points north.
It doesn't, though. It does in the sense that, like, a magnetic compass always points to both magnetic north and magnetic south.
No, incorrect.
I would suggest you go get a magnetic compass then.
I've got one, mate. I use them all the time when I go across the desert.
I recommend you stop misusing them like a goof.
I've got one on my phone.
Then I would suggest you stop misusing them.
I use them when I go across the desert, and they always point north, no matter what.
And south, correct.
Yeah, because it's got an arm facing the other direction.
Just
on the
like
same arm.
Right? They both point in both directions?
But
because that's how compasses are made?
What's the arm attracted to? The north or the south?
Yes. It's literally attracted to both.
What kind of answer is that?
Fucking hell.
Okay, the answer is that.
Is Earth globe and why? Yes.
Is it moving? No.
He tried.
I thought, man, I feel like changing my name to Stationary Earth Support or something to that effect.
Stationary support.
Or Spake Face Support.
I'm going to change mine to Compass's point south.
Support.
This guy, the type of guy that's gonna be argued. Do you believe there's an up and down?
Is he just bailed? Did he leave after that?
Compass.
No, he's still here.
He's here.
So if you're in Australia, the compass points to where? If you're in Australia, where does your compass point to? In Australia?
Why do you have to scream at your mic and turn it up full blast?
Why do we have a bunch of kids who have never looked at a compass before arguing about this?
Man. Just buy a decent phone, you'll get one. That's all you need, man. Plus accelerometers, and they'll tell you that you're stationary. Download an app. Find out if you're stationary.
Yeah, just get in a car, a vehicle, and don't hit the pedal, the accelerator, and it's gonna show that you're moving at 0 miles per hour. You know you're not in motion. It's pretty easy.
Art trail for thousands of people to come into Croydon Town Centre.
But then you make the opposite claim that you're actually moving at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. That will be a nonsensical claim.
Like
most of the others.
I just said the exact thing as you, James. I just said the same thing. Just like everybody else's claim about the globe. They're all ridiculous, bro. Every fucking claim the globe tries to argue, just like this one. Like, what the fuck is this? Even if
just the footage from the Indian space moon, whatever, that should be turning people away from that shit. Just look at that bullshit.
I've only seen it
What's
once.
wrong with it?
Let's bring it up. Let's bring it up on the in the chat.
If you don't see anything wrong with it, I don't think anybody can help you.
We'll have
What's wrong with it?
We'll have a discussion.
We're gonna take a look. You guys can use activities too and play videos for these dudes.
Oh, I've only seen it once. We should. Has any of you got the ability to play a video? Like, anybody able to stream the Indian space race? Because we could have a discussion about it right now if somebody's saying that it looks perfect. It looks kosher. There you go. It definitely looks kosher.
Let's have a watch party.
What? Yeah. What kind of beer you been drinking tonight?
I'm drinking cloudy apple juice. I don't drink
Seawater, deep seawater.
Any liquid we're drinking, definitely is guaranteed on the top of the surface that it's perfectly level. So take a look at your beer right now. Your beer will tell you your level. Or at least stationary too. There's not be any ripples. Does it? Is the top of your beer level?
Yeah. It's level.
Welcome to Fly Earth, bro.
What if you pour a bunch of beer in the bathtub? Is that level?
I'll have to try.
What about in a lake?
Have you guys gotten anybody else to come over to the place?
What, to the 24/7?
Yeah.
Loads of people. I've gave it at least, I don't know, coming up for 10 people, 7 or 8 people anyway. I've gave rules.
I told them for 14 hours yesterday. They were really putting through the ringer.
They've just not. They've not got the capabilities really to argue over in 24/7. So if they have at least a discussion over here, then it might dispel some of the preconceived notions they've got. So at least they're not going over there and saying ridiculous things that everybody's going to jump on and take the piss out of. And so at least we could maybe.
Is there a mod in here? Can you
Give them
unmute my friends, please?
What do you want? Yeah, I'm a mod. What do you want?
Wait, hold on. Where'd she go?
Who's saying he's a mod?
Speak up, Sonny. I can't hear you.
I gotta invite my friend back.
It says, who's saying they're a mod? Who's that?
It was Aurora at the top. It says executive mod. They said it.
We got
Oh, right, nah.
Gemsy. Gemsy can unmute Spake, Timbo, me.
What, is this the permanent room now?
No, but she gave us all mute perms.
Right, cool.
I see I can mute and unmute people, so if anybody needs to be on mute, I'll help. Everybody's unmuted, so everything looks good for now. I mean, server unmuted. So.
Why is this such a popular debate topic anyway? What do you guys think that's so
Why?
popular?
Why are you arguing about it? Like black was white.
Well, think about it. A lot of people don't like lies to be pushed into them and their families and their children. So when you see such a propaganda machine being pushed to you towards, through education, movies, cartoons, and it's being pushed in so many ways. Some people are gonna question it, and other people have tested it, and the claims are very specific. And the globe, when you go test it, is nowhere to be found in reality. So people are going to acknowledge reality for what it is and call bullshit and lies for what they are. It's pretty simple.
But the scientific community has refuted and disproven these claims of a flat Earth.
Scientific community, are you saying that the shape of the Earth is a scientific question?
No, it's scientifically proven to
I
be
think that
not flat.
that is a question for science, sure, in the sense that
That's
it
it.
has to do with an area of potential discovery. Yeah, I would say so.
So you're saying if I measure the Earth, I'm doing science. If I measure my table, I'm doing science.
I mean, if you measure the Earth in order to
Yeah.
come to a determinate, like if you have a hypothesis about the shape of the Earth and you test that hypothesis using using methodology that could be repeatable, then yeah, absolutely, you're
Cause and
testing science.
effect, bro.
Well, it's not just a hypothesis. You need a scientifically valid hypothesis, because some people can say, "Oh, I have a hypothesis that
What do you think is
unicorns can
scientifically?
fly towards the rainbow, and I'll find a treasure if I go with the unicorn, if I follow the unicorn." Right? You can have the hypothesis, but it's not scientifically valid. There's a difference
Yeah,
between
sure. Well,
those
yeah,
two.
because they have to be falsifiable, right? So one example would be that the Earth is a cube. That is a falsifiable hypothesis. You can potentially evaluate that claim and determine that the Earth is not a cube.
Similar to the claim that the ground under your feet is curving at a rate of 8 inches per mile square, right? That's a claim. The
8 inches per mile squared?
Yeah, the 3,959 miles, right? Radius. So that's something that we should be able to measure, and we should be able to use long distance observations, or even use equipment like, let's say, lasers, or even measure tapes to measure this curvature. But when we, because I've done it myself, and people out there go and test this claim, it's falsifiable. It's been falsified already, everywhere around the world.
So why haven't people just come out and support flat Earth community en masse.
Well,
The community is
picturing.
toxic.
Go ahead.
The community's toxic as fuck. All the lower level people are just toxic as fuck. They have slurs for people who believe that the world's a globe. Like, oh, globers. So it's just the most retarded thing I've ever seen. It's so stupid. It's so
Wow.
stupid.
Notice
They
how
talk
the
like
IQ just
NPCs.
dropped like 40 points when the Glober started. Go on.
Wait, he said that the globe
I'm not a
community is
glober.
toxic.
I'm not a glober. I'm still not sold. I'm still not
Okay,
sold.
that's my bad.
Not
All right. I'll own that.
all
My
right.
bad. I'll take it back.
Dude, I'm a
But
Glober.
you're
Hell
Think
yeah.
about it. Think about it, right? The globe community. I mean, the people that believe the globe, they relate. If you are labeled a flat earther, I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a label. I can wear the hat and root for the team, right? Sure, but that's not what I am. But if you even dare to question the globe, then you're a flat earther and you're a retarded. You are completely retarded. That's
Yeah.
what you are because you question the globe. How dare you?
No, the only reason people don't like people like your group is because you go against 2,500 years of scientific consensus that proves the Earth is not
Yeah,
flat.
that's your belief. You believe that's a fact, but that's just only your belief because you believe in a lie and you believe that the lie is true, and therefore you're gonna
I
say something
mean,
like that.
the
How do
opposite
you?
can be the same could be said though to your position. That's the part of this that like at the end of the day, the only thing that's going to end up leading to any probability of one side being correct over the other is not just saying, well, you believe a lie, right? Like just test the
You
fucking
heard
thing.
this guy. He said that the communities for 2,500 years believe that the Earth is a globe. Do you have any evidence for that?
I mean, there's a litany of evidence
Therefore, it's a
for it.
globe.
Yes, I mean there's a ton of evidence for it.
A ton.
Name any.
Yeah, that's the evidence. A ton of evidence. Tell me your
No, I'm
best
not.
ton of evidence. Come on.
The single best piece of evidence that we have.
Yeah,
God,
in the
I don't know
argument that
what.
says
I'm not sure.
2,500. Come on.
I'm not sure what the single best piece of evidence behind the
Oh,
Earth.
so you don't know.
Well,
You know there's a
hold on.
ton, but you just don't
I'm
know.
trying. No, hold on. I'm very specifically saying you asked for the best piece. I don't know what would be considered the best piece. I
Your
think that there
best
are a
one,
lot
the
of.
ones that you say, hey,
Any.
this one is the one.
I mean, if you're
Again,
going by
that's a
that, like,
dumbass question to ask because
Oh,
that's
okay,
like
Start with
so
any.
that's your
like
evidence.
simply saying, "Hey, what is your best piece of evidence for this?" Like,
Seems
I
like
don't
you're
know how to
stalling. Just
evaluate
start with
the best.
You're kind of stalling at the moment. Like,
well, I mean, if you want to go by that, I would say the most concrete proof, in my opinion, would be actual photos taken of the Earth, and we can see clearly that
The CGI.
it's a sphere. But how can you prove
so
that
hey,
it's CGI?
They admitted it
have you
themselves.
noticed that when they're doing this photograph and they're doing this recording, the curvature that you're claiming, it will go completely horizontal and then it will take a concave shape as well. So are you saying that the Earth is kind of like a shape shifting or something? Because it shape shifts whenever they're going up there, right? So you're saying the oh we see curvature on a video, therefore is a globe because we see curvature in a video, bro. That's your best
No, I'm
proof.
saying I'm talking about from if I was looking like the videos they have of the International Space Station or from the space shuttle, you see the Earth clearly. They have taken a picture and it is round in the way that it looks.
What
Not
if I
all the
show
lenses
you
are
photograph from
fish
the
lens.
International Space Station and they show you concave, that the curvature goes the
It depends
other
on the
way?
lens.
Does that mean it's concave?
It
But
depends
why
on the
does it not
lens.
show flat? Why does it not show like what you propose?
You're saying that it's not showing you a flat disk flying through space, so therefore it
Yeah.
is a globe.
No,
Well, that's
Yeah,
no.
your
I
I'm
mean,
claim, isn't
I
asking.
it?
would
I'm
say that
asking.
some of I don't know. Like, I'm sorry. I'll let
That's
you
your
guys keep
claim.
going.
Is that what you image in your mind when you think flat Earth? You think about
Yes.
disk flying through space?
I think
Yes.
even magic flying
I think about
space pizza.
frisbee. Yeah, it's like a frisbee. Yeah, that's what I think about.
You see,
But you said
this is
yourself that
this is when you can tell that the propaganda and it has worked.
What
It
is it
has
then?
worked.
But let me ask, how do you know that
I
I'm
don't
wrong
know. I don't know
if
what
you
it
don't know
is.
what the shape of the
You
Earth is in the first place? How can you tell us that we are wrong if you don't know what it is in the first place?
Because we can rule out
Well,
what
hold
you
on. Hold on. That to that point, right? They don't have to have an alternative to a spherical Earth to the proposition of the Earth being an obligate spheroid stands on its own. They are not required to come up with an alternative.
An alternative to what? To what? To
Gemsy,
reality? There's no alternative to reality, bro.
I'm
To reality.
trying to put something in your fucking favor, which is
Yeah, I
you
know,
don't
I get
you
it. I
don't have
get
to
you.
come up with something to prove that the Earth is still, like, from your viewpoint, not a sphere. You don't
Remember, the
have to have an
claim
alternate.
is that it's a sphere, right? Okay, what is the dimensions of the sphere? Okay, these are the dimension. All right, let's test for that. Test it, it's nowhere to be found. So reality is still reality. The claim of the globe is not there. It's not a reality. So it's not a globe. It's pretty simple.
I thought if you can sail around the Earth, you can circumnavigate the globe, right? You go from India to
Yeah.
North America, from North America to Europe. Isn't that in a circle like a globe? If you sail the ocean.
Nobody sails like that. Nobody sails like in a
Also,
circle.
it's
No one
just
does that.
so we're clear. By the way, the proposed model about the globe is not that it is a sphere, a perfect sphere, but that it is an oblate spheroid, which is an approximation of a shape.
The other guy said that he sees a sphere in the photographs from space.
No,
So
I said
now it's not a sphere.
more specifically, it is an oblate spheroid.
An oblate spheroid. Okay, show me a photograph of that. Come on, let me see it. Let me see the oblate spheroid on your photograph.
Did you say you wanted to see the picture?
Images?
Come on.
Is that
you
did I hear
you've
Mike
seen,
Hayden?
You've
Yeah,
seen
I'm
the
sure.
oblate
Mike
spheroid
Hayden, hell yeah.
in a photograph. Go
Get
ahead
him,
and
Mike.
pose the photograph. Come on, get us.
His microphone sucks.
Who, mine's?
No,
No, Mike Hayden, inmate.
The Himalaya satellite.
So
There
I
you go.
posted it in the
Your
chat.
microphone's not working.
Here it is.
It's cutting in and out.
The Himalaya satellite. There you go. GG Nari.
Is there any flat earthers in here?
Second.
Flat earthers. Do we have any of those stupid kind in here?
Well, I guess like
So-
again, I am curious as to whether they're because I mean I think that the way that the stars appear in the sky is also fairly conclusive evidence that at the very least we are on a 3D object in space, which is pointing in different geographical positions depending on the part of the Earth that you're on, right? The fact that you can see certain constellations from North America that you cannot see if you are in parts of South America and vice versa. The way at which the stars that are in the sky rotate either counterclockwise or clockwise, depending on the part of the Earth that you're on. These are things that are neatly explained by a model which would suggest the Earth is an oblate spheroid that are not sufficiently explained by other models.
Well,
It's
would
different
you
projectors.
What about the Earth is a pyramid and not an actual sphere? It's an actual pyramid.
It's a
The
pyramid.
actual pyramid is
That's
something in
cool.
the sky, but that's another topic.
I believe that a
Anyways,
pyramid is insufficiently demonstrated by the evidence we have.
Where did the flatties go when he asked evidence, right? I gave him evidence.
I believe
Of the
that my
Earth in
favorite shape
full.
is. I believe that my favorite shape is a pyramid. Therefore, it's the shape.
Buddy, you gotta fix your mic.
so you're saying
I
that
gave you
I
the
look at the
the Earth
sky,
in
I look
full.
at the sky,
The
and I
Himalaya
see the
satellite.
luminaries in the sky, and that means that the thing under my feet is like the things in the sky.
Hey, Jemsy, you
No,
asked for evidence, didn't
that's
you?
not necessarily what I'm saying.
Nobody
What I'm
said it.
saying is that when you look out into the night sky and you are able to see certain stars, a person who is in Johannesburg, South Africa, is going to see certain constellations that a person in New York City is not going to see. Additionally, when they look up at their respective night skies, if you do a time lapse recording of the night sky and the movement of the stars in the night sky, if you are in New York City, then the stars are going to rotate counterclockwise in the sky. Whereas if you're in Johannesburg, South Africa, they rotate clockwise, right? So they rotate in different directions. And again, you don't see the same stars and the same constellations if you are in different parts of the planet.
So you see lights on one area of the sky, then you see other stars in the other area of the sky.
lights.
Therefore, the thing under your feet is a globe.
Yes.
It is evidence that the
It
Earth
implies
is in
it.
such a way that if you are specifically, it explains or justifies the hemisphere framework within the probably spheroid frame, right? Because if you're in the northern hemisphere, it makes perfect sense that there are certain stars in the sky that you can see that are on a particular side of the planet. And that if you're on the southern hemisphere, there are certain stars you're going to see based on the way that that hemisphere is directing out towards space, right?
So you're saying that it makes sense that the sky is moving. You look at it, it's moving.
The sky's not moving.
No, not the sky is moving. The appearance of how these of we refer to it as moving
You
across
said
our
sense,
sky.
right? Makes sense. You say it makes sense. You didn't let me finish. You use
go
your
ahead.
vision, which is one of your senses, correct?
Sure.
Okay, so and then you look up and you see the luminaries moving with your eyes, right? And you're claiming the opposite of what your senses are telling you. So that will make your claim nonsense.
Hold on, it's not claiming the opposite because your individual perception of stuff moving, like it's actually, it kind of works against you, right? Because if you're in a car that you know is moving and you look out the car, it looks like the trees are moving, right? But they're not.
Parallax.
The trees are stationary. Those trees are not actually moving relative to you.
You're claiming that
You're
the
moving
ground under your
relative to
feet
them.
is causing that effect. You're claiming that you're standing on the ground and the ground is spinning. Therefore, that's why you see the sky spinning, right?
Spinning is a whole separate issue. The spinning is a separate issue from whether or not like other things are stationary in comparison to you. We don't actually feel speed. We feel acceleration or deceleration. That's why if you're in a car that's going 60 miles an hour and it's a steady 60, you don't feel like you're moving. But then if your vehicle starts to increase in speed, you start to feel a change. If you increase your speed from 60 to 70 miles an hour, that acceleration is what you feel. Once you are once again stationary at 70 miles an hour, or you are like locked in your speed at 70 miles an hour, again, it stops feeling like you're moving. The same thing applies just on a larger scale with respect to the Earth.
Are you inside of the car or outside of the car on the roof of the car?
Oh, you're inside the car for sure.
In the Earth, are you inside or outside?
You are inside the atmosphere of the Earth, which effectively means you're inside the Earth.
You could be.
You're on the surface.
Okay.
You could be on top of the car too. Like, you will go.
These
So what
fucking
happens
flags are so dumb.
when you put water outside of the car? Does that water stay
long as the force like
in
holding
the
you.
car?
It's not within the same contained system, right?
Oh, this is a contained system.
Comparatively, yeah.
What is the antecedent? How are you breathing right now? If you live on a globe, how are you
the atmosphere and the atmosphere holds particular gases that I need in order to be able to respirate.
The
there's no
atmosphere is a
air in
container.
space.
The atmosphere is an actual container holding the gas.
There's no air in
Yes,
space.
and also gravity. But I mean, I think we hit earlier that your perception of gravity is that it doesn't exist.
There's no air in space, buddy.
There is no air in space.
We go to the propane. We go to the propane guy.
You fucking
we go to the
retard.
tire
We
guy,
don't
right? We
because
go
of
to the
air.
tire guy, and we go
The
to the
air
tire
acts
guy
as a
and I say, "Hey,
wall.
tire guy,
The
I need air
dynamics.
pressure around the
If
rim, but
you
I don't want
have
the
the
tire.
atmosphere
I
on
want the
Earth
container."
going through space, there's nothing blowing it off. Are you dumb?
There's nothing blowing it off. There's
Fucking
nothing
flatties.
containing it.
I mean, gravity is the reason why we have an atmosphere, and as you go
You don't know
further
what
up,
gravity is, bro. You don't know what that is. You're saying
So
a word.
so
You're saying a word on a piece of
Oh,
paper.
you
You're saying gravity,
so what
ta,
so what is
and this
what is
word is holding your belief.
No, but what's holding you on the ground?
it's
Like what is it
the
then?
attraction between the core of the Earth and me as a thing on the core, on like the structure of the Earth.
Mass attracting mass.
yeah, but it's that attractive. It is.
These fucking retard flatties.
Is that your best argument?
Oh, I get that.
I mean,
When you just kind
are
of
you
got to the end,
asking?
you're like,
Are
oh,
you
we don't
asking
have
if
to
gravity
understand
is
it.
my best? Well, hold on, Gemsy, Gemsy, to clarify, Gemsy, gravity is the best argument as to why we have an atmosphere. That is the best argument because that is the
Do you know the
explanation.
definition of gas pressure? Do you know the definition of that? How
Define,
the
just define it
antecedents?
for
You
me.
know the antecedents for gas pressure?
What define it? Go for it.
Enlighten us, flatty.
Gas pressure, right?
We're waiting.
The antecedent to gas pressure?
We're waiting.
Containment, a container.
What is the atmosphere?
The atmosphere is a contradiction in terms.
Yeah, for your model.
The atmosphere is a container.
Define it. He's a retard.
Atmos, right?
The atmosphere
gases.
is a container
Well,
of the
obviously,
Earth.
it's not a model.
Gases have no inherent shape. You know that, right? Gases have no shape. You know that?
That's not technically true, but sure.
It is it is true. It is true. You are admitting it is true, and then you're making a contradiction in terms and giving a shape to gases. I mean, you didn't say use the word reader, but the other reader believed that. So, yeah.
So what is it then? What's atmosphere?
It's a mixture of gases
The
around the Earth.
atmos, the air around you that you can breathe, the air pressure, right? The air pressure when you expand your lungs, right? You expand with the muscles, you expand your lungs, that you expand the volume, and the pressure around you rushes inside, right?
Yes, but
Right?
I'm asking like
Okay.
what about
So
the
the
other gases?
antecedent, listen, the antecedent to that air pressure is a container.
Which is what the atmosphere is. The atmosphere,
containing
yes.
gas.
Yes, because of gravity. Well, it's the gravitational pull of the Earth that maintains gases within like a close proximity to the planet, which creates the atmosphere. Oxygen
This
does
we
not
can
just
get.
leave because there is not enough escape velocity
Some
of
does.
oxygen for humans to just die because there isn't any on the planet.
Are you making all of this on the spot, or you got it? Do you have citation for this or something?
I mean, do you want any reference on a fucking? I mean, are you going to accept scientific articles on this, or are you just going to reject them flatly?
Before any of this, just learn what gas pressure is.
I've already been able to identify what it is for purposes of this conversation. Yes,
Do you have
there is a
citation
container.
for that?
The container is
I have some.
the atmosphere.
No, you stupid. You
No, that's a contradiction in terms. You're making
It
it
is
clear
not a
you have
contradiction in terms.
It is.
So what is it
It
then?
literally isn't.
So let me post it for you then, so you can have a citation for what gas pressure is, and maybe you can read through
I'm
it
not going to
at
read
your
your article
leisure.
on what is gas pressure. I understand
This is
the
not an
idea that
article.
gas pressure
This is not an
requires
article.
there to be a container. Your understanding of what is sufficient to constitute a container is not anyone's problem but yours.
Hey, it
So you're
doesn't
saying
require
that
container.
the
It requires
gas
an
is the
area.
container?
It doesn't require
The
container.
gas
It
is the
requires an
container.
area.
That's what you're
The
saying.
area doesn't have to be physical. You can take every measurement in space, and that would be the
The
container.
area is the volume. It's not the container. The
fucking-
volume is the area, right?
Are you aware that
No.
there are layers to the atmosphere?
No, that's incorrect. Stupid flat earther.
Atmosphere. Oh my gosh.
You're aware that there are layers to the atmosphere, right? And
Yes.
that
There
as
are
you get
layers to
further out, the atmosphere becomes thinner, so it's less dense.
That's
There's less air pressure.
a pressure gradient, right? Pressure gradient. And what's
Not-
the antecedent? There's an antecedent to the pressure gradient, which is gas pressure. And then the antecedent to the gas pressure is containment.
What is antecedent?
The antecedent? You don't know what antecedent is? Something that
No, I
must
don't know
be
what
before the other
Prerequisite.
thing is? A
prerequisite.
prerequisite,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you. You see, one of you is fucking sane, just able to say what it is exactly.
So look, chemistry.edu,
Was
right?
Well, wait.
The
I'm sorry.
gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. We have grc.nasa.gov. The molecules are in constant random motion and frequently collide with each other and with the walls
is
of
so
a container.
How
Because
full
the
it is.
molecules are in motion, a gas will expand to fill the container.
Hey, Gamsi, do you think
Your first link is broken?
But why wouldn't they lie if they're NASA?
Gamsi, let's lose the
Okay,
brain.
chemistry.edu.
Gamsi, listen for a second. Gamsi,
No, it's not
Observations of
gas holding
pressure may
gas.
be
It's,
explained using the following
again,
ideas:
the actual
rapid
explanation is
motion and
gravity.
collisions of molecules with the walls of the container causes pressure.
Gamsi, use your
Force
brain for a
unit
second.
on an
Gamsi,
area.
shut up
Pressure
for
is
a second. Gamsi,
Hey,
listen for a second.
Mr. Straight, 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 Mr. Straight. You like that? You like it?
A bunch of your links are broken.
Okay. There is no there's no debate about this. This is not an opinion based thing. This is not my opinion or your opinion about this. Pressure is caused by molecules hitting the walls of the container. With a smaller volume, the size of the container, right?
What's your
The gas
point?
molecule will hit the walls more frequently, and so the pressure increases. That's Boyle's law. You think this is my opinion or something? No, you'll be
What do you?
incorrect. So the only reason you can breathe air right now, right? Gas pressure, pressure gradient, the antecedents to those things is a container.
That would be a container, though.
I remember the guy earlier. Is that guy still here? Anyways, go ahead. Are you gonna debunk the gas pressure requirements, a container, the antecedent to gas pressure? You gonna debunk that somehow? No, it's not gonna happen.
Why would you? The point is, it's not a container to begin with.
Where's the container in the globe? There's no container. There's no container in the globe.
Yeah, the actual explanation is gravity. Like that's the.
You don't know what gravity
the
is.
official.
You're saying a word
Sure.
and you don't know what it means.
I actually. I mean, I kind of do, but I do think gravity
No,
is.
you kinda do. You kinda do.
It's
You
the
don't.
attraction of objects of mass.
Right. That's like the explanation. I do actually.
Okay,
There's
which
a fair
gravity are
point
you
here.
talking
You're like,
about? Do you have any
again, I
scientific
go back to you being
demonstration
like
for
the
your
kid
gravity
asking
claim?
at the end of
Listen, you claiming you're debunk. You're saying you're debunking.
I can drop a
the laws of
phone on the
nature.
ground.
The
If I
physics
drop
of the
my phone, if
phone.
I'm holding my phone and if I drop it, it will fall. That is a demonstration of the force of gravity.
I can release hot air. I can release helium. I can release hydrogen, and it's gonna go up. Gravity
Because
your
it's
gravity
because
debunk.
the gas
Because those
is
gases
denser than
have
air.
no mass.
The gas is denser than air.
You don't know. You don't even know what
I mean,
mass
less
is.
Yes,
denser
You're
than air.
making
it's
Sorry.
like
claims about all these
it
things.
has to do with mass. Is the relative mass of a particular object sufficient to overcome,
Okay,
like,
where is the
to
scientific
drop?
paper for this gravity that you're claiming? Do you have a scientific demonstration, an actual
thought you meant
hypothesis?
Well,
Where is your
gravity. Do we have
hypothesis and
do we
your
have a demonstration of
scientific
gravity? Grab your
demonstration of this
keyboard and drop
gravity
it.
that you're claiming?
So if gravity, grab your keyboard, pick it up, and drop it off your table. A demonstration of gravity.
Is that
All
gravity? That's
explanation
what
for
gravity
like.
is.
I mean, do you want me to
Like
give you 27 gravity
it's actually
activities
kind
for
of easy.
elementary
So
students?
are you
Where
saying
we
Any of these
observe
work?
these things,
Any
and
of these will work,
that we
buddy.
give gravity as an explanation. And
Here,
there's
I think this
like
one
you're not
will
wrong to
be
say, "Oh, that's actually kind of
here.
magic."
You're
This
saying
one's here. It's right up your alley, Gemsy. It's 27 gravity activities for elementary students.
Listen, you're saying that you drop a keyboard or a phone, and that's that is the container of the whole Earth for the gas pressure. Did you see how ridiculous that is? That
I didn't
argument.
say that.
So what is it then? What is it?
What is it? What?
So what is keeping the gas to Earth? What is it?
A container, containment.
What
But
is
what
your
is that?
container?
What's it?
What's it made of?
Coffee in front of your
The
container,
antecedent
please.
to gas pressure, the antecedent for the gas pressure, the thing that must be for the other thing
Which
to be.
is what?
Yeah, but
That's
that's
In
question,
your
please.
model, that is what?
Hey, if I serve you as a ribeye on a plate, are you gonna question me? Where's the cow? Where there was a cow for this ribeye? You know, there's an antecedent for the ribeye, right?
So do you not know? Do you just want to say you don't know what the antecedent is?
I don't
You
care.
don't know what your
Listen,
container is?
I don't
It's
care.
yeah,
I
it's
don't care about the
Do you
it's
know what your
color, the
container is?
anti-atmosphere.
size,
My
what is it
container's
made
Do
of.
anti-atmosphere.
you know what your container is?
There is a container because I'm breathing air. There is gas pressure, and the antecedent to that is a container. That's just how it
So
works. That's
so
not my
so why is
opinion
the
or your opinion.
so why
That's
does the
laws of
keyboard
nature.
fall
So
to the
you believe in
ground?
something that you can't prove exists?
I can't prove gas
Do you think
pressure,
do you think
bro.
there's a
That's
difference between gas pressure and atmospheric pressure? Is there any difference there?
atmosphere is a contradiction on terms again.
It's not a
The
contradiction in terms.
gases have no inherent shape. You're ascribing a shape to gases. That's because there's language for the globe that you hold, right?
Well,
You need
no,
to. Oh yeah.
Gemsy,
Oh
Gemsy.
yes, correct.
Assume like the gravity. Assume this magical
No,
force
thank
exists,
you. I
right?
don't want to
No.
assume
Why do you
any
have
of
to
that.
Just
Give me a
assume
assume
it.
things?
demonstration. Give me the demonstration of this gravity that you're claiming.
He
Not just
actually
in,
is
not
he
your
demonstrates
opinion,
gravity.
not your
I'm just saying.
imagination,
Like
not
you could
your
see.
belief.
Do you know
Give
Newton's
me a
law? Like,
demonstration of give me
like
the scientific paper of this gravity that you're claiming. Come on, bro. You should have this already. You should have this link somewhere. Come on.
It's irrelevant to
Oh,
the point I
so
was
irrelevant.
why
trying to make.
Okay.
I was
It's
why
saying
does
irrelevant.
like you
Whether
could
we have the
use.
articles ready
Well,
immediately, yeah,
overall,
that's
it's
the case.
Yeah, where are they? Where are the
relevant
articles of this
conversation.
gravity that you're
You guys can
claiming?
do that thing.
I mean, I've posted 4 of them. If you want to scroll back up
And I don't
through the
want an
Discord
article.
text
I
chat.
want the demonstration of it, the scientific paper that demonstrate that what you're claiming is the containment and the thing that causes the gas pressure to exist in the first place. Because I gave you a bunch of links that are citations.
Okay, here I'll just go through Oxford Academia and find like a shitload and post a bunch of them. Will that be good enough for you?
Diagram my dog could understand.
If I just post more articles than you, like, do I win?
Articles? Those are not articles, bro.
If I post more scientific articles
You're just saying
that
I
have
posted
like
them.
fucking shit, like is it gonna
Demonstrations.
beat you up? Like, is that point win?
Fan posted a cartoon, right? He said cartoon, therefore globe.
No, I
so
didn't.
like
Yeah, I did as if it's because you're retarded and you can't understand that that isn't an article. What
Is that
Cam
your
posted?
argument? You're retarded.
You are right, but
You're
what Cam?
retarded.
Just,
Oh,
just listen.
you
Just listen.
are.
Just listen. What Cam posted is a peer-reviewed
Is that your
article.
proof of the
But yeah,
globe? You're
that's an
retarded.
article. If you go above my
Hold on.
post, he
1
posted
second.
a
I'm
peer-reviewed
just gonna start
article
posting a
about
bunch of shit.
gravity. What else do you
so
want? Do
so
you want him to
Buff,
fucking write?
Look at Cam.
Just about to
Look
post
at
a bunch of
Cam
shit.
posted.
I'm
Cam
just gonna
posted
post a bunch of shit.
Oh my
Britannica.
god.
so
Did he just
Buff,
post that shit? A
I
cartoon
did.
with a drawing.
Look, Britannica.com, gravity, Newton's law. You know that
That's all I'm
Newton,
like.
gravity has been superseded by Einstein's, right?
I'm just gonna keep posting articles
so
until
let me
I
ask,
win.
True.
let me ask you,
Not
what
true.
happens?
Okay.
Yeah.
What happens when you drop a pencil? What's going on? Why does it fall?
Hey, what happened before the pencil drop? What did you do? You picked it
I
up,
released
right?
it.
You
I
picked it up?
released it. I released
No,
it.
didn't you picked it up before releasing it?
It doesn't matter. I'm
Yeah,
asking you,
sure.
why
Oh,
did
I
it
lifted
fall?
it. I lifted it.
Why
And, hold
did it
on, here.
fall?
Sure. I lifted my phone, then I dropped it. Why does
Why did
that
it
Oh
fall?
happen?
my goodness. And I lifted the helium balloon and it went up. Where's gravity there?
No,
It's
I'm asking you,
Lighter than the atmosphere.
why did the solid fall
we
to the
can actually
ground?
explain why those two things are different.
Oh,
The
okay,
helium
perfect, right?
balloon going up in the air is
The
inherent
mass of the
gravity
gas
also.
is much lower than the mass of the phone, much higher. Also, gas is
Oh,
a
wow.
gas,
No
not a
gravity.
solid.
Where's the gravity there? Where's gravity there?
Solids tend to attract to solids because they have a higher amount of mass, right?
Where do you see
Which is
that
the reason
happening,
why
man?
solids drop and
You see
gases do
rocks
not drop
attracting rocks,
immediately to
or
the ground.
Yeah, the rock is the phone the ground is attracting the phone, right? That's your claim.
So
The
why does it?
mass of the planet, yes, the mass of the planet has an attractive effect on the phone. Yes, the
You know,
solids, yes.
Newton abandoned that idea. The father of that idea, he abandoned that. Everybody
Where's the
abandoned
source?
that. You're
No, he
Where's the
didn't.
source? Where's the source?
He definitely did it.
Where's the source?
Have you guys ever heard of Einstein?
Newton never abandoned
Newton
his
died
theory
way
of
before
universal
Einstein.
gravitation.
Gemsy, if
Yes,
you're on
He
about
said it was
Einstein,
stupid.
check the article I've just put in there.
When?
That's about general relativity and gravitation. There you go. That's
There
Einstein's.
you go. Hey,
Before he
hey,
died.
Springer, you debunked these guys just right now. You debunked them, bro. Thank you.
How does that?
General relativity, right? Debunked Newton's.
Okay, but that's Einstein's theory of gravitation. Gemsy.
So tell me, guys, are you like in the same belief or are you in separate beliefs? Tell me, please.
What are you
So what
They both
what
support
happens?
that there is a gravitational force, though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Einstein's theory of general relativity does not
No,
say
they
that
don't.
gravity doesn't exist.
Yeah,
It says
the
it's not
theory
a
of
force.
general relativity and gravitation.
Einstein believed in gravity. I don't know what you're thinking about.
Yeah, he's retarded. He doesn't understand this.
Do you know that Newton, like I said again, Newton didn't even wanted this claim to be attached to him, right?
Where's the source for that?
So where's the source
Just
for that,
posted
right?
it.
Where's
Just
the source
posted
for
it. Go ahead and look in
It's
the
been
chat.
posted.
It's
Oh,
just
look,
been
Flatwater
posted.
posted it. There you go.
Like what I'm saying is, what happens when you drop the rock? Why does it fall? Why?
It's denser than the medium that is in. Have you not get that part yet?
So what's that called?
You tell me. What is it called?
And that's
No,
what
I'm
makes it
asking
fall
you.
down in the same
I'm
direction every
asking
single
you.
time you drop it.
So
Why
all
is-
of your guys' evidence is dropping rocks, therefore gravity,
Yeah,
therefore
No,
Earth
I'm
globe.
asking. I'm asking.
therefore gravity, therefore globe.
And you're calling Gemsy retarded.
It's kind of bad.
Listen to
No,
yourself.
I'm asking about
The irony.
what is it called when the rock? Why is the rock falling?
Why? Huh, ask
Why?
God. Cam, ask God why. Ask God.
No. I'm asking you why. Flat. Why is it doing this?
Because
It
that's the
sounds like a
way it
burden
is,
reversal.
Cam. That's how it is.
No, but you know
Your
why.
rebuttal,
We
your
don't know.
rebuttal, the
We
gravity is
really
that's how it is.
can't really say
No,
why.
no,
Is
I'm
red
asking.
red? Why is blue
Exactly.
blue? Why is the
Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why red is red? Because of
There is a
Why?
reason why
waves
red
of
is red.
light.
Why?
Are you retarded? Like
There's not a reason red is red.
why
Why
is
are
your
you
brain
guys
cold?
all spiraling? Just relax and have a
No, I'm not.
conversation. Spiraling.
So why does?
Why does your girlfriend cheat on you? Why?
Bro, I'm in a
No,
men's.
You're just
I'm
missing
asking.
things that you don't understand.
No, I'm asking you.
Oh, hold on. So to that point about like Newton's letter, by the way, 'tis unconceivable that inanimate brute matter should, without the mediation of something else which is not material, i.e., space-time, operate upon and affect other material without mutual contact.
I mean, God, Newton does, but
Right. So he's saying that his idea, mass attracting mass, that concept of gravity is stupid, basically.
I mean, it was like a
Absent
super weird.
additional consideration, which
Newton
was
stopped
later
writing
provided by
shit
general
like that.
relativity? Sure.
He wasn't around for that. So mass attracting mass, as it was defined by Newton, in his own words, is an absurdity so great that your mental faculties must be in question if you fall into it.
So
Exactly,
then-
guys. So talking about retarded people, look, you will
So
believe in this
so
shit.
so Einstein and Newton didn't believe in gravity.
The gravity should be innate, inherent.
He believes in
Gravity
gravity.
complement each other.
Did you guys just hear what?
claim that Newton's
Did you guys
gravity
hear
is
what
the
Heron?
correct
He was attributing
which is
force
retarded.
to something
Did you hear
not
what
material.
Heretic said?
He's
That,
saying gravity is not material.
Yeah, everyone heard what he said. It was stupid though.
Oh well, that came from Newton. So
So Newton said something stupid, I guess. A minute ago,
Gravity
you said
must
that.
be gravity. hold on.
Newton didn't.
Gravity must be caused by an agent acting constantly according to certain laws, but whether this agent be material or immaterial is a question I have left to the consideration of my readers. So, in other words, it has to be caused by something according to certain laws, but I'm not gonna fucking opine as to what that is.
he's going to leave it for everyone to make
Well,
up.
boys, I need to interrupt, boys. Just to say that Helio's dropped his bot in here, so we are recording, we're live streaming from now on, just so you know that.
Was that English?
Live streaming the where?
But you will be muted and kicked out of the room if you want to talk. ridiculous stuff and make stupid comments. It is live streaming to YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, D Live, Twitter, and Rumble right now.
So what?
Well, I'm telling you, you're recording, mate. Stop being obnoxious.
Go buy my book, Pooh series. You know.
Hey,
Buy Blue Black.
Yeah, shout out your like
series.
TikToks and your Instagrams and shit.
Saexis, you posted a link, watermark.silvershare.com. Can you explain what it says here that demonstrates your belief about gravity and how that works? Could you please explain it to us? Come on.
And tell
I'm
us
sorry,
which gravity
sure.
you believe in as
Give
well.
me a second. Got to pull the article up again.
Oh, so you
Are
don't know.
we
You
having a
posted the
debate
link
with
without
Google?
knowing about it.
Backface, what do you mean by which gravity?
Look at this guy.
Well,
He called me
there's a
retarded,
couple
and
of
he doesn't know there's multiple gravities.
there's a couple of
But
explanations that are
Mr. Chief,
claimed
you
today.
gravity at all.
You kind of get taught mass attracts mass, and then once you get a bit older, you find out gravity is really space-time bending. So you got Newtonian or Einsteinian gravity, and they're vastly different. One's a force, one's not a force.
They're not different.
So which
Yeah,
one
they
is it?
are.
Different.
Mass
Radically
What do you mean
attracting
they're
different.
mass
not
causes
different?
the bending
One,
of
One's
space.
mass
one's a
attracting
Just
mass,
because you
and
guys
one's
You need
one
to
at a
be
believe
time,
it's
muted
boy.
for your
different.
own sake.
One at a
That's your
time,
Or at
boy.
least
problem.
Or
he's
you.
Yeah, I was just saying, what does he mean it's not different?
Oh,
One's mass attracting mass, and the other is the bending and warping of space-time, two concepts. How are they not different?
So
and
which one's right?
one's a force
None
and
of
one's
them.
not a force.
So why are we talking about this?
Well, that's
Because
Because
you
it's
guys think
Google's
dropping
claim.
rocks
some
on the ground
retarded people
proves that
believe
So
it's true.
if it's
it's a
not
ball.
gravity, then what is it? Then what do you call it?
Well, real
I
quick,
don't
I
know.
just want to
Just
ask.
go
I want to
down. Who
answer the
cares?
question. You're just shotgunning at questions here. I'll just ask. I'll answer the earlier one, which is why are we talking about this? Because you guys think that dropping rocks and shit proves you're on a ball. That's why.
No.
Hey, Flatwater. They said that this gravity they're claiming is the container for the gas pressure. This is their claim. That's the
So if
container.
Where's
it
the
is not
experiment?
gravity,
What's the hypothesis?
Who said water's the container? What?
Your friend Ciaxis earlier, he said that gravity is the container for the cause of the gas pressure. You know, the gas pressure that is around you, and you can breathe. One of the
The
reasons that you're
atmosphere? Yes,
alive.
gravity is the
Gravity's
reason for the
holding the
atmosphere.
atmosphere.
Oh yeah, that's
You
correct.
said
Yes.
water a second ago, though.
I never said water. I said that gravity holds the atmosphere.
Which is true, yeah.
You're saying that's the container and that causes the gas pressure, right?
It is the reason we have
You're
an
stuck on
atmosphere.
this container thing.
So
Got an
you don't
experiment
know
to go?
what this. You don't know what the gravity is. You don't know what it means. You don't know what you don't even know which gravity you believe in,
And
and
then you
you're
say it's
saying
true.
this is the cause.
Wait, what do you
This
mean?
is what
Which
it is.
gravity? Is there more than
Yeah,
one
this
gravity?
whole gravity thing is
There
Oh
is
my
one.
god, you guys are retarded.
I
so
knew it.
Calling
what
folk
is
names, they're really it's
I
gonna start
mean,
a shit show,
Newtonian
boys.
attraction is still at
Yeah,
least in part demonstrated. Yeah.
I'm just telling them back what they're calling us fake. So
Yeah,
I know,
they were
but
saying that we're
If you're
retarded.
doesn't
if
make
you
it
were
all right,
wondering
whatever.
about the silver chair, it was Newtonian attraction. And it cited multiple previous studies as well, which included a 1977 study published by Warburton and Goodkind, which looked at the relation between atmospheric pressure and gravity, which used a standard atmosphere applied as a column load centered on a gravimeter, a half-space approximation for Newtonian attraction, and a spherical elastic Earth for a load-induced deformation. The results showed that admittance between pressure and gravity depended on the lateral scale of the pressure cell.
Is that an experiment?
That's a guy's
There
opinion.
was an experiment.
That's
No, it
an
was an
opinion of a
experiment.
guy.
It was an experiment as well. They also showed that the direct Newtonian attraction of the
Before you start monologuing on another tangent, I had a follow up. Okay, so what's the hypothesis?
I will pull up the 1977 article as well. Like I said, this is something. This
Dude,
is a
you're
this is a
pulling up
92
stuff that's
article.
not even read.
Go
You
do
don't
it.
even
This
know
is
what
a
sentence it.
1992 article that
Go do
also
it. I don't
cited.
care when it came out. I just want the hypothesis. We'll start there. Go get it. Thanks.
Scientifically,
Is this an experiment?
valid hypothesis, not just an imaginary hypothesis, a valid one.
Is this
I
an
mean, are
experiment
you
we're
just
getting?
going to declare that it's invalid if you don't like it?
You haven't validated it yet, so worry about that when that happens.
I'm saying, is this an experiment we're getting for gravity? Did he say? Yes. No.
Well,
Anyone?
Allah, you can do an
He thinks it
experiment
is,
like yourself,
but
you
he
know.
hasn't
Can
found a
you?
hypothesis yet. So
Was it for Einstein's or is it for Newton's gravity?
it was for Newton's, the same one that they all agreed is absurd. They all agreed with Newton on that because there's no mediator for it. But that's what they think they have a scientific hypothesis for. All of a sudden,
This multiple
crazy.
gravity theory is still weird.
But
They're
like,
not
what's your
haters.
hypothesis?
Especially when none of them are actually like in reality seen by anyone, observed, experienced. Like nobody experiences mass attracting any kind of mass anytime ever.
But
When you drop
why is
things,
it?
we experience that.
What if you drop helium though?
Well, it's not a solid. It's a gas.
Well,
So the
well, it's mass. I'm
1977
saying mass
article does
attracts
not.
mass. So if
The
mass attracts
1977
mass,
article did not
helium's got mass.
specifically
Oh,
state a
you realise I
hypothesis
was
for it.
speaking at the time, huh? You realise
Yeah,
you
So
could have waited.
I can disprove what
There
you're
you go.
saying.
You got it. The axis is
You're
not a
saying mass attracts
demonstration.
mass. Okay, mass
Where?
attracts mass. But if
When?
this guy's on about a container, if you're in a container of air, okay.
Oh my goodness,
he-
where did we go? Like there was like 3 different points going on, and then this guy just cuts in to take it somewhere
Hey,
else.
Axis just admitted that there is no hypothesis for this gravity
Hold on. No,
demonstration. So
Gemsy. That's not what I said. What I said was that this specific 1977 examination that was done by Richard Warburton and John Goodkind, their assessment, their evaluation was on the influence of barometric pressure
Okay, so
variations
what you
on.
told us is that
Holy
there's no
shit, Flatwater,
hypothesis.
dude, Flatwater.
No, dude,
This
your
study did
monologuing. We
not
asked you for
include a
really. You're just
specific.
getting muted. Listen, we asked you for a really simple thing, and now you're telling us their names, and you're taking the longest way to tell us possible that they actually didn't have a hypothesis in the source that you brought up. So it's absolutely worthless for us for our purposes now in the question that we asked. So try something else.
But like,
We
why
need to
is
know
it
all
that?
about their names and when they did it and when it was written and when it was released. You're stalling and stalling and stalling just to tell us that what you brought up isn't what we asked for. So let's talk to someone else if that's what you're going to do.
All right, man, fucking go for it. Talk to someone else then.
Well, you're free
So
to participate too, but just don't do that. We're just going to stall and stall and stall just to not give us what we asked for. Just say, I don't have it here. And then we'll be like, okay, fine.
so
bro,
what's
the axis, what you gave us is an equation, bro. Just like the globe, an equation.
so what's your hypothesis for why things keep falling down to the ground over and over again? What's your hypothesis?
It's not our scientific experiment, mate. It's got nothing to do with us.
But why does it happen? Why do you believe?
Because they go down. Whatever.
We don't need to replace the story that we falsified. That's your claim.
No, but why? Why do you think? Why is it that way?
Oh,
I mean, I don't actually
density's
think
got
you
something to do with
falsified
it.
the claim. That's the thing, though.
Well, you've not
I don't think you
verified that.
falsified anything.
If you proved that, did you prove mass attracted mass, or did you prove that space time
We haven't
bent?
proven anything.
Have I, sitting here in this conversation, proven Newtonian gravitational
No,
model to
but
be
have you
true?
pulled
No.
up a citation? Have you pulled up anybody that's done it anywhere at all ever?
In terms of
Didn't we
having a
just go through this? That all as we're looking for is a scientific experiment for gravity
Yeah,
with a hypothesis.
but no, we have to replace
Well,
it.
hypothesis means an assumption. I don't know why you want a hypothesis. That's just what somebody's assumed going to happen in the
Incorrect.
experiment.
Incorrect.
Google the definition of hypothesis. A hypothesis is an assumption,
Oh
an
my
idea that
God,
you
man.
pose for the sake of an
Not just a
argument. That
hypothesis, a
is,
scientifically valid hypothesis. It's not just you making stuff
no
up and
scientific
saying
journal is going to be a non-scientifically valid hypothesis.
yeah.
Exactly. That's why you cannot find the real one of the
You
claim
guys
that
just
you
trying
have
to move
because
the
your claim is
goalpost
not
on them.
real.
That's not what you mean by demonstrating gravity. Well, you can see stuff fall. They'll do that in experiments.
Now they're asking us, why do you want a hypothesis after they've been chanting science, science, science?
Science,
Yeah, I
science,
know.
science, but they don't have it.
And they call us the science deniers.
It's fucking
What are
hilarious,
you
bro.
looking for
Unreal.
though? When you say
Science.
like
We're looking for science.
Scientific
Bro.
hypothesis, scientifically validated hypothesis for a scientific experiment
for gravity?
Yeah, what are you looking for? What would that entail?
Look up the meanings of those things.
I'll post the
I know what
definition.
all those words mean. I'm asking
Okay, what do they
specifically,
mean?
what kind of
So
experiment would you want to set up
a
to
scientific
test
one.
this? What? Okay, what? A scientific one.
Yeah, man.
Okay,
So
what
you-
is it? What is a scientific? What does it start with? What do you start with a scientific experiment? What do you have to start with?
A
You're
question.
asking what the scientific method is? Okay.
You start with a
Yeah, go.
hypothesis you're trying to prove.
Yeah.
No, what's the first step?
You start with a hypothesis observation.
But
yeah, correct.
Observation phenomenon,
natural-
and then hypothesis to try and demonstrate one, a particular suggestion of how that works.
Well, you need it needs to be naturally observed. Yeah, sorry,
Timbo,
mate. Go.
his natural observation. Remember, they said I dropped my cell phone, right? Therefore,
Yeah, because he picked it
gravity.
up.
How does picking it up at all affect the analysis? Can someone fucking
Because
answer that question?
you added energy to it, and then you dropped it.
How does that affect whether or not gravity? Explain that mechanistically. Explain it. Why does
What are you
that
talking
affect
about?
anything?
You're claiming that you dropping your cell phone is the gravity that you're claiming. Where do you connect those two? Where is where is the actual experiment that you can demonstrate that this is the gravity that you're saying?
Because he could pick it up every time and drop it every single time, and every time it will hit the ground just as it did before at the same rate.
So is that
Then
naturally?
he said that it was denser than the medium. He admitted to that, and the gases are lighter. That's why they go up. So where's gravity there?
We're talking about
That is
solids.
gravity.
You actually hate
that is a demonstration of
it has to
gravity.
do with
Gases do not
Okay.
drop to the ground because there is not
Guys,
enough
we're
gravitational
still-
pull
sky.
on gases to pull them to the
Guys,
ground. The same way that
we're
solid
still
objects are.
A lot of the
We're
proof.
just
a lot
asking
of
for a scientific demonstration for
model
gravity.
work.
I put one
He
in
just
the
described
chat.
gravity himself.
Like,
So like
why
an
is a
apple falling
mathematical
through-
model not good enough for you? That is my question.
What is? Say it again.
Why is a mathematical model not good enough?
Because you need to demonstrate it. You can come up with
So-
a mathematical model for Spider-Man or Superman, and
Except
then,
that you can't because those things aren't actually demonstrable.
Okay, demonstrate gravity then. Demonstrate a scientific experiment for gravity.
So
Go
a
ahead.
mathematical
I put
model,
one
right?
in the chat. I put one
Not a
in the chat.
mathematical model because we just agreed that you can make a mathematical
No,
model
we
for
didn't.
Superman
I
flying.
just explicitly disagreed that you can do that because you can't do that.
Why not?
Do it then.
Why can't you do it?
Do it.
Where's the why? But you're saying that you can come up with a mathematical model for gravity. Where's the
already exists one.
demonstration? Where's the demonstration?
The demonstration is engaging in the activity and being able
That's
to
not
calculate
absurd.
it. Right? That's it. That's what it is. That's what the mathematical model will require.
Oh,
Okay,
like the only
prove
direct
the,
observation,
prove
like
the
that you
cause of
would accept,
prove-
is gonna be the
okay,
gravity on
prove-
Earth, which has been shown.
scientifically prove the cause of gravity.
Wait, what?
There's not even cause. Isn't even there's not
Scientifically
even
prove the cause of gravity.
science. The big brain science god doesn't have a claim about it.
Well, what's the science god? Science is just a method.
I'm aware. I was saying that
Wait,
facetiously.
Yeah.
prove the cause of gravity. There's no way for me to be able to do that.
Okay, well, you can't do a scientific experiment, can you?
Well, yeah, because what you're asking for is something that is not available to science. You're wanting to prove what the cause of gravity is.
Oh,
so you can't prove the cause
it might be
of gravity.
possible. It just actually there isn't like a good theory behind it.
I don't think that it's even remotely possible to do that. No.
So you can't prove
No,
the
you could
cause
get
of
down to like
gravity,
smaller
can
part,
you?
like people.
But like
a lot
why
of
is
physicists thought we would get down to like a more particle understanding of gravity, but it didn't like happen.
But what I'm saying is like what's wrong with just taking an object and watching how every time that you drop it, it simply has the same reaction every single time. Why would that not
So
prove to you?
can that work with buoyancy and density? If something's denser, would it not fall through the air? If something's denser than air, would it not fall through the air? What's
Like
going
the
to keep
gas,
it up?
like the gas when it goes up, it's less dense. So of course the gravity is not going to act on it in the
Helium
same way
volume is
as a
more dense
solid.
than the
As a
Yeah, but
solid.
helium
So
goes up too. Yeah. So what's keeping
exactly
the gas on the Earth then?
the
Gravity.
atmosphere,
Gravity.
But it's going up.
gravity.
It's going up.
but it
Buoyancy
doesn't
is
The
go
what
up
helium,
into infinity.
buoyancy
helium
where
Can
it
I
doesn't.
get a
goes
mic
up
check?
on the
Anybody
immediate
actually hear me?
short term away from the Earth.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Gravity is what keeps it from leaving the atmosphere.
Helium
Is that
doesn't go
yes?
to,
But
doesn't leave the
is it?
atmosphere
Isn't
either.
it? Isn't the Kármán line the weakest point of gravity?
Buoyancy is just the opposite of
No,
gravity.
I just
They
asked you a
both act
question.
one on one.
Isn't the Kármán line the weakest point of gravity?
I'm sorry,
The
what?
what?
The Kármán line,
point.
is that the weakest point of gravity?
What's that?
I
Oh
The
my
point where
god.
space becomes a near
No,
The
perfect vacuum.
common line?
It's your model.
What is
The
the
Kármán.
common?
Kármán.
Kármán. Kármen. Kármán, you fuckhead.
Common?
so what?
Don't you love it
I
how
think
you
it's
have to teach these guys their
K-A-R-M-A-N.
claims?
Common line?
You got to teach
It's the
these
point
guys
where
their claims so they can argue it against you. It's
The
great.
the
Kármán
point
line
where
is
space
a
becomes a
proposed
near
conventional
perfect
boundary
vacuum.
between the atmosphere and outer space set by the
Correct.
international record-keeping body FAI at an altitude of 100
How come
kilometers above mean sea level.
how come
However,
you've
such
never heard of this?
however, such definition of edge of space is not universally adopted. The Kármán line has
Okay,
no
so
particular. Hold on. The Kármán line has
no,
no
I know
particular
the
physical
We know
meaning
what it is.
in that there is no noticeable change in the characteristics of the atmosphere across it.
Yeah. Okay.
We know
So
what it is,
at the
bro. We
weakest
told
point
you
So
of
that.
gravity,
so no, it isn't actually. To answer your
at
question
the
directly, no, it isn't.
okay, what is then? Where's the
It's
weakest
just
point
like
of
arbitrary.
It is an
gravity on
important. It
the
is
globe model?
The Kármán line is used for legal and regulatory purposes to subject aircraft and spacecraft to different jurisdictions and legislations. International law does
Bro,
not define the edge of
beyond the
space or the
Kármán
limit of
Yeah,
line,
that
national
would
airspace.
be the point.
beyond
Oh
the
my
Kármán
god,
line
man.
is space a near perfect freaking vacuum. That's the
I
The
thought
point.
Kármán
you
line
said
Beyond the
literally
Kármán line.
doesn't
does. The
exist.
Kármán line literally
Just
does nothing with respect.
hey,
It's
dude,
not a question of gravity.
shut up for a second, man. Just shut up for a second.
Then stop crying and
Would
being
that
wrong.
point would that point be the weakest point of gravity on the globe model?
No,
Why not?
Where would it be then?
not there. Gravity continues outwards.
Where is it
Okay,
then?
where would it be?
Wherever gravity stops acting.
Okay, so
So where's the point
why
where
wouldn't
space becomes a vacuum?
It's not actually defined and accepted to be that way. That's not what the Kármán
It's a
line
near
is. Like
perfect.
what
It's
you're
a
saying is that is
space is
exactly
a
what the Kármán line
bro.
is, and that's not universally accepted to be true.
Right, so if it's slightly higher or slightly lower, then does that really matter? But beyond that point that's accepted by most of these bodies and whoever, space is a near perfect vacuum, somehow supporting a pressurized system.
Because
How's
there
that?
comes a point where gravity does take more of an effect, yes. However, the Kármán
Right, but
the
you've not
Kármán line
proven gravity. But I'm asking you about gas pressure, bro. Like you've not been able to
Well, it's
scientifically
never been
prove
about
gravity.
that.
It's always been about gas pressure. That was the whole
It's gas
argument.
No, it is
pressure
not.
and atmospheric
Of
pressure.
course it is. Gas.
But
Atmo is gas.
you need atmosphere to have gas pressure in the first place.
Oh my god, these
Atmo
people
means
keep on
gas.
coming in with the same stupid comments.
It's not where the prognosis was built.
Doesn't help point
No.
out.
Oh, have we got Jordan Peterson in the room, do we?
That's good impression.
So, is there any like gas pressure ever been contained without? Been pressurized without some kind of containment? That's the point.
Is that a piece of haggis that's just started speaking?
Do you know what
I'll give
atmospheric
up the haggis.
pressure is?
Right, gas, pressure,
Yeah.
atmo. That's the
No.
third time I've said it.
It's a
They are
fairy
different
tale.
things.
Atmo,
They're literally different things.
atmo, gas.
Yes, they literally are, because atmospheric pressure is literally a fairy tale, and gas pressure is demonstrable.
It's a fairy tale.
Fantastic argument. Want to back it up?
Yeah, I do. So show me a
Do it.
demonstration, scientific demonstration of gravity containing air
Back it
pressure.
up and
Show me a
No,
ask him.
you need to
scientific
back up your
demonstration of
point,
what you
bud.
just said.
Okay, I'll show you some air pressure in a container. No problem. That's easy enough.
And
You got a
show
bike
atmospheric
tire, got a
pressure.
bike tire lying around? I'll pump it up for you. No problem. Is that okay? Great. Now you say I can achieve the same effect using gravity. Got a scientific hypothesis for that.
So there's no scientific assumption for that. So
Oh,
then,
let me just
therefore,
run
it's
a
not true.
control trial.
He went kind of quiet. I'd like to hear from him.
No,
Do you have
we
a scientific?
we
Yeah.
just
Do you
want a
have a
demonstration. Yeah. Yeah.
well, scientific hypothesis, an experiment, right? You
Yeah. True.
suppose that gravity contains the atmosphere, as you call it, right? So basically, you're saying that gravity causes air pressure. Do you
We'll
know what
try.
a scientific hypothesis test is? Because that's what we want you to use to verify this claim you keep making.
I mean,
Or
I am
appeal to
aware.
somebody who did. It doesn't have to be you. Just appeal to
Break it
someone who
down.
did.
Break it down for
Okay.
him, Heretic.
I mean, sure. I'll go and find the person who came up with the hypothesis, and I'll give it to you, and we'll
Yeah,
just go from
you
there.
go find it. Okay, all right. You
Yeah.
haven't found
We'll
it
be
yet, but
waiting
you're so
here.
sure that it exists. But
Get
once
it.
you do find
Get
it, bring
it.
it back, and we'll take a look. We'd love to.
He's been doing that
So, like,
for many of the topics. He's
if
not
it's
gonna go get it.
if it's if it's not gravity, then what is?
What?
I said if
And whenever we have like actual citations from the realist level stuff, he's like, nah.
I've not
But
once
Hey,
said
dude.
any of your site. Hold on.
Now you
Just
shut up,
to
man.
address that,
There's someone
not a
else is
single fucking
talking.
time have I said any of your sources were wrong. The only thing I told you was a lot of your links are broken, which the one you just posted, 2 of your fucking links are broken. Fix them.
Okay, you're getting a bit.
Because he's mischaracterizing me? Fuck yeah,
All right.
I am.
So,
I am gonna get
hey,
heated about that.
okay, that's all right. Calm down, dude. Calm down. Hey, what was the
well,
other guy's question?
I was asking if it's not gravity, then what is it?
Well, falsification is independent of replacement. So, if we falsify something, it doesn't mean we have to give you a replacement for it.
I'm just asking for your hypothesis.
I don't have a hypothesis of things going down.
But I'm asking you, why do they go down and why some do go up?
I have no idea, man.
You don't know.
So then,
I
how
don't
can you
know.
disprove
I
what we're
told you I
saying?
don't need to replace it.
So
I
what
know
you
you
need
don't
to
need.
do is ask for scientific tests from people who claim scientific knowledge. So we didn't do that. We didn't make a claim, a cause claim for the atmosphere or anything like that. This other guy did. So that's why we asked him for that. We asked him for a scientific test to prove that claim. But we didn't make a claim like that. So why are you asking us?
I just want to know, because if you're rejecting the scientific consensus of the theory of gravity,
What?
and I'd like
Okay.
to know
Okay.
what is your thing? What is this? What is your idea? What's your
We don't have to
hypothesis?
replace it,
That is,
man. We don't have to
Why
replace
do
it.
you?
There is nothing
So
to, bro.
listen.
Listen. He's saying that we're rejecting what?
You
You
are.
haven't provided anything. We're not rejecting
Yeah,
you said you
exactly.
reject
fantasy.
the gravity. You reject the notion of
And what is
You don't
gravity.
even know what
consensus?
that is. You don't even know what that
And you're
is.
saying,
We're not rejecting. We can reject fantasy. We don't have to replace your fantasy with another fantasy.
yeah, and
If
you're
that's
saying
what you want to believe,
consensus like consensus is
I
an
have one
experiment or
question.
something. You know, it's weird.
Yeah, that's
no,
just
I'm
Consensus
people
is
saying.
fuck
agreeing
all.
with each other. That doesn't
Yeah.
I
matter.
mean, I'm sure like everyone's been taught in school about
It's overrated.
Newton's law and also
Yeah. Okay.
Einstein's
What did they
theory of
teach you? What did
relativity.
they teach you about Newton's law at school? What did they teach you?
Wait, so
Well, they
there's a
taught you.
flat Earth. Why is it that we have a
Shut up,
moon to
man. We're
begin
having
with?
a different conversation.
Yes,
You've
exactly.
taken
This
up
is
the airwaves
pertains
for
to
like
that.
an hour.
I
Yeah.
mean, I
Go
like
ahead,
to hear
dude.
what he has to
I
say.
smell your fights from here, mate.
It doesn't. Your
So,
mockery
assuming
doesn't
that
matter,
we do
man.
have a
I
flat
don't
Earth,
really
why is
care.
it that we have a moon to begin with?
Who
Yeah,
cares
we're
about
not
the
gish
moon?
galloping around here.
Like,
What kind of
shouldn't we
question is that?
technically not ever have a moon to begin with if the Earth was flat?
This
I mean, how could it
this
ever
isn't
Why
revolve
not?
against?
this isn't 24/7 flat moon server.
Yeah, we can segue to that maybe after we wrap up the current conversation, but we don't have ADD like you guys. We like to stick to a point and finish it and then move on to the next. So I put you on mute until you can figure that out.
Go ahead, man. So consensus, yeah.
I think it,
So if you have consensus, you need the scientific experiment or hypothesis or scientific, an actual demonstration to actually have consensus on. So if you can show us the demonstration or the experiment for gravity that they had consensus on, then we'll be happy to look at it.
For either gravity, either Newtonian or Einsteinian.
You can't just jump to all scientists agree. Agree on what?
Agree on gravity, that it is real and
What
that
is
it has.
gravity?
No, they don't. No, they don't. I'll post you
Who
Eric
doesn't?
van Linder or something. The guy's name is. He's like a Dutch astrophysicist or theoretical physicist, whatever. And he says blatantly gravity does not exist. Nope.
Yeah, he's a
Okay,
I've never
theoretical
seen
They
it
physicist.
with
don't
He
the
have.
has to
animals.
hang his hat on
Now,
something.
now I wanna, now I wanna agree with the fucking
So they don't
black
agree.
cards.
So they don't all agree. So.
Okay, so they don't
Well,
all
okay,
agree with what
you're
evidence has
calling
No,
been
no,
us.
no. Like
explained.
this
Wait,
idea
you're
that
calling us flat cards, but you don't have any evidence that you live on a spinning space ball in the
You
vacuum
don't
of
have
outer
any
space.
evidence
So
it's flat.
get mad about that.
we're not. We're just
Wait,
debunking the globe. That's all we're doing.
But
We're
how
just
are you
saying
doing that?
we go out. We go out every day and we see
Then
that
why
the
the fuck is
horizon's
the channel
flat.
called Flat Earth instead of Debunk the
Hang
Globe?
on.
bring
Hang
you
on.
triggered lunatics in here.
go.
It's a trigger
We
warning
go.
there.
Listen, you know when
We
you
You
go
come in here
Fair.
because
outside.
you're
That's
you know
triggered.
fair. Okay,
you,
okay, that's fair.
We
you
go
know when you go
outside. We
fishing and
experience.
you my bad, bro. You know when you fish and you use a
No,
decoy
you're
to pull the fish
right.
in, you pull the fish with a decoy, but it's you need something to pull the fish
Need
in,
something
right?
But
quacking to get
what's
my
your
attention.
Cam will put
but
the exact
your
same fucking video in. I've just got that as well.
but you're insinuating that we are being lied to en masse. Billions of people are being deceived.
Correct.
Yes, mate.
Yep,
Yes.
correct.
But what is
You
your
haven't
evidence for
figured
this?
that out yet?
No,
Oh my
reality,
god.
bro.
What is your
You
evidence?
This is
What
experience
is your
this,
evidence?
bro.
I
You
think this is
experience a flat stationary Earth. You've never seen curve in your life, and you experience no motion.
I have seen
So
curve.
that's the evidence. That's
Yeah,
concrete
but it's
evidence
reality.
that
So
reality
have you
is fucking
found the edge
stationary.
of the earth? How
Hey,
have
What
you?
edge? We're not
what
claiming
edge?
the Earth has any kind of shape. So why would it have an edge
What
that we're
edge,
claiming?
man?
On the globe, you know that on the globe you're always on the edge of the globe.
true.
You're on the surface of the earth.
So talking about edges. So listen. The reality debunks the belief that you hold
No,
that you live in a
I'm asking
cartoon
you.
spinning globe.
I
So that's what we're trying to
I'm
point out and
asking you,
bring you
what
back to
is
the
reality?
realist level.
Okay, that's
We're
I'm asking.
the
trying to point out, hey, bro, you don't live
should
in a cartoon.
be
You don't live in a fantasy ball, bro. That's what
should
we're
be
No,
trying to
but
point out.
what I'm asking you is, what is reality? What is reality?
The fantasy
Oh.
flat world sounds.
Teamboy's cutting out.
And every time you say you don't know. You don't know. You have no idea.
That's
Oh
incorrect.
my
No,
God, we
we
got
haven't
another
said you
Wait,
bring
but
99.
nine.
We got it. Oh, sorry.
do we have
For
to know
certain.
what your model does? Like, do we have to like? If we're
Fake.
saying
Don't
like
let
that
him get
doesn't work
away
in
with that.
reality,
Fake,
no.
bro. Fake.
If
Don't
we
let
say
him
that
get
doesn't
away
work in
with that.
reality, we've got to have a story just to fill it in, just to
Bro,
make
he
sure that
said
even though we
fake,
took your
bro.
story, I'm trying to fucking
He's
speak, James. It
bro,
doesn't
but
matter
he
what they're
said
saying.
that
I'm trying to
Seriously,
say.
he said
Jemsy,
that
eh?
everything.
Yeah?
He said
I'm
that
trying to
we
fucking
say
speak.
everything. But
Yeah,
bro,
man.
he
But you
said
don't
that
have to
we
tell
don't
me
know
what he's
anything
saying.
about.
You don't have to tell me what he's saying when I'm talking, man.
Bro, he said that we say that everything.
I
We
don't
don't
give
know
a
anything.
fuck.
He said that.
I don't give a fuck what he's saying. I was fucking speaking, Jamesy. Do you not fucking understand? Does it have to be another issue in this server? Jesus fuck, man.
Oh,
What
was
issue?
there an issue in a prior server? Noted.
Nah.
Yeah, we don't say nah to everything.
What issue?
Like you're saying.
But every time we try to, we are proving that our reality is that we
Where?
are not
Where?
on a flat earth, that we are on the oblate spheroid. You say it's wrong. You say
How?
it's
Where's
conspiracy, it's fake, it's
Where's
lie.
the
where's
Where's
that
the direct
reality?
measurement? Where's the drop over distance? Where's the measurement of the Earth's convexity or motion?
But
Where is it?
have you not seen
You
the
directly
view
measure that.
of the earth outside of the earth, out of the earth's atmosphere? You see, it
Hard
is an
to.
oblate spheroid.
So you've been to space?
Yes.
Yes, but you don't even believe space is real. So,
Have you been
like,
to space? Have you been
Yes.
to space to verify this
Yes.
shit?
Have you
No.
been there?
Where do you think space stops and the fucking atmosphere begins? Like, yes, we are in space right now.
Well, the Earth's atmosphere supposedly goes all the way to the moon in your
And now
model,
you
so
just
I take it you
now,
probably never knew that
I
either.
thought it was
what
What kind of
50,000
stupid
miles.
argument
I mean,
are
I've
we?
never been to Africa, but I know it exists.
50,000 feet.
This funny guy, he just learned about the Carmen line, and now he's using it as an argument. What a fucking idiot!
Well, I just told you the Earth's atmosphere goes all the way to the moon. Did you know that in your model?
It doesn't.
It
It does
does.
not.
Google
not
it.
our atmosphere.
Google it. NASA
That's
said
what they
that a
say.
couple of months ago, or 6
Why would
months
you
ago,
believe? Why
whatever
would you
it
believe what
was.
NASA says? You say NASA's all liars. You
They're
know?
hostile witnesses, bro.
But NASA
So
is
why?
your
Why?
priest.
Yeah, I
You
know.
have to believe them. That's
No,
your
They're
priest
hostile
for
witnesses. We
your
can
for your
use
they're
them.
not.
religion.
Hold on. Wait. Why would? What would create an atmosphere? Like what?
Oh.
Why is there gas like
Cows
out
farts.
beyond the moon?
The cows fart. Maybe that's what it was. No, they say that the particles are that it's few and far between, but they say that they can register particles of gas from Earth. It's not like you
So
can breathe
is
it.
the gas
I was
like
just.
magnetized to Earth?
No,
What do you
they
mean
say that gravity
magnetized?
does it,
Who
but they
knows,
have no
man?
scientific demonstration of that.
Oh,
It's just saying.
my bad. I thought they were saying gravity didn't exist. Okay, wrecked.
No, we're saying that you've not got scientific
Got
evidence
wrecked.
for it. No, you've not got any science
No,
behind
I
you.
just
either
presented
Newtonian or
the
Yeah,
atmosphere
Einsteinian.
reaching beyond the moon.
There's evidence
That's
behind
what
yeah,
gravity.
you're
NASA
not
say.
listening, mate.
Or what we
NASA
call
said.
gravity.
You thought
NASA
our
said.
you thought our
Phenomena.
atmosphere was like way shorter, but it
We
goes
don't have an
beyond the moon.
explanation for why gravity
NASA.
exists. That's the whole the crux of this entire debate. It's so stupid.
But what I'm saying is that what
The
you are
claims that
proposing
gravity doesn't
is
exist, which would imply
pseudoscience.
that we can't measure it, but in fact we can, regardless of what.
You
Who's
can't measure
melting
it.
down right now? Is that
Would it
Dante, whatever his
actually
name is? Shut up,
Yeah.
bro.
Oh, you need to
Yeah,
mute
you
me.
can't
Yeah,
measure
it's
it.
Dante. You do me the favor and
Yeah,
mute me so we
jump
can move
in when
on
it's
because I'm
appropriate.
getting dumber. Because I'm getting dumb.
Yeah, I don't think you can get any dumber, so that claim's false too. Do
Yeah,
you
that's
have any
impossible,
evidence?
man.
Yeah,
The
so
You got
answer,
speak
the
in
answer is you
turn.
citations of
guys are
being
making
dumber.
claims of things that you don't know about. You're saying gravity, this, that, and you haven't even looked into this stuff. You're just making claims of stuff that you heard in TV. You know, TV said so, therefore.
No, but what did you get your anti-globe from? You got it from TV, media,
The realist
propaganda,
level. Have you
propaganda.
ever heard of reality, the real world, the things that we do real stuff over there? That's
But
where we get the realist level.
no, those people are lying to you.
You know where you get the globe, cartoons, propaganda, right? That's where you get
That's where
the
that's where you
movies.
get the
And from
flat
That's
like
Earth.
where you get
and
the
from
globe.
like and from
Where you
like
get the flat
photos
Earth
published
from.
by space agencies around the world. But apparently they don't
So
matter at
can I
all in
can I ask you
your
something? So
mind.
you believe the
So
four?
that's
You
my
believe the
point. You
photos of
never
the globe are
seen it.
fake?
You haven't demonstrated it. You
Gemsy,
never
you believe?
experienced it.
Have
You
you
just
have you
getting
been to
it
Antarctica?
from someone, and yeah.
Like
Therefore, it's
you
true.
haven't been.
Even though you can check these claims
So
yourself, you can actually yourself falsify these claims, but you're so lazy that you
so
haven't done it. That's
so
why
the
you believe in the cartoon, because you say, "Hey, the guy said the cartoon is real, therefore it's real. I don't
so
wanna
the
I don't wanna falsify it because you wanna believe
so
it."
so the Earth is not a globe because I am not an astronaut and I didn't see it personally.
No, it's
No,
because
because
it's
it
got
has
no
been the
curvature.
claims of the globe has been falsified. That stuff has been falsified already.
What has
But
been
then
falsified about it?
You know
I'm just
Would
trying
you
to
just jump
understand your
in?
argument. I'm just trying to
Go ahead.
understand your argument.
The claim, the people claim that the ground under your feet is actually a curving wet ball spinning through the vacuum of space. Those claims have been falsified. So
How so?
therefore, the claim of the globe is not real. This is a
So
new. This is an. We've been talking
because
about this
we
for
don't
hours, so I
because
think
we don't
yeah.
because we don't see a curve in the ground. The Earth is not a globe.
No,
Over
because
water as well.
it has been measured to not be a globe.
It's who has measured it to not be a globe.
Let's
Well, the
see.
military did as well.
The
They did
military.
120, yeah,
So,
120 kilometer laser test.
so the U.S. military thinks the Earth is not a globe.
Why does it
All the
necessarily have to
observations
be
that
the
you can
U.S.
do.
military?
you said
Well,
it was.
Well, yeah, he said. Well, I asked who said that, and
Why
he
are
was
you
not
talking
there.
about? Why are you talking about what people think though? Because he was just talking about a measurement, so it doesn't really matter what they think of the measurements they took. The measurement speaks for what
Actually,
they
no. I agree with that. It doesn't really matter what people think because the Earth is a globe. This has been proven time and time again.
That's what you think. Yeah.
If it's not a globe, what is it?
Doesn't sound
Do
like
I have to
globe proof.
replace your fantasy again? I have to replace your fantasy?
No, what
You
you have
just
to
say you know what
what you have to do is establish what you think the Earth is. If you don't think it's a globe,
No, remember, you're the
But you
one
have
with
to
the
think
claim. You're
something.
claiming it's a globe. You have to
it's
demonstrate
not
that
really.
first.
We
No, you don't
know
have to
it's a
demonstrate a
globe,
globe.
but
How do you know it's a globe?
because
know?
we've seen it from space, we are still
What do you
seeing it
mean?
from space. The
We?
ISS.
When
Yes,
you say we,
humanity at
we?
large. Humanity at
mean
large
they.
is what
You
is
mean,
not
you
you.
seeing the
mean
Earth,
they.
Nothing to do with
and it
you.
is a globe. Like
So
this
you
isn't
mean
like
they.
Nothing to do with you. Somebody presented you with an image. They said, "This is what you live on." You went, "Yeah, okay," and then you said, "We proved it." What did you do?
Okay,
They.
so
You mean they.
flat water, right?
So
You
you
believe-
can't.
Ah, man, stop jumping in. We're having a conversation.
Yeah, and I'm trying to add to the conversation, you ban. What do you what like?
So what's the
He's able to.
20-mile
He can
laser
speak if he
test
wants.
that
He can
the
speak if he
U.S.
wants.
military did that proved the Earth's flat?
120
Who spotted that one?
kilometers.
Oh, it was a 120
Yeah.
kilometer laser test. Okay.
Yeah, there should be
What's that
1
one?
kilometer of. If you let me talk, I'll explain it. So they shot 3 different coloured lasers because those different colours are supposed to refract at different rates. 120 kilometers, and no detection of curvature or refraction. So it was done in conjunction with a university. I'm just trying to hang on. If you let me finish. Yeah,
sorry.
I'm just trying to get it. Fuck now. You have to talk and say sorry as well. Oh, just be quiet.
I was just
I'm just trying
apologizing.
to.
Which university did this one?
I'm just trying to retrieve it from the other server. Give me a second.
While you're doing that, can I talk about to Gemsy quickly about the fact that he must believe everybody in NASA, everybody who has ever taken a photo or works at a space agency is lying to you for some reason? That the photos are fake? They've edited
No,
the
bro,
photos?
the guy cleaning the toilets. Listen, the guy cleaning the toilets in NASA or the security guy at the gate, he's not lying to you, bro. You don't have to believe the guy cleaning the toilets is lying,
I'm not on
okay?
about.
I'm more willing to believe NASA's lying.
So do you know how
I'm
they
not
have the
that
live
way.
stream? They have the camera. They have the camera showing the Earth. So you believe somebody's editing that, and the clouds match up with cloud
They
patterns.
tell you themselves that they have to edit the whole thing to show you what you want to see. They tell you
What I
this,
want.
bro.
What do you
Prove
mean?
that.
What I want to see?
Yeah, Robert Simon. Google. Why don't you guys know anything about your own arguments? Go Google Robert Simon, the artist who made the 2012 Blue Marble. His quote exactly: "It's Photoshop because it has to be." It's just a Photoshop composite image. They do claim that some of them are actual like satellite photographs, but we can falsify those too because water doesn't curve the way that they're showing in those pictures.
Okay, flat. I'm not on about that. I'm on about the live streamed video. How many people do you think it would take to edit that to make cloud patterns match up with cloud patterns we can see from the surface of the Earth? How many people? Realistically, they don't have the resources to do that.
Oh, you just write a computer program to do it.
You just impose weather data on their Blue Marble data set. What's the problem?
No, but how do they do it in milliseconds?
Yeah, how
I
do you
don't
do
know.
it?
Go ask them. But we can
You have
falsify
a fast
their
computer to
measurements.
render the
You don't
data.
know.
It's not hard.
You don't know. It's impossible.
rocket science.
You don't know.
Oh yeah, if you
No, it's
don't know
impossible.
something, it's impossible. Right, that's how it works. So you must know everything that does happen in existence,
No,
right?
because I'm saying, find me something that can do that.
Saying
They've
let's
done it.
go away from the thing that you have a claim about that is curving. Let's go away from that thing, the ground under your feet and the waters across it. Let's get away from that and go to the TV and say, look, proof of my fantasy.
Yeah, I know. You go to YouTube and you be like, "Oh my God, the Earth is not round." That's what you do.
We go outside.
You don't even know what round means, and you're trying to make an argument for round.
No, but what I'm saying is what
See, when we
you're
look,
doing the same thing. Like you're going to
no,
these
bro,
places.
we
You're
look
like,
out the
oh
window,
my
mate.
god.
I look out my
one.
window and I experience a stationary Earth, and I've never seen curve, and I see vast bodies of water blindingly fucking horizontal. It's in the word horizon. It's horizontal. So we don't
I've
have to
never been
watch
to
YouTube
Africa,
The
to
horizon
but
realise
I know
that.
what it
doesn't
Okay, hold on.
continue forever.
You realize that the
Hey,
Earth is so
heretic
large
is the
you
pot.
wouldn't be able to see
Right. So
like
let's tell us how
you,
large is it.
you are not
What's
going
the
to see a
radius,
curve.
bro? What's the radius of your globe? Tell us.
The radius of the globe.
Oh no,
You have to
top of
Google
He
my
it.
doesn't
head.
You're
know.
googling
He
it.
doesn't
I'm not
know.
going to
I
argue
think.
with Google. Somebody else can take it. I'm not going to debate with Google.
Wait, why would you? Who would know that off the top of their head?
We do.
Us,
All of us
us,
do.
man.
Okay,
All
what
of
is
us
it?
Of course,
know
you
this,
guys
What is it?
man.
do, because you spend your time arguing about this shit.
What is it?
Yeah, but
No,
you guys
because we
don't
try
know.
and dig into reality, bro. We know
Around
this shit
2000,
because we've
yeah.
been trying to fucking find out where we live. So we've been fucking
Isn't it
digging
kind of
into everything. You don't
You
know
have
shit. You see shit on TV. You call us fucking retards because you see dumb Facebook memes. You've not presented anything since we've been here. We've asked you repeatedly for experiments. We've got nothing. No direct measurements in the history of the Earth.
What
So
experiment do we have to do to prove the Earth is a globe?
gravity for
none? It's a
starters.
measurement.
Take an experiment for gravity or a direct measurement of drop over distance from a point to a point.
Yeah, that'd
I've
be
got
the
an
perfect one.
Measurement
Drop over distance.
has
Isn't it kind
nothing
of
to
funny
do with
that?
an experiment.
Yeah, it's not an experiment. It would be a measurement. And isn't it kind of funny that you're the ones in here arguing for the globe radius, and we're the only ones who actually know what the claimed globe radius is? You don't. Why are you arguing for something you don't know anything about?
I know the radius.
What's
Do you want me
6371
to
The
prove it?
kilometers.
definition of
Yeah,
irony.
6371.
Yeah, what's the radius of the Earth? What's the radius of the Earth if you know?
3,000. Well,
Better
actually
than
zero,
It's
but
like
the claimed
4,000
radius is
miles.
3,959
Yeah,
miles.
yeah. Okay.
The radius is
6371 kilometers, right?
24,901.
That's the
Yeah,
claim
it's either
That
radius.
is not the
So,
74
tell,
6,671.
boys, tell
Wow.
us, see that radius and circumference we just gave you that you never knew? Who actually measured that to? So we give you that number and we know it, but who measured it to give it to us? It's
Technically
your
NASA gave
religion.
you the number, but
No, NASA never gave us
I
the
mean,
number, man.
but
No.
do you
then how
know?
do you know
Do
it?
you know more
Well,
than they do?
Sputnik supposedly went up into space and orbited the Earth, so they obviously knew the radius prior to putting Sputnik up, wouldn't they?
But you know better than them.
I mean, you
Do I
could.
know, what?
I'm saying like you know better than the NASA astronauts,
What do you
everyone
mean?
who's actually been.
We're not claiming that we know the measurements for the Earth. You guys are. You don't even know the measurements, but you're in here claiming them. You're arguing black was white. You don't have a clue about any of it,
But
but you're still
the
arguing with
people,
us.
the people that do know the instruments and know the measurements, you say are
Who?
lying.
Who
Okay,
measured
do
the
you
Earth?
know?
NASA,
That's a
Do you know
lie
who
NASA,
from
you say
measured it?
above.
NASA is lying. You say NASA's
Sputnik
lying.
put
No, not
Sputnik
NASA.
Sputnik put a satellite up there, so they knew it. So where did they get the numbers for then? Where did that number come from prior to putting stuff in orbit? Because they would need that, or before they sent people to the moon, they would obviously need to know quite a
Because,
few
like,
details about
if
the
you have a
Earth.
good,
I mean, it's
like,
been
if you have
known
a
at
good
least
map
approximately
of the
since
Earth, if you
Aristophanes.
like just a 2D version.
Oh,
Tell
sticks
us
and
how.
shadows.
Aristophanes,
Here
that's the
we go.
best you
Well,
got.
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
they still claim
Like, if you have a
Eratosthenes
good
two
Who
and a
said
half
understanding
that?
of
Who
thousand
said
years
anything about
like
the
ago.
a bunch
best?
of
I'm
stuff
just
on
saying
Earth,
that it's
you
been
can
known more or less
definitely.
since then, at least.
And
Known
then you
how.
assume it's
Eratosthenes is
globe
all you've got.
in this
It's
case.
not known; it's a
Who said
calculation.
all we've got? I'm just saying there's been
Come
known
on,
at least since
destroyer,
then.
explain to
But
It's
us
not a
once you
measurement,
assume
though,
it's
is
a
it?
globe, you'd be able to estimate the
Can
radius.
everyone?
Well,
Can one person talk at a time?
destroyer brought out Aristophanes, and that's proof of the globe
It's,
a
it's
long
not.
time ago. You know.
It's not a measurement, though, is it?
What? Yeah.
we didn't
Eratosthenes.
measure. We did
It's not a
not
measurement.
measure from the core of the Earth to the surface. You're right.
Nobody's ever measured the
Data.
Earth's
And no shit.
distances.
No.
Unless you know somebody who has.
What's the method, Destroyer?
What did
But if you can measure
Eratosthenes measure?
you only need to
Shut
know the
up!
surface. If you know the
That's
surface
enough.
of a sphere, you also know the
Okay.
radius.
All right,
That's
it's
one
getting
measure,
chaotic.
doesn't
Who's
it?
taking it? Is Destroyer going or is Truth going? Who wants to give us the radius measurement that no Glober has ever provided? Which one of you is going to do it?
Well, I figure this is a joke.
3,595 or 3,900.
This is a joke channel, right?
If it's a joke, just go away or you will get muted. So it's up to you. If you think it's a joke, just piss off, mate. We don't really care.
It
And actually, it is kind of a joke channel because that's what the globe is. Correct, a joke. Yes. That's why he couldn't provide the radius measurement that we just asked you for.
If it's not a globe, what is it then?
It's, burden reversal.
Yeah, they're
It's
just
not making a positive claim as to what it is, but falsifying your claim as to what it is.
If it's not the fantasy that I have in my mind, what is it then?
Let it know that no
Guys,
one here still answered the question
just
about
one
what shape it
second.
is. It's
Just
not
one
right.
second. Earth.
Let
Just
it be
one
known that
second.
nobody made
Well,
that claim
we just
except you.
So what?
we just want to know who measured the Earth and how did they measure it?
Check side chat.
Been measured many different times. Like what?
When,
You keep
by
saying many
who,
different times.
and
Pick
how?
one. Tell us how.
I mean, I mentioned the first one. I can go into details, but no
That's
one.
not a
I mean, this is a
measurement,
joke,
Eratosthenes.
bro.
right?
Okay, what did he
Yes,
measure?
it is.
What did Eratosthenes measure?
This is a joke, right?
I can
Come
see
on.
that.
He measured
It's a
shadows, didn't he?
calculation, eh?
Did he
It's just a
measure
Yes,
shadows
calculation.
or did he measure the Earth?
both.
He
How did he measure
calculated
the
there.
Earth?
He
I
didn't measure the
don't.
Earth.
I don't need to go. I didn't really mention the details to you. I mean, this is a joke.
Well,
wait,
you
wait.
Oh, I
obviously
know
don't
the
know them.
I know the
I
details
do.
more than
Oh,
you.
I do know. I do know the details of his. Yeah,
No, you
If
don't.
somebody was
Go
trying to
ahead,
speak there.
explain it to us.
it's
Explain the
pretty
method
trivial
of
trigonometry.
Eratosthenes. Go for it. Explain the method of
I'm
Eratosthenes. Go
not.
ahead.
I'm not going to
Floor's yours,
tell it to
mate.
people that are either
Well,
joking, which
goodbye
I'm
then.
assuming is the
Goodbye
case,
then,
or
bro.
choose
If
to
you
Don't
don't
be
want to
pretend
speak
it's
to
serious.
them.
us, see you later, bro. It's up to you. Either talk to us
Okay,
or
see you
don't.
later. Or I'd rather not.
Because you don't know the method. You're full of shit. That's your problem.
No, but I'm saying like, what is your source for what that we are like not right about the globe?
Motionless.
Is like
Motionless.
what is
You
the
mean we need to
scientist?
give
What is
you
the facts? What is it?
we need to give you a citation
I
for
didn't
you
think
being
a
motionless
coherent
right now?
question was asked.
Destroyer thing is a joke, so he's just gonna be jumping on the conversation, even though he doesn't care, he doesn't want to demonstrate anything, he doesn't want to present anything. He's just gonna say it's a joke, it's a joke, it's a joke, it's a joke.
Well, Destroyer's position is definitely a joke. He destroyed it himself.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a
Claimed that
joke, right? It's a
Eratosthenes
joke. We all know it was done. Okay, how was it
measured
done?
the Earth, but he
We all know
actually
it.
measured shadows. Yeah.
Destroyer destroy himself. That's funny.
He's like, I'm too intelligent to explain my position to you.
So
What?
like when you guys measure the Earth, what measurements are you guys getting?
We're not measuring the Earth. We're measuring drop over distance, and it doesn't exist.
There ain't
So
none.
what's your data? What have you got?
Well, I mean, if you join
No
24/7, you
curve.
can go and take a look at the laser test and long range observation. I'll give you the link to the server, but I'm not going back and forward,
Yeah, I
copying and
couldn't.
pasting it
The
off for
bot's
you. Mate.
broken. I was trying
Oh,
to
is
get
it?
something
Oh,
out of the bot. Yeah, it seems like it's
yeah.
down. So.
So the link to the server's in my bio, and you can take a look. Everything's alphabetized from shit about NASA and their chroma key to eclipses, laser tests. As I said, observations,
Pieces
everything. They're literally
observations.
terabytes.
Yeah,
Terabytes.
yeah, man.
You can
True,
join
man.
if you
Like,
like.
come on. You cannot fit Australia for real. Like, Australia is just fake, man. Like,
Bye.
I'm here, mate. I live
Stop
here.
Popeyes,
trolling, bro.
Popeyes.
Stop being a troll, bro. You're listening to Flat Earth Society bullshit because we don't accept that. They claim that, not us.
Yeah, if I can just ask a clarifying question. I was
Of course.
trying to determine if the radius measurement being asked for, if the pushback against his point was that it wasn't that nobody has measured like from the core like to the
No.
No,
Earth. Nobody's physically
just drop.
measured the radius. Is that the
No, just a drop over a distance, like a set distance. They work out obviously how far they should be able to see according to the geometric horizon. So if we can see beyond that, then that would be an issue for the globe.
But you can't.
Yeah, I'll just if I can just explain it to this lady. Just give me 30
Yeah,
seconds.
speak to the
So they
lady. Go ahead.
claim there's a guy called a guy apparently called Eratosthenes who he had some sticks and shadows
yeah,
or
no, I'm
wells.
familiar
We're
with
not we're not
Eratosthenes. I was I was just wondering if
okay.
the
Yeah.
pushback against his like against the Eratosthenes assertion, or however you want to phrase it, was that he made measurements from which he did calculations, and that allowed him to extrapolate the measurement,
Yeah. So
and that
the
he wasn't actually physically measuring the globe itself.
No, no. So what? So how he came up with with his calculation was he had to assume that he lived on a ball, and he had to assume that the sun was an infinite distance away, so he could have parallel light rays. Now we don't ever observe parallel light rays on Earth, and why are you assuming that the Earth's a ball in the first place when you've never when you've never confirmed that you live on a globe. So if
Oh.
you start calculations with assumptions, you're going to end up with a null and void result. So what he did was he measured shadows. So we're not even sure
I
if
don't
this
want
story is
to.
true or not. Yeah.
Genuinely trying to engage in good faith.
Yeah.
When you
Yeah.
is he really making so I understand the point about assumptions being made, but if you're framing things in a way like I'm imagining the way that it was framed is something like, if we lived on a globe and if the rays, the light from the sun was coming at, in parallel lines, then we would expect to see this outcome. This matches the outcome that we see, therefore these assertions are validated. But
Yeah, you
don't
can do that. Yeah. But
is that kind of what's
yeah,
because like I can imagine
yeah,
other
that's
ways
what
where
was
that would
done.
be
Yeah.
a valid.
But you can also, so you can also assume. So if you do the maths for a light source that's closer on a flat plane, you end up with exactly the same results.
Right.
So
This is just
it's
induction versus deduction.
Even Neil deGrasse Tyson
exactly.
says that himself. I mean, you could Google it. His discussion, I think it was on Star Talk, and he blatantly says that it confirms or denies neither flat or globe. It can work on both.
Yeah, and
Either a
they give
vast
these.
distant sun or a small local.
Yeah, so they still claim that this is the way that they've measured the Earth. There's no other claims of how they've measured the Earth. This is it.
Yeah.
A
Because I
guy
think the
2,500
the
years ago
concern is
with
something
some
along the
sticks.
lines of,
Yeah.
oh, sorry, you cut out of my
No,
first.
you go ahead. I'm just repeating myself anyway. You go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if I can think like an analogous example would be, you you hear glass smashing from the other room. You walk into the kitchen, and there's a baseball on your kitchen floor and like smashed glass around it, and you can make the assumption like, oh, if if my neighbor's kid was outside and threw the baseball, it would hit my window and it would look like this. So it must be the kid throwing the ball. And you could then like have the kid stand there and like throw the ball at that angle, and it'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, this is where the ball would land. But it could also be like a hyper intelligent squirrel that had like developed a tiny trebuchet that could like launch baseballs. However unlikely, it's like I can see how that could be.
Yeah, and then there's varying factors, whether he threw the ball and it bounced off something and then landed through the window as well. So there's, you never know actually what the varying factors are. So when you start making assumptions, then you're coming up with a conclusion that's actually not verified. So if you can start with something that's verified and then do the maths for it, you're going to end up with a better result, aren't you?
Can you how would you propose measuring, not necessarily the radius, quote unquote, but like how would you propose to
Drop
measure
over
or
distance?
like describe, figure out the shape of the
Yeah, so we've done many laser tests over frozen lakes, over seas, oceans, lakes, and stuff like that. There's I was trying to find it before, but the bot's broken. So we've done varying distances, and with collimators on the lasers, which actually sharpen the point of the laser, so it doesn't diverge. And
Yeah, 'cause you
the
do run
results have
into
come up
that.
with no actual curvature detected. So we've done it. The only thing is the Globers haven't done anything to actually detect curvature. They haven't done any laser tests and said, "Oh, look, it's curving." So we're the only ones actually doing anything. They just come up with, this guy 2,500 years ago measured some shadows, so it's a globe. Like they're not
Yeah, I
actually
mean, I can
doing anything.
imagine it would be frustrating because I'm sure that the average normie on the street,
Yeah,
confronted with the idea or the notion of like flat Earth or that the Earth isn't a globe, would probably push back pretty vehemently and probably like laugh it away as
correct.
like, relatively absurd. But then when asked to
Yeah, it's
actually
natural.
back
Yeah,
it up or even like describe any, like I would imagine most people wouldn't be able to justify that claim in any satisfactory way. They just kind of are going off of the fact that like they know it because they've always
correct.
known it because they were told it.
Yeah, that's yeah. And then when you start asking them about it, and then a lot of the times when you start questioning about how much they actually know, a lot of the times you get a really bad reaction to it, and that's not what we're trying to do. We're just trying to point out in a direction that what you've been told may not actually be true, and there are reasons why we believe this. There's reasons why. Well, no, it's not even a belief. It's an observation that we observe every day, and everyone observe this same thing every day. But they look at it, they look at the horizon, it's flat. They don't feel any motion, and they're breathing. So so. But they're
The
told
problem that I have with
they're told
those
the
elements, though, is like number one, I'm just very, very, very aware of the extreme fallibility of my senses. But beyond that, too, like the thing that the
That's
point of
why we
friction that comes up
tested.
in my
That's
mind
why we
with
did.
that is just
Yeah.
that those things are accounted for, as far as I understand, and like it's very much not my area of expertise.
So
But
they
those things
tell
are
us.
accounted
Yeah.
for within the globe model, right? Like we would
Are they
expect,
though?
if the globe model was true, we would expect to see a flat horizon. We would expect to not feel motion. We would expect, that's the kind of thing. That's where I kind of run into a little bit of
Yeah.
a brick
Okay. So
wall.
and then I'll go back to the laser tests and say, why don't we detect any curvature from the laser test, even if we don't see with our own eyes any curvature? Okay, we should be measuring over these distances, drop over distance with lasers. Yeah, shouldn't we?
Sure. I mean,
they literally did
Yeah.
that in a documentary, and they proved themselves wrong. They were trying to
No, that
test.
was with a
No,
that
that's
That was with
you
a.
as far as
retard.
I understand,
That was on
I've seen
Netflix,
the
man.
clip. I've heard also that there was some clip, some clip chimping that was going on, and that wasn't the
Yeah.
only time they ran the observation. I don't
Okay,
know if
so
that
Yeah. So we.
relies
where's your
on anything.
source?
Hang on, be quiet, man. Be quiet. So we had there's a engineering company called Field Engineering Corps. Yeah, and they've done all of these laser tests. So I was trying to find the data sheet for it, but the bot's broken over on our server, so I can't actually
What's your proof
grab it.
that they
But
aren't
as
lying?
soon as
Hear me? Can you hear me, boys?
yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead, mate. I can
I was
now.
gonna say it's in the wiki, what you call it, the 24/7 wiki page. I'm sure 100%. Plus, it's got
Yeah,
coming
I
up to
just looked up
100
the
long
field
range
engineering
observations.
corps,
Bro, you
and
heard me speaking
I
there,
don't
but
see
you
them.
just fucking spoke over me. If you take a look in our wiki page in the server, it's in the resources. I've not got it here, but there's an updated link. But it's the newer link and it works perfectly. It's got close to, it might even have almost 100 now. Long range observations, black swans, laser tests, all destroying the globe radius, man.
What's your proof they aren't lies? You say NASA
I
lies.
mean,
You say all of these people lie
yeah.
to you. What's your proof they aren't lies?
The test
They're
is
hanging
really
on
easy.
fucking wires.
But
They're
what's the
literally
motive for
hanging
them
on
to lie?
wires. They've got harnesses on. They're fucking hanging on wires. They do spacewalks. There's bubbles rise from their suits because they're in the same neutral buoyancy pools that they train in. All the women have, not so much nowadays, but back a few years ago, all the women had kind of long hair and it was all hair sprayed up. They used to turn around and their entire block of hair would turn with them, man. It's a fucking complete joke. I'll
But
send you
the
links. It's
issue
no,
is
Okay,
that we
okay,
didn't have
am
the
I
okay,
technology
wasting?
to go
Bro,
to
listen,
space. I feel
bro,
like that would
listen,
have
man.
been way
Bro,
easier.
listen. Am I wasting my time even going getting the links for you? Will you look at them or do you not want them?
But have you done the laser test yourself?
Here, I think I got this one. He wants to know, like, if everything could be a lie. Exactly, dude. Okay,
Yes.
verify
So
for
what?
yourself.
Take it.
Have you
So
Take it
what?
all
verified
with
it
a pinch of
yourself?
salt.
Okay, so what you do then is you don't ask me because you follow that line
Don't
of logic to
don't believe us.
your full logical conclusion.
Okay,
And the
but
best thing
you
too
tell
is like
me to verify myself. Have you?
you can always
Do
tap.
we have to?
Do I have to? Do I have to do that? I say that as
You're
good.
the
Do I
one
have to
arguing
verify
it,
myself?
bro. You're arguing against reality. You're saying right now, even though we experience a stationary Earth with no curvature whatsoever over bodies of water, that's not good enough for you. So you're
But
arguing.
But
So we're
you
telling you how
but
to do
but
it,
that's
bro.
but
Listen,
what
man.
the
Listen,
model
bro.
says
Listen.
would happen
We're
though. That's what
offering you that. We're giving you information where you could either go and do it yourself, and I'm sure they'll help you. Like Dr. John D, he's an English guy. He answers his emails. His emails like open. It's in his in the side of his comment section. He'll get back to you. He'll help you. I would imagine. He'll at least give you pointers. But you can do this stuff yourself, man.
Yeah,
I mean, I accept reality. NASA's lying, so that means other fucking shit that they're showing that looks like they're hanging on wires probably is them actually hanging on wires. So I can discount what they're fucking the stuff they're pushing on
Okay,
TV.
sure. NASA might be lying. But so you're telling me there's no curvature over bodies of water. So if I send a boat out to sea, it continues in a straight line and you can see it the whole way out.
Well,
If
how
you
can
got a
you-
telescope and sat outside of your house and you had a perfect clear view to the other end of the
Right.
world,
Right.
could you
Oh,
see that with a
what?
telescope?
The other end of the world, bro. Why would you see through how many thousands of miles of air,
Refraction would
particulates,
probably be an issue
dust,
there.
fucking like pollen, fucking
I mean,
like
we've got a telescope that can see into the fucking. Like, we've got the James Webb telescope. How far can that
Yeah,
see?
we got a telescope that can
where is
see
it?
out.
Where's the
see in
James
space.
Webb telescope? James
You
Webb's
can't
in
you
a
can't you
place.
can't borrow
The
from
James
your
Webb
model
telescope's in a place that we've
again.
just been destroying for hours. It's a natural law violation.
You don't
May,
believe
may I
space
just ask
exists?
one question?
Oh man.
The laser tests that have been
Yeah,
done.
go for it. Go for it.
Data sheet, because I haven't seen the data sheet that you guys were referring to.
I'll
Have
give you a
they
link.
done have these tests been done, or these measurements been taken like repeatedly in the same spot, or
Oh
are these
no,
like
no,
different
different.
locations?
Yeah, different places. FE Core and this guy called Dr. John D. He's a doctor in spectral. I'm not really sure how to
You
pronounce
can go
it.
on.
Well, I would
I'll give you.
that's
I'll give you
like
his
for
link.
me, I would really like. I feel like that would be critical to do them multiple times in the same location to account for like variations in atmospheric conditions, because that's got to be the pushback that like the globe side is
Surely.
always going to give, is
The
like it's
globe.
always going to
Timbo
be
told you.
refraction.
Timbo mentioned about this. The military have done laser tests that they accounted, and they use multiple beams to account for the refraction problems, and they accounted for all that. It's been
Different
done.
colors.
This has been done.
Oh yeah, no, that's
Your
what I was
question has
asking.
been answered already.
Yeah, it can't, see, here's the thing. It can't be refraction because here's a new test which anyone could do. So infrared refracts less than normal visible spectrum light. So you could take a laser infrared, you could take a visible spectrum laser, and you can then basically see which one would disappear first. If it was refraction, then the infrared would disappear first. If it was not refraction, it would disappear later. Well, what do you think you're going to see? You're going to see the infrared disappear far later if you kept moving them away simultaneously at the same distance. Because you can see infrared much further, it cuts through the haze. And it's not, but if it were a refraction that were causing it, then you'd see the infrared disappear far earlier as it went over the curve. So refraction, they have that. You are right. The standard frame from the globe
Bro,
is a thing called standard refraction. That could be easily debunked.
terrestrial refraction. Is that what you're
Yeah.
talking about?
They call
terrestrial
standard.
refraction. That assumes R. So you've got an assumed radius for terrestrial refraction. Anyway, so why another assumption?
And what he was just talking about, standard refraction, that's 7/6R, that would move the black swan horizon to 1.3 miles instead of 1.2. It would basically make no difference
Shit.
to geometry.
Shut the room down. That's it. Shut the room down.
Yeah.
Shut 24/7 Fly Discord down. We're fucked.
Yeah. Oh, it's really at 1.3. Shit. How'd I miss this?
We'll have a fucking ceremony. We'll have a funeral. We'll have a funeral soon. We'll announce it when we're having a funeral.
Oh, I wasn't rebutting it. I was actually building your case.
I know. I got what you were doing. I was just adding to it.
Yeah.
But why would the government lie on the mass scale?
I mean, that's the worst. I mean, people who say that, they have to like build their reasoning skills because you don't answer a technical question with some sort of sociological question. If someone's asking,
Tell them that, bruv. That's what we hear in here.
Well,
We got
there's
somebody
always,
telling us the other day
yeah.
that fucking physics. No, sorry. What was it? Science is metaphysical. Like, it's nothing to do with cause and effect relationships. Remember that guy Heretic? I can't remember the specifics, but that's what he was saying, eh? He was
Which
saying
guy?
that science is. Remember, he was saying that science is not. It's metaphysics. We were talking about gravity. It was a gravity discussion, whether it's a force or not a force.
I mean,
unless it's a
Was he in here?
It was a pseudo. Yeah, man. It was like last night.
Well, regardless of like any kind of metaphysical questions there, I would imagine that part of the reason that this becomes such a fraught and contentious conversation, and why people are kind of loath to actually engage with the opposite side, particularly I would imagine on Well, I don't even know that really. I can't make a claim either way. But I mean, I can imagine that this is something that for a lot of people probably is tied in an abstract sense, not even in a way they might be aware of, but in an abstract sense to their perception of self or to their sense of identity, because it's probably at first glance to somebody who has been kind of raised with the idea of the globe model, and for whom this represents kind of like a foundational pillar of like quote unquote like common sense science. Any kind of challenge to that is probably going to be not just something that like basically presenting like defeat or presenting kind of
It's an
measurement
ego thing.
or fight, right, that you're going to inevitably run
Yeah.
into an emotional element, that it's going to involve every person is
Every
probably
day.
going to, right, you're
Every
going to have
day.
to approach each person individually if there's a genuine attempt to change minds. I think you can probably open the door, you can probably get a foot in there in terms of getting some people to ask themselves some
Nice.
interesting questions, but ultimately I'm sure that there's an emotional root for most people.
Of course, that's the problem. That's why we meet such a visceral reaction when we try and bring these things up. I've literally been in 4 separate fistfights because of it. I swear down. The last one was one of them actually
That's
sucker
Scotland
punched
for
me.
you, fucking
He
hell.
sucker punched me in the left eyeball. Literally, I stood up to fight the guy from the table because I had no choice. He's like, "I'll fucking smash your cunt in." I was like, "You're going to have to, mate." And I stood up and his mate punched me right in the left eyeball,
Oh my
man.
God.
That was it. Fucking riot. But
Yeah, a
that's
great
4
great
separate
start
fights.
to an
And
argument.
just
What a wonderful point you made. I'm so convinced
what?
by your punching.
Well, the thing is, they can't handle it, and plus these guys weren't the brightest. Like since I've been back in the
Well,
city, I've realised how low the fucking IQ level is,
What
man.
city?
I
What
hit this
city?
guy with the gas pressure argument, and he was standing like jaw hanging wide open when I was like gas pressure and maintained, and he was like, literally fucking standing there like pissing in the wind, man. The
Back,
guy's
yeah.
what
head was
city? Back,
fried
go.
just by
For
asking a
both
question.
sides, I think for me, like I can absolutely like I how do I want to phrase this? For me, one kind of thing that gets a little bit, I guess, sad or frustrating for me is when I see people engaging in these conversations, and they, like you said, very rapidly devolve. And I think that I can understand why, but I think it's really, really silly. Like on both sides, like I can completely understand why, for somebody raised within like a certain framework with a certain perspective, who has been told something consistently for all of their life, that being confronted with something that is as fundamentally kind of destabilizing or fundamentally like contradictory to that as like, you know, the earth isn't round, right? Like this is going to be something that's going to be incredibly jarring and challenge like a whole bunch of like underlying beliefs and assumptions. So I can definitely appreciate like why people would be kind of like uh, look at that as like a laughable thing. On the other side, I think that I can absolutely understand why, if you're somebody who has engaged with this issue, has felt like they've asked a lot of questions, spent a lot of time looking into this, and been convinced by what they see and feel are like rational, reasonable arguments, to consistently be met by people, again, like I said before, who probably can't even articulate a good justification for why they believe what they believe, and be dismissed as like foolish or dumb or laughable or idiotic. Like that's probably insanely frustrating as well. And I think like people just are really, it's really tough to get people to move past those underlying like emotional responses, and like
Oh,
again kind of understand like,
oh,
yeah, I can
Well,
see how these
like,
could be convincing arguments on both
all they
sides.
have is the globe's
well,
flop.
here's the
Like they've not got any concrete evidence, so they've got no choice but regurgitate stuff they've been taught. Like it's just a
but
go-to
But
response
why?
to just fill it in the
well,
airwaves.
here's
So they
the
don't
thing.
want to talk.
No,
You
bro.
realise they will still try to finish there, bro. When some like, if you realise somebody's trying to talk, just give way, and then obviously you'll be the person who gets in next because we can hear you.
Bro,
And
you're
then if
taking
everybody
too long.
gives,
Hurry up.
what do you mean, bro?
No, I
I've
took
fucking
way
said
long.
like 2 sentences. Fuck's sake, everybody gets a chance, man. And it's not a fucking like
Jesus.
you just
Yeah,
grandstand
dude,
for
you need to
fucking 10
chill
minutes.
out, man. This ain't your stage here. You should be listening if you don't understand what's going on.
Back. Can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah, let
Me?
let Ponto finish
Close
what
back.
he's saying.
Scottish bloke.
Hey, fucking finish or go.
So if you think the Earth doesn't rotate, how do you explain the day and night cycle?
Oh God.
I mean, why do you think they're lying to us? What are they gaining by telling us all this huge lie that the Earth is
Okay,
not?
calm down. You guys are
You're a
jumping
fucking
all over the
idiot if
place
you think
again.
the
One
fucking
person
Earth is
just
flat.
asked a
Hey,
question, then
listen,
some ADD kid.
dating back in the fucking.
You're not going to do that. Somebody just asked a question. Some ADD kid jumped all over it with another question. Where was it?
You asking what the question was, yeah?
I don't even know who asked it. All I heard was a
It
bunch
was
of
me.
ADD kids.
Back. So if you think the Earth it doesn't rotate, it doesn't move, how do you explain the day-night cycle?
Oh, the sun moves.
Yeah, you,
So
you could literally
what?
answer that yourself, bro.
Okay, so the sun moves. Why does the sun move?
Why?
Yeah, why?
Did
So if
somebody
the
here
Earth,
make a cause claim about why it does, or
What's
did
the
they
shape
just
of the
notice that
Earth?
it moves?
Hey, so listen, I forgot I was
Let's
on
say
push
the
to talk,
sun
bro.
moves
Can I
around the
still
Earth.
can I answer your
What's the
question like
shape
what I
of
was
it?
trying to do previously? Bro, you asked
yeah.
about the sun, so the sun appears at least to illuminate locally, lights up as it travels. So you can see that by the local illumination in the clouds surrounding the sun and the moon, especially with the sun. But like nighttime, you look at the moon and you look at clouds around it. It's a very like thin band of ability you've got to see local illumination, but it's definitely there. So the sun, or sorry, the moon in this instance is definitely closer than what they claim. And then the sun, obviously, I mean, it illuminates like the entirety of the clouds surrounding it. So that's obviously proven its proximity is a little bit closer than 93 million miles. Go ahead.
How does that prove that it's closer?
Because of
Local illumination.
Yeah, if it was
How
90 million.
does local illumination show that it's local?
Yeah,
Come
if it
on,
was
bro.
90 million miles away, it would be lighting up the entire surface evenly because the rays would be coming in a parallel.
Exactly. How does
Yeah,
this work?
yeah. That's if the Earth was flat, not if the Earth
It's like
was a globe.
you almost need a like even if the sun's moving around it, you still need a sphere. Earth.
Even if it
Yeah.
was,
Can we
don't.
get
I'm gonna ask.
possibly?
I'm
No,
gonna ask
We
everyone.
might need
How did?
picture a
We
pancake
might
with like a
wait.
floating like
Listen,
golf ball on top of it,
Aurora.
like circling around. Like I think that might be that's what I've seen as a
Yeah,
model.
but
No,
that would imply that it would light up the
I'm
whole Earth.
sure that's
Aurora.
not what
It doesn't.
everybody in
No,
here is
no. Hang
proposing.
on.
Aurora.
Hang on. No, that's
Aurora, are you about? Aurora, can you hear me, my friend? Maybe she's sleeping. She's done a long shift. She might be sleeping. That's cool, man.
okay. So yeah, we don't actually have a what we think the Earth looks like or anything like that. All as we know is that it measures flat.
What it doesn't
We
look like.
perceive it to be flat. Yeah, and what it doesn't
Oh,
look like. We don't know whether there's a sun circling around or anything like that.
Yeah,
All as
man.
we know is it goes across the sky from east to west from everyone's perspective.
for
And
sure.
it's
I was just
As
trying
I
to
said,
get them away
as
from because I think when they said like,
as
wouldn't you still
wait
have
a
to
minute.
have a sphere Earth? I think they were thinking of like a geocentric solar system model, and I was trying to get them
Geo
away
still
from that by
mean.
offering like
Yeah.
some kind
Sorry.
of other image.
Well, geo kind of still means that like a geoid, like some kind of lump or rock, or like so. It's kind of these words are deliberately set up to kind of confuse. Like
Well, I
you
mean,
can
I
see
think
that
they
it
were just
confuses
words
them.
that were originated and that were created to describe models. Like the geocentric model was named to describe, a conception of the solar system that had a kind of lumpy spherical Earth at the center, right? So I don't
Yeah,
know that
I
it was like
don't think that's
designed
how
to
language
describe.
works.
The
I think they
heliocentric
might have
model
been
says.
confused, but
I'm sure the heliocentric model specifically says that the universe is revolving around the Earth, and then the CMB, the cosmic microwave background, according to WMAP, that kind of proved, according to people who believe it at least, but kind of proved that the Earth is the center of creation. That this is where everything's revolving around. That
But
the
that's not
axis
true.
of evil. That's what. Look up the axis of evil. Look up WMAP. The what do you call it? The
Again, but they've all
CMB.
been disproven.
The cosmic microwave back. I mean,
They've all been
how can
disproven.
you
That the Earth
disprove
is
something that
not
was
the center
never
of the
proven?
universe.
How can you disprove
How can
something that
you
was never proven? It was never proven,
who's
man.
di-
So
who's
it's just another
disproven
story.
How can you disprove it then?
anything?
Well, how do we need to disprove it? It was never proven in the first place, like gravity.
Okay, but how can you
We
prove
don't
the
have
Earth
to.
is the center
We
of the
don't have
universe?
to disprove gravity, but you fucking can't prove it. So I mean, we don't care about proving it, like
So you
or
don't care
disproving
about
it.
proving what you believe, so then what you
What do
believe
you
doesn't
mean?
really
We don't
matter.
believe shit. You're
So
the
you
one
don't
that's
believe anything. You
expecting
don't
us
believe
to
anything about the
believe
Earth.
your beliefs. You want
So,
us to believe your
listen,
beliefs, and we're
listen,
saying no. We're saying right. We want experiments or we want long range observations for even like entertain your beliefs. But you expect us just to blindly believe it with nothing.
But what do they
you expect me
gain?
to blindly believe you?
No, you don't.
What am I trying to get you to believe? All I'm saying is
You're trying to get
I'm
me to
not
believe that
moving.
it's not a globe.
No, I've never said that once to you or to anybody.
Whoa.
I'm just saying the Earth doesn't appear to be moving, and there's no convexity over a body of water that I've ever seen in my life. There you go. That's all I'm
Right,
saying.
but see, that's again though the problem that I have with that, because I understand, I absolutely understand that argument or that line of reasoning. But for me, I keep running into the wall that, like, to my understanding, the globe model doesn't say that we should see the curve, doesn't say that we should
No,
feel the rotation.
but people say, but sorry to cut you off there. But people
Yeah, I
say
just
they
say, like,
saw
why
it
should
for.
we expect to see these things?
No, but
Why
they
should I
say that
expect
we,
it?
we see it in planes. They say that they see it in the ISS. So they make these claims and they say we saw it. We can
I've been
see
in a
it. We
plane.
did
I've
this.
been in a plane, and I have seen the curvature of the Earth.
Sure, but
You've
that's
not.
fine
Like,
because the model also says that they should see it, right? But it's like
where
in terms of me
the,
and my
the
perception,
model.
that's kind of the claim
The
being
model
made.
says.
If the
Sorry, the model
claim being
says
made
we
is
could
like,
see it
look
where.
around, I don't see curve, I don't feel
Where
rotation.
where are we supposed to see it?
Why
Did you
should
say the
I?
model says?
Pardon?
The model says that you should be able to observe. You shouldn't be able to see further than a certain point geometrically. The
Exactly.
standard diffraction was a patch, which was
So
added. So we can see
we can't
far
see
further.
it.
Sorry, you're
Bro.
cutting
Yeah.
in and
Hey,
Right. So
esoteric
we can't
baboon,
see it,
you're
and we.
chopping. You're chopping.
Oh,
sorry.
bro.
Wait, is it better now?
Bro, no, it was all right for me, bro. I could hear him perfect. So
Yeah.
we can't hear, we can't experience motion, and we can't see curve. That's what you're saying. You're admitting that.
well, but why would I expect to feel the
Because you're,
rotation or see the curve?
because you're no, just not just the rotation.
Well, you're accelerating as well.
Yeah, but
You're
I
going
don't
around in.
feel,
You're
but
going
like,
around in a. You're
but when
spinning
I'm on a
on the
plane, I
on
don't
the.
feel like I'm going, however
Yeah,
many.
but 1 second. 1 second. You're not accelerating in a plane. So if you're on the Earth, you're rotating around the axis. Yeah, 1,000 miles per hour, and then you're rotating in an elliptical orbit around the sun. So you're constantly accelerating two different motions because you're going around in a curve. Now, if
Man, I'm
you're
trying.
constant, yeah,
Sorry, bro.
go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you're
No,
right.
sorry, bro. Sorry, man.
So
Sorry,
if
bro. I
you're
was disconnected in
constantly,
another room.
yeah, if you're constantly accelerating, then you should feel that, yeah. You're not just traveling at one velocity. You're accelerating in different directions as well.
But isn't the speed of rotation? Okay, let me try and think this through because I feel like the speed of
1,000,
rotation is
1,040 miles at the equator.
right.
You
So
should feel a pull
two
towards
two
the tractor.
two constant two constant velocities add up
You
to an
wouldn't feel
acceleration,
that.
basically. So the rotation plus
You
the
don't
revolution.
feel motion. You feel acceleration.
But anyway,
Yeah,
but
if they're accelerating, they're
Sure. Like,
both
have you
accelerating.
drove in a car? Like this.
Bro, we are
Oh my
accelerating,
god,
bro.
man.
There's two separate
So there's
instances that we're
centripetal
supposedly,
acceleration.
bro. If we're spinning constantly in a circle, that's constant velocity change, and on the
Yeah.
same vector, the exact same vector, it's elliptical that orbit, so that dictates that it has to slow down and speed up twice at the most acute points on the ellipse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
If you
So,
change
let him
direction,
answer that,
you're
bro.
accelerating. Yeah.
Look, like, so answer those points that me and Timbo just made. So that is acceleration and
Yeah,
deceleration and
if the
constant velocity
rotation.
change. So what's the answer?
Are you sure you can't feel it, or you just don't notice? Like,
Can you? I mean, we're traveling that orbit. Oh, sorry, that vector is traveling at 60 odd thousand miles per hour. And if it slows down and
They
speed
never
it up
hit.
at that point, man, think about it. If you're in a car traveling 5 miles per hour and it turns
There's no
even one,
point. What do you?
if it turns one fucking mile, it changes 1 mile per hour as a turn. You're gonna experience it, whether it's the liquid on your cup on the car's fucking bonnet or like whatever.
Okay. But there's no reversal. Like, there's no point. Like, you're just always moving around.
Aye, but that's what I'm
doesn't
saying.
matter.
Constant turning in a circle
Add up to
is
acceleration.
constant velocity change.
Yeah. And then
Yeah,
there's
but we're
more.
moving. Hang on,
You're
wait.
also
I might be
flying.
I'll go,
totally
You're
Ishan.
wrong.
also flying. You're also flying through the Milky Way as well. So there's another acceleration that's going
Right.
around the Milky Way. So that's three different accelerations just so far.
Not
so you
acceleration.
feel
No,
it.
you're moving
So
like a pretty constant speed.
Does
you know,
anyone here
so
feel like they move faster in one direction? Like if you had to test your top speed running, can you move faster in one direction than the other? Because certainly you would feel some pull if it was the case that we were
It's
moving.
actually
Well,
multiple
no,
speeds
hang
and
on.
multiple vectors all at the same time. So it's a tough one for the globe.
Yeah,
But
no,
are you sure
I
that
could be
we
totally off
pick up
base.
those?
I feel like you're with the
none of these are
rotation.
accelerating though.
Hang on,
Right,
yeah,
you're rotating at a
go
constant
Fox.
speed, and you're
Guys, just
rotating at a
1 second.
constant
Yeah.
speed with a certain point, like
Try to
at
run in a
at a point
train.
on the Earth's surface.
Go in a long train car, try to run, see what happens in different
Can
directions.
you, someone's talking, man. Someone's talking.
The lady, if it was lady on you go, or whoever was next, just bide your time and hang tight. The lady, come speak first. I'm not sure what your name is.
Yeah,
But
no, I
then
mean,
the next
and I
guy
could
jump
be
in.
totally apologize. Yeah, I could be totally off base, but I feel like we're moving at like a constant rotational speed. I'm just talking about like rotating around the axis.
No, but we
Moving at
just
a
went
constant
over that.
rotational speed.
It's
No,
not.
no, I understand,
It's not
but so
constant.
wouldn't this?
It's not.
It's a change in direction.
It's not constant. It's a
No,
change
no,
in
but a
direction,
constant
and
rotational
it's
speed.
slowing down and speeding up. But even we'll just give you that. We'll give you
They're
the
all
rotation.
constant.
I'll give you it. No, they're
All
not.
three of those are the rotation
The
or
orbit, bro.
orbit
The
around the
orbit
No, no,
sun
around
no,
the
and
sun.
the
I
speed we're
fully
The
moving through the
understand.
Milky.
orbit
They're all
around the
constant.
sun.
They're not
It's no
accelerating.
man. The orbit around the sun is
Acceleration.
elliptical.
It's
It's
centripetal
elliptical.
acceleration.
Google elliptical orbits and find out if it speeds up
Right,
and
the
slows down
elliptical orbit
twice.
would necessitate
Has to, man.
changes in speed. But yeah, we're talking about
You're,
centripetal acceleration, right?
you're missing a big part of what they're saying. They're telling you that
Change of
rotation
direction.
in itself is acceleration. If you're spinning around, that is acceleration.
I'll
No,
give you
but
a citation if you want.
we're remaining at the constant speed. We're not like slowing down and speeding up.
Okay, so
It's
again,
an
spinning
elliptical. You're not
around
listening.
is acceleration.
Any
No,
change?
but
So,
the
do you want me to
entire
tell
time
you what
we've been,
acceleration is so that you can understand
Yeah,
this?
I mean, we're moving at a constant rotational
Okay,
speed.
okay,
We're
you
not
said that
gonna feel this
already. We've
acceleration.
all heard your
I'd like you to
misunderstanding.
tell.
so
We've
you're
all
not
I'd
heard
gonna
like you
your
to
feel it.
say what you
misunderstanding.
think of acceleration.
I will
So
tell
you're
you
not
what
gonna.
acceleration is so we can clear this up right now. Change over time in velocity. Velocity is speed or direction.
Yeah.
So that if spinning around is a constant change in direction, that is acceleration. It's not
But
just speed.
acceleration. No, because acceleration means that we're getting faster. We're moving faster. We're moving.
Oh, you're getting muted.
No, no, no. Listen to what he just
Yeah.
said. It's change in
Elliptical
speed
orbit as
or
well.
direction, right?
Correct. Correct.
We're not just going to go over and over this as a trivial to comprehend thing. It's probably taught in like grade 11 science class. Like speed or direction. If you're changing either of those, you're accelerating. Like we don't have to respawn on this for hours. It's so simple.
Yeah.
Right. It's why if you're traveling in a car in a straight line at a constant speed, you're not going to
Yeah, and
feel
then turn around the
right.
turn
But then
around
if
the
you
corner.
start going around in a circle, even at a constant speed,
Yeah, you
you're going
won't
to
feel.
feel being pushed to the outside of the
You will
car.
feel it.
You
Yes.
will, but not if you're always doing
Constantly.
that. Not if you're always doing that.
Constantly. Did you just hear the
You wouldn't
definition
feel that.
of acceleration? So you go and drive around in a circle, and you tell me if you can feel it or not.
Relative to what?
If that
Relative
was
to
what
what?
you're always the conditions you're always under, that wouldn't feel
You're
different.
just saying random shit now, dude. Doesn't matter how long. Technical
It's like
reality.
Okay, so let's take that away. So now we're doing an elliptical orbit around the sun. So are we
right.
speeding
That's
up and slowing down?
No,
Why
Oh my
not?
god, this is remedial.
because we're at the same speed. We're not speeding up or slowing down.
Elliptical. It's elliptical.
Oh my god. Who
So
just
you're
said
telling
that?
us there's a model.
Who just
Me?
said that it's not speeding up or
We're at
slowing
the
down?
same.
They
We're at
got
the,
to run their own model
Okay.
first. This is like
Cam has got to go on mute because he literally cannot progress in this conversation. There's just no point to it. That was Cam, right?
it's remedial as fuck, bro. This is like them not knowing their own model at this point.
Yeah.
They don't know anything.
So, I mean,
But they have all the claims on the table. Like, yeah, we don't know it, but we know it's true.
and
It's
and,
like
and this is all a big little bit of a tangent actually from like actually needing to because the woman she said, but shouldn't we not feel things as per the globe model? Which okay, fair enough, granting all of that. Going back to the observations, observationally with lasers, scientifically taking a scientific measurement, you never measure curve. And
Correct.
there's only a
Before we go
theoretical
back to
fact.
the curve, I just real quick, I just want to throw one more idea about the feeling the acceleration in the bucket. And again, not my area of expertise, and I feel like I know what's coming when I bring this up. But
No, you can finish.
if you were
Yeah.
going to bring up, if you were going to if you were
Okay.
going to believe in like the claims made by like the theories surrounding gravity, right? Wouldn't Earth be theoretically in like a constant state of free fall, like around the sun? Like, isn't that kind of like what the model is saying, that like you would just be, you're not being like, it's not like you're in a car or you're being like swung around the sun on a rope or something, but you're constantly in free fall, which would
Well,
So if you, get,
yeah.
you
I'm
get
just
into
again, I'm walking this thing where I don't think that like the model says that we should feel these things.
of course, if you
Do
can,
you think this makes
everybody
any sense
argues, can you
whatsoever?
feel acceleration and deceleration? But the other guy was actually in the middle of speaking, and you just cut him off, man. So it was really his. He had the floor, and you just came in and spoke over him. But
That's
yeah,
all.
we should
I
feel
just wanted to
acceleration.
address before we moved on
If we're
to the.
traveling at 60 odd thousand miles per hour, and somebody change, I mean, it must change at least 10 to like 50, 100, maybe it travels like 500, like who knows? But we would experience traveling in different vectors at millions of combined miles per hour through a vacuum. Like, and then likening it to a train and all these analogies, like imagine yourself in a train or on a rail, like a fucking, what do you call it, a plane. Like imagine all these like analogous things, like, or unanalogous, like closed systems,
if you
linear motion.
if you want to get into that actual model is even more absurd. Actually, it's like
Whose model? Like the globe?
the globe. Yeah. So the
Oh, it's fucking
current.
insane, man. That's not the word for it. It's fucking batshit crazy.
I know. So basically,
But
she was she was right now just bringing up the notion that kind of like a basic notion that it's not actually going around. Yeah, and in relativity, the current version of the heliocentric model, it would be going in a geodesic, as they would say,
yeah.
and space and time would be bending around it. So all things are going in a straight line in some imaginary
Right.
realm, basically, of space time, and then the space time is bending around it due to the mass or something. So yeah, they have all kinds of mathematical confabulations which they concoct, but none of these have any physical meaning. So one of the ramifications of this is that they actually believe that if you drop something out of a plane, the thing itself is not falling to the ground. It's actually the
It's
Earth.
traveling up.
The Earth is rushing up to meet it. That's what they
That's the
believe.
flat Earth society, bro.
No. In
That's
the
the
No, in
flat
the
Earth
globe
society
model.
claim.
in
Well,
relativity in relativity.
Not like a gravity well.
sure, but only
That's
in
as
the
far as
sense
I
that
know.
everything, like, then you could say that, only in the sense that you can say that
I
for
have a question.
everything that is kind of being dropped.
No, but yeah, everything that's dropped
Right,
is not.
but that's just the same as saying that, like, if I'm in space and I have no and I have no reference point, and I'm going 100 miles an hour one way, and somebody else is going 100 miles an hour in the opposite direction, and we pass each other, like, without any fixed reference point, like, who is moving, and like, how do I know I'm
Yeah,
not standing still? It's like when you're in a car and like a train or something starts to move and you feel like you're going backwards or something. It's just relative. That's why it's called
I know
relativity.
that thought experiment is fine, but the problem here is we have the ground rushing up to meet an object on different sides of a supposed globe, antipodal to each other. So it's basically it's bubbling out, and again,
No, that's not what it's saying, though. It's saying that from the perspective of the ball falling, it could,
no, no,
like,
no,
if it's just the two people. Yes,
no, that's not what it's
it's
saying.
not making a
Yeah,
claim that there's like a bubble of ground that comes up and like
they don't
touches
again
the
they don't
bowling
have
ball.
any physical representation of their model. It's purely theoretical and mathematical. You couldn't actually visually represent what they're saying is happening. So yeah, I
Right,
understand
because
what
we
you're saying.
have reference points. Because you
I'm
wouldn't.
one second. I
Who's to
understand what you're
say
saying.
the reference points are right? That's what
I understand what you're
that's what
saying. But like,
everyone's
if you have
saying.
two balls in the void, which ball is moving? Are they both moving? Is neither one moving? It's like, I get it. I understand. That's like the
And if
basic
they're
thought
moving, how
experiment.
are they moving? Pulling,
That's
pushing? How is this
that's
happening?
that's the thought experiment. I understand the thought experiment. It falls apart when you introduce geometries like the Earth, where things can't be like what they're saying. What relativity claims is that there is no objective reference frame, right? And therefore, the 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 the, the thing dropped from the plane No forces are acting upon it, therefore it can't be moving. Therefore, it's the other thing which is moving up to meet it. Problem is that doesn't work in terms of reality, because physically speaking, how could one thing be rushing up to meet it on all sides of a globe? Doesn't make any
Well,
sense.
no,
Objective.
How the one thing
it's more from
how
the
how is the
perspective
Earth
of
the
the
only
ball,
thing
right?
that exists that is stale, like standstill, but attracts things towards it? It pulls shit around it towards it, and somehow maintains perfect control of the moon. How the fuck is that happening?
Wait, sorry, what was
Yeah,
the
math
beginning
can
of that
tell us
question?
all these theories and shit, but like, how the fuck do we know that we've calculated properly that we're at a standstill? Gravity, we are not moving and pulling shit towards us. How are we using the force on shit outside of the Earth is essentially using the force. It's pulling shit towards it. How the fuck is
Wait,
it
sorry,
doing
what
that?
do you? I'm not
They call it
understanding the question.
spooky. In Einstein, he called it spooky action at a distance.
Mm,
What the how do
I don't think that's. But I'm sorry. What was the original? I'm not quite sure. Are you saying like how could you tell me about the
how is
moon
an
or like the?
object that isn't moving pulling things towards it? Is it exerting energy? How is it doing this? By it existing, is it just so dense that it just shit falls to it like a sheet on a table?
So you're basically asking why things fall.
I'm basically asking why everything falls to one position, which is straight down, but the Earth's at a standstill. Is the Earth falling in and of itself? Is space a layer of just
Yeah,
us
that's what.
being
So remember
trash on
what
the
I
planet?
said before about the
No.
Earth constantly in a state of like free fall around the sun within the model, right?
What
So
if we're
that is,
just
and we
resting? What if
mentioned
we're
like
not
the
falling?
bending of space time, that everything is in a theoretically in a straight path, but that space time is bending around it. So that is the model does say that it's not that everything is falling towards one like down or one fixed point. It's that, like we were saying, right, the idea that
Holy shit.
two,
It's
any objects of mass are attracting each other relative to their size
To their
and
density, to their their
No, they
mass,
don't even.
how big they are.
Thing is, they
it's
just keep
really a flat Earth suit, right? Ah!
they just keep traveling in a geodesic relativity, and
yeah,
space time, whatever that is bending around them.
right. I guess I'm just not. So what's the
Do we even
like?
understand
The
why
problem
light is
there is it
faster
doesn't
than
work
sound?
geometrically.
Is it just
Geometrically,
strictly
it has no meaning.
vibrations? Because light is also vibration, so like how the fuck is it
Geometry
moving
Wait,
faster?
is
no, it's not. Are you like? I feel
We
like you're
still haven't
thinking of
we don't know
gravity
that,
as
do
like
we? How the fuck does it move?
magnetism.
geometrically relativity has no meaning. It's meaningless geometrically speaking. It only works mathematically. Numbers. The numbers can add up in some circumstances. And even there, it falls apart. We have certain experiments like the Michelson-Morley experiment, Sagnac, which completely demolish any credible idea that the relativity could hold up. Anyway, that's slightly more esoteric from the perspective of an initiatory condition conversation.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're just having finding a little bit of friction with some of the concepts related to gravity. And again, I'm not a subject expert, so I can't, clear them all up for you. But
It
I
does
would definitely recommend kind of like poking into it a little bit just to hear what the actual model is presenting, because I understand that it can feel kind of counterintuitive at times, for sure.
counterintuitive. It's just that it doesn't have physical meaning. It has it adds up here and there mathematically. Not
Sure.
all.
No, no. And here's the thing. It sounds like you have a really good understanding of the model that's being put forth and like what the actual assertions being made are. I'm just saying to this other guy that it sounds like he doesn't have quite the same level of experience with the topic. So it might be, instead of like, I don't want him to be like pushing back against claims or assertions that aren't being made by the model, if that makes any sense. Not making any, on a more meta level, not making any particular claims about the validity of the model.
Mhm. Yeah. Anyway, there are much more approachable ways to debunk the heliocentric model. There's actually a video of a flight from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere where the stars, as per Google Earth, should be rotating upwards. And in fact, no such thing happens. If anything, they rotate downwards.
May I interject?
Go ahead.
Geometry is math,
Yeah.
and relativity does use geometry. It just uses
It uses differential
non.
equations and geometry, yes, mixed
Yeah.
into it. Yes.
You
I
can
don't know.
you can make up a type of geometry which is not you can't represent visually.
No, you can represent it visually. We have
visually the
How do
ground.
you represent lambda visually? How can I perceive lambda in real time without numbers? How
what
can I
is
even bring that to thought?
lambda?
So yeah, I think you're getting stuck a little bit on like Euclidean geometry.
Oh yeah, probably. Yeah,
Oh,
the
I was
geometry.
just that was just something I was adding. Sorry, what's the discussion here? What are you guys
Oh, we're
discussing?
just tossing some ideas around. I've been kind of, I don't know, poking some things with a stick to try and kind of suss things out. But yeah, I came in recently. I wasn't sure what the conversation was more broadly before I came in.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm a Globie. I don't know how many of you guys are flat earthers, but so can I ask? Did like 24/7 just approach politics and ask for like a private room? Is that what happened?
No, you can make.
No.
Pretty much.
I'm pretty sure people can make their own chats or their own voice chats, right?
We did, but they're making
Really?
us a guest room. Yeah.
So is this a guest room or is this a room?
This is just one of those VCs you make yourself, but they're gonna give us a room. She called it a guest room. I think that's what a room is.
Okay, they should, yeah, because this is like one of the most entertaining corners of the internet. I love it's so entertaining. I'm so happy that they added 24/7 flat Earth chat
Yeah, I
that they're
kind
going
of
to be
like
adding.
that.
Good.
Oh, may I ask a question?
Of course.
To me?
Oh, to the room generally. So one thing that I know that I have done, as we seem to be putting like a premium on kind of conducting experiments or observations ourselves, which I do think is like something that should be encouraged. So I've built, I've done constructed pendulums in the northern hemisphere and in the southern hemisphere when I was living in Sydney and
Did
in
they rotate the opposite
London.
directions?
Yeah.
It's
What
pretty
would be
sick,
the
right?
explanation? I mean, what is the kind of the flat Earth
I don't know. The book
explanation for
states
that?
because the two poles are, magnetic pulling in and of it like into itself.
Yeah, so
Like
what's
what?
the flat Earth?
I know it's like crazy shit. I don't understand how something cannot move and pull itself into itself and other things
Are you
around it.
answering questions from a globe perspective, where you're answering the question that she's directing toward other people that don't hold your belief? Like how?
Yeah.
This is
I think
crazy.
we can speak for ourselves better than you can, sir.
Yeah, he can. He's gonna speak for other people. Yeah, go ahead, sir. Go speak for other people. Truth. Go.
MC, there's no need to be an asshole.
That was me.
Just let people talk, man. No one's entertained by you, bro. Just let people talk.
Okay, monkey.
Bye. I didn't
I
really
can see.
didn't hear that much of the question. You're talking about star rotation.
No, I've built pendulums in both the northern and southern hemisphere, and was able to do the calculations and argue according to the assertions, right? Like confirm my location on
Can
the
Can you
like
show the southern hemisphere ones, so-called hemisphere, that were done?
Pardon?
The southern so-called hemisphere ones sound interesting. I want to see that.
Oh, I don't know that this was years ago when I was in university. I don't know that I even still have. I might actually. If I can dig them up, I'm more than happy to send you
Thanks.
the observations. But just generally kind of, even if I put it as like a hypothetical, right? Like saying that this did happen, what would be the explanation or the argument kind of to make sense of that if they're
We'd make
rotating
an
off the
argument against their claim of globe Coriolis, and some people might try to replace their claim. I personally wouldn't, but yeah, that's what I would do. I would make an argument against Coriolis being the cause of what it does.
Sure.
Are you all flat earthers?
Well, but that's
Are you
that's
flat?
kind of what I'm asking. Is
Well,
like,
yeah, actually, everybody is, but
so
that's
what
another
is the
discussion. Sorry, go ahead. What's that?
Wait, you're
so
not
if
a
it's
flat
not
earther though. You're saying
Coriolis,
you're like a. I don't.
Oh
I
no,
don't know.
God! Can she just ask her
Just
question?
observing and just listening and asking questions. Whether or not it's real or not, knowing the information that we know now, what's the point? If it is flat, if it
Okay,
isn't flat,
she's just gonna do her question. Go ahead.
yeah. So if you do observe So you do observe rotation in different directions. If it's not Coriolis, what would account for that difference?
Well, it's perception that they say that it's showing, right? And that's due to Coriolis effect, right? You need two frames of you need two reference frames of motion for that, right? There has to be a thing that's spinning and then a thing outside of that spinning reference frame, right? And that's appearing to deviate. It's appearing to be deflected, even though it isn't actually, right? It's just appearing that way because the thing beneath it is rotating, right?
Yeah.
But they say that the atmosphere rotates together with the ball itself. So there is no inertial reference frame for that to happen in, which there must be if it actually is Coriolis. So that's what I would say.
Can I? Was the woman speaking a flat earther, on the fence, globe earther?
I think she's just
Just
asking questions at this point.
She's a lady
Okay.
earther. A lady earther.
But so even
No
if
idea.
even so and I'm going to try and rephrase just to make sure that I understand, if that's okay. So the argument would be that even the Coriolis assertion is claiming that the observed rotation is only only observed, but it's not actual, because there's I don't want to phrase this in a way that I can use later.
Well, there's a simpler way to put it than what I did, which is if a merry-go-round is spinning around, right, and you're on it, and somebody throws a ball and the ball goes straight overhead, right? To you, that ball is going to look like it took a curved path through the sky because you're spinning around, right? It didn't actually, though. That's what they mean by an apparent deflection, right?
No, yeah, I definitely understand the Coriolis force like as a concept. I guess I'm just wondering, even if you were able, like, even if you have kind of pushed back against it, then what would account for the perceived difference in directions of rotation?
So that would be going into like a replacement of like why does it actually do this? And some people will say like it's driven by magnets or whatever. I don't know. I wouldn't say that myself.
What?
I don't actually know.
Oh,
But
okay, yeah,
what I would
perfectly valid answer.
what I would say is that
Wait,
you do need those two reference frames though. Like for example with the merry-go-round example, right? Like if the air was all spinning together with the merry-go-round and the ball going overhead was spinning together with the air, there would be no Coriolis, right? Because the only reason it happens is because you have the one spinning reference frame and then the one outside of it that's not, right? But they're telling you that it's all one spinning reference frame, so Coriolis doesn't happen like that. Right?
The point is they couldn't even have it on the globe model.
That's the whole point, right? It wouldn't even happen because it's all spinning, right? One like the air would have to not be, the Earth would have to be spinning beneath it.
No, the air spins with the Earth.
That's what I'm saying. That's why Coriolis wouldn't happen.
You literally don't listen. It's unbelievable. It's just every
Sorry, I can't.
no one listens.
I haven't actually studied the Coriolis effect. Sorry, yeah, I did blank out for a minute there. I just like kind of I was typing it on the chat, but
Yeah, then don't speak when you're blanking out. Don't speak. Better listen and then speak.
Okay.
That's all right. He's been okay. It happens. I mean, I blanked out too when I first came into this because I thought she was talking about star rotation just from the little bit that I heard. So, I mean, I fucked up too.
Talking about that. So
Overall, what you're looking at is the pendulum is moving, and there's no connection to the Earth on that. Because if the pendulum doesn't move, then you'd have to follow that logic, and be suddenly the Earth has stopped. Then the pendulum starts moving again. Now the Earth is moving again. The pendulum gets a different result than what you think it should happen. The Earth changed its movement. So when you go all in on something like pendulum move, therefore Earth, you're gonna have problems when you see other things like a construction equipment wrecking ball or something like that, where it doesn't match. You know, these two things are not like the other.
Hang on one second. So maybe again, I keep putting this caveat in because I could be just total idiot running into walls here. From my understanding, if I'm conceptualizing like the Coriolis effect kind of in terms of the atmosphere, right? So like, wouldn't that actually kind of be wouldn't that actually be like kind of like a critical element? The fact that if you're standing at the equator, that the atmosphere at the equator is, according to the model, like rotating with, with the, your reference, like say I'm standing there, right? So it's rotating with the Earth around, but it's going to have to be traveling at a certain speed at the equator. And then if it was to move north, it would be maintaining that velocity, that momentum, and that would actually be what would cause the perceived different, the perceived curvature. I guess I'm just not I'm doing a poor job of articulating this, but isn't that why we would see it? Like, I guess that's kind of the whole point. Like, if it's moving if it's moving with, if the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth, and then the air moves one way or the other, it's going to maintain that rotation, it's going to maintain that momentum, but then that's not going to, match up in the same way with a point further north, right? Because you'd theoretically be going in a smaller, quote unquote, circle of rotation as it moves further north. Am I totally off base? I feel like this makes
Everybody that believes in a flat Earth is retarded. All of you are autistic. Y'all like 30 on Discord, wasting our time talking about flat Earth.
That's
Retard.
projecting the irony
Project.
of that
Talk
statement.
my dick. Yeah, you a bitch. Get some bitches on your dick, nigga.
That's projecting the irony.
I'm 17, nigga. I get more money than you. Stay talking on Discord about flat Earth, nigga. Pussy. The
That's
Earth is
the
round.
irony.
The
You don't even know
globe.
what round is. Round
The
like a frisbee,
globe.
like a coin, like a pizza.
It's round like your mom. Her titties.
Yeah, but here's the thing, I
Oh,
can almost
that was
guarantee
a
that
violation, bro.
if people
Yeah.
encourage you to justify your belief in a globe Earth, you would kind of fall on your face.
Wait,
So I
what are you
think
saying, Fox? Hold on.
people
What's up your ass? What?
people encouraging people encouraging individuals to ask questions and evaluate their beliefs, I think, is a valuable thing.
No, no. I would personally execute anybody that believes in a flat Earth in 2024 because it's so retarded.
Did you hear a word that I just said? I don't think you did.
Wait, again, what did you say?
Encouraging people to evaluate their beliefs and to attempt to justify them using valid arguments, as opposed to, well, somebody told me this thing. I think that's valuable. I think people should constantly be evaluating and reevaluating their
Yeah,
beliefs.
yeah, but Fox, I swear, I love what you're trying to say, but not over flat Earth, over like other things that are valid. But
Here's the
flat Earth
thing,
in
though.
2024,
Do
like,
you
oh my
think that you
god.
could wait,
Damn, I'm
wait,
bad.
but so you're rejecting this as like ludicrous and ridiculous. Could you actually justify your belief in a globe Earth to a satisfactory degree? Can you do that?
Yes, yes.
Please do so.
All right. Stephen A. Smith said so.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm
That
talking about.
reminds me who won.
Yeah, yeah.
He's
I,
right.
I won.
In
I
my
won.
mind,
I have authority. You don't.
that's
Hey,
analogous.
All the Lions
you
won.
like a is he like a pretender clown or something?
I'm not
Are
sure.
you like a Discordian troll nerd, fucking retard? Don't
No,
even
I just
ever
think,
speak on my behalf again.
why do
Anyways,
you consider Smith to be a valuable source? Do you believe everything that he
I
says?
that's a great question, Fox. See, we're getting somewhere. So look,
He's
Stephen A.
trolling. Keep
Smith.
repeating
Stephen
to
A.
him.
Smith.
It's going
Stephen,
nowhere.
what?
He's trolling.
I think
Wait,
he,
1 minute.
I
the
know.
most
No.
legit
Sorry,
source.
sorry. Wait,
I know.
One
You're
of the most
switching.
respected
guys.
thinkers of our
I'm
time.
so sorry. 1 minute. I confused the two. I meant Neil deGrasse Tyson. Oh my god, this is embarrassing.
Oh, there
I
you go.
I'm
swear.
Neil
Look at
deGrasse
that.
I
Tyson.
swear I meant Neil deGrasse Tyson. I promise you I meant Neil deGrasse
So
Tyson.
regardless of who
Oh yeah. So
you're referring
okay,
to.
Neil deGrasse Tyson said so. Okay,
Yeah,
so
but so do you believe everything that he says just
no,
without
it's not
evaluating the
fallible.
claim?
He's not
Even
fallible.
that, it's not.
He's not fallible. Yeah.
Okay, then I mean that's, in my mind, that's like
I
pretty much
mean, yeah,
analogous
him
to
not being
being able to
infallible
prove
doesn't
a
mean whatever he presents is not objectively true
right. So how do you know which things he says are true and which things he says aren't true?
by looking at his proofs.
Okay. Oh, okay. So it's not what he says. It's what he says in
I'm not saying.
conjunction
I'm not saying.
with the proofs and the evidence
I'm
that
not
he
saying that
used to
the
come
Earth
to
is a
this
globe.
conclusion.
I'm not saying the Earth is a globe because Neil deGrasse Tyson said so. I'm saying the Earth is a globe because Neil deGrasse Tyson proved so.
Right, and so that's what I just said. So it's not that you're right. So it's you don't
Way to do
believe
that.
because he said so. You believe because of the evidence and the arguments that he puts forth.
Yeah, yeah,
Right.
yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah,
Yes,
yeah, yeah.
exactly. So, have
Yeah.
you actually, to what extent have you actually evaluated those arguments and that evidence, or are you just relying on the fact that you trust him, you find him to be a trustworthy source, so you take him for his word when he presents arguments?
So that's a great question. So my epistemology regarding the shape of the Earth, I haven't set the foundations on it yet. It's a domain I've never engaged in. Matter of fact, this might be the third ever VC, not VC. This might be the third ever call of any platform I've joined, which posits a topic talking about the shape of the Earth.
So this is
It's
actually really critical, though, because based on what
yeah.
you just said,
One
it
minute. Let
sounds
me
like you
finish.
haven't
I asked
really
my question.
engaged with these arguments.
Yo, bad dog. Stay on the sidelines. Anyways, I personally, I take oh my god, Neil deGrasse Tyson as an authority because other people attest to his authority. And me as somebody who has not set the foundations and my epistemic approach to the shape of the earth, I'd rather save my time appealing to scientists
Okay,
who
well, that's worthless.
objectively proved
That's
it.
just
Yeah.
utterly worthless, though, because from what you said, Neil deGrasse
He's
could come out and say the Earth is a pineapple, and with your stand,
Or a
with your
pear.
position,
Pear,
you
I was
would just
waiting
go
for the
with
He
pear
that.
joke.
wouldn't. He
Waiting for the
wouldn't.
pear
He
joke.
wouldn't. He
He
would
did.
not.
He said Earth is a
Where?
pear shaped.
He says it's a
To be
pear,
fair,
and
he
you
was
believe it's a
comparing it. That
pear
was when he was
now
talking
because he
about
said
the Earth
so.
being an oblate sphere,
Wait,
which is the
if
perfect
you
sphere.
show me he said it's a pear, I
He-
might reconsider my position.
No, no,
And
hang
I'm
on. He
He
just
said
go
said
it.
ahead.
He
that.
said
He
it
said
was
it's
pear
slightly
shaped in an
pear shaped.
attempt to explain to people that the
Okay,
Earth is an
show me,
oblate
show me. Go ahead,
spheroid.
send me a link.
Oh, you're gonna get lost in this. It's not whatever.
The thing
Go
is,
find a
though,
So
no
pear
one
shaped
should
anybody
one.
have to
gonna
show you this.
substantiate
You
the
should
claim? You
know
Somebody's
made
it.
gonna
it.
spin food you. Go ahead,
One
Kurt, my
minute.
bad.
You made a claim. You made a claim that he believed the
No,
Earth is shaped
Tyson
like
did.
a pear. Go ahead,
Tyson
tell
No,
me.
said,
I did not. I
Tyson's
was
claim,
actually trying to help your side of the argument there, but again, you weren't listening.
Tyson's claim is that
Yeah, Tyson's claim.
the
Yeah.
Earth is pear shaped, and your claim is you trust Tyson. Therefore, you must change your world, the shape and size of your world to match Tyson. If
He
he
said
comes
he
out
would.
tomorrow, and later on he said it was actually
He said that
hamburger
first.
shaped.
Yeah.
So he went from Earth globe shaped to pear shaped to hamburger shaped.
He
No,
never
you know
said
that
that.
that's wait, wait.
Don't
You
be
know that
silly.
that's disingenuous.
Don't be
Yeah.
silly. He never said
No, you know
hamburger.
that that's
Don't
disingenuous.
we?
When he was saying the pair thing, he was making an attempt to make a comparison in that the Earth
Yes,
being an
yes,
oblate
Fox. Thank
spheroid
you. Yes.
is an oblate spheroid the way that a pear is an oblate spheroid in an attempt to
Exactly.
stop people thinking that the Earth is a perfect sphere. And
Exactly.
I get
Yes.
that it's like a funny, like he said it was pear shaped, but he's not
Yeah,
making
yeah,
the
yeah,
claim
yeah.
that the Earth is
So
shaped like
basically,
a
Fox,
boss
I get what you're
ceramic
trying to
plate.
say. So basically, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he made this analogous predication where he predicated to the shape of the Earth not being a perfect sphere, but he made an analogy. Think about a pear that is not really spherical, perfectly and
Now
symmetrically.
you must change your full world view to match that.
No, he
Hold
doesn't.
on, hold on.
That is in
Yo,
line with
one
his
minute, one
current
minute,
view.
no,
Earth ain't no
one minute.
pear.
One minute. Hold on. Yo,
Ain't
retard.
living
I
in no
never
pear.
believed the Earth was a perfect sphere.
Precisely.
Yeah,
Does that mean it's a
no
flat
person that
Earth?
Well,
subscribed
we
to the
obviously
globe
saw a
Earth thinks it's a
perfect
perfect
So
sphere.
he
globe. Are you
believes the Earth
dumb?
is an oblate spheroid. Neil deGrasse
He's in a
Tyson is saying the Earth is an
pear.
oblate spheroid. So there's no conflict here. That's why I said we're gonna get lost in this
Exactly.
if we
Yeah,
sit here.
Fox. Wait, Fox. Which position do you subscribe to?
So I've just been here asking some questions.
Yeah. Which position do you subscribe to personally? What do you think of the Earth? The shape.
That is a good question. I don't know that I know.
If listen. The shape of the Earth is so obvious that if you're agnostic about the shape, you're retarded.
Wait. The shape of the Earth is so obvious. When you go outside, does the Earth look flat? Do you see the curve?
Listen.
Do you
Oh no.
know the
Great question.
rotation?
Great question. Look, I love that question. So 1 minute. So look, I know you might be like, you might not share my world experience, but like me personally, I'm a first class citizen, so I go on the plane a lot. and the planes have windows.
Are
I
you
look
going to make
outside.
a claim you can
It's
see
no, no.
the curve
I see
from a
something.
plane?
I see something that entails a globe.
What do you see that
Wow.
entails a globe from a plane?
I mean, do you want to see pictures? I took them pictures myself on like a first class
No,
plane.
but I'm just curious. What is a claim? Are you claiming you can see the curve from a plane, or are you claiming something
Yeah,
different?
yeah, 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 yeah. That one, that one. No.
He's never been to a plane.
I mean,
I
I'd
literally
be
have pictures
interested
on
to
my
see
phone
the
right now. Are
pictures.
you
But you said
retarded?
that the
No, 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 no,
windows.
no. Hold on, yo, European dumb fuck, Jemsy on Xbox, nerd. Anyways, look, I literally have pictures. I can literally show it to you right now. I have videos on
No,
me on
you
my first
don't.
class plane. Are you retarded?
No, you
Don't even
don't.
ever make that claim again. Anyways,
No, you don't.
Fox, do you want to see?
No, thank
I
you.
feel like
The
I'm gonna
Earth
end up
is
in the
not pear shaped.
Yo, Crit, you're like 6 years of age, bro. Your like granddaughter probably got raped by somebody. Anyways, like,
No, I mean, it would be interesting, like, if there
Definitely
were
not her.
actual pictures of the curve from plane height. I mean, what
yeah,
plane
with
would
my
you
own, with
translate?
my own eyes cannot lie to me.
Yes, your eyes lie to you all the fucking time. Your senses are incredibly fallible. Like,
No,
that is
no,
just
no, 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 no,
absurd.
no, no. One minute, one minute, one minute, one minute, one minute, one minute, one minute. We're not gonna start this little skepticism. Oh, how can you actually know you exist or whatever? We're not gonna start this. Okay? Look, I
No,
think,
I wasn't.
therefore
I
I
mean,
am.
hang on. I wasn't
Yeah,
going all the way there. We can start at the cogito if you want to, but I was just asserting that we know, like, you have to know, just in your own experience, that your senses are fallible. Have you never had, like, seen something in the corner of your eye that you were, like, convinced was a snake, and then you look and it's like a shadow or a leaf? Like,
Well, that
you
specific
know, when you see, like, the
experience. One
dress, right?
one
The
minute. I'm
dress,
gonna
Permanent,
ask
the
you.
old
permanent,
You
your
dress.
asked me a
senses are
question. Wait,
fallible.
Fox,
You have
Fox,
to
yo.
use your senses.
Fox, relax. You asked me a question, let me answer you. So that specific weird specific situation, no. But did my eyes ever deceive me? Yes, when I took DMT when I was at a house party last week, yeah. But
Based.
yeah, so that did happen, yeah.
But just in everyday way. So you think that your senses, just when they're not being
No, but I
mediated
Both of my
trust
by
senses are
mind
no, no,
altering
no, no.
fallible.
But that does
gravity.
not mean my
I'm
sense of
caveating.
no, no. 1 minute. That does not mean my senses are not objective, and especially when they're
Can
not,
you do eight
So then what do you mean by low?
especially
tomorrow
they are
afternoon?
objective when I step on a plane on a 16-hour flight or on a transit flight.
So you have magical eyes that become objectively like windows into objective reality when you get on a plane?
No, they're objective. They're objective as soon as I was born. It's just that taking psychedelics made them non-objective, and the side effects stayed. And when the side effects are not there, they're objective. So
So
it's
you
objective
really
until
I'm really
damaged.
curious about this because like do you genuinely believe that your senses like your let's just stick with sight even that
Wait,
your
fuck,
vision is a
fuck,
perfect that what you see is a perfect accurate
fuck.
representation of
Fuck,
reality?
fuck, fuck, fuck. I get what you're trying to say. Look, fuck. If you want my absolute answer without any jokes or whatever, so look, my subscription to the globe Earth is not of one where I say globe Earth is a necessary truth, as necessary as 2 + 2 = 4. No, that's stupid. There's no contradiction. It's not a P and not P in saying there's a flat Earth. But I say it's highly probable to the
Sure.
up to levels of comfortable certainty to subscribe to that position.
Yeah, I mean
You
we
don't
all
really
have to
know.
make
You're just
we all have to have
guessing.
axiomatic
Yeah,
Wait,
oh,
wait. Can
yo,
I ask?
stop. I literally
Can I
said
ask
to
just a
comfortable
quick?
certainty, dumb fuck.
Can I just ask a quick question? Like
Just because
listen.
you have a
Quick
0.1
question.
Can I
percent
ask a
chance
quick
of the
question?
Earth
Quick
being
question.
flat doesn't mean you don't really know. Fucking retard. You don't even know how
No,
probability works.
that wasn't where I was
Hold
going,
on.
but
Don't get
I
mad.
do agree with that
Listen. Have
argument usually.
enjoyment.
No,
Friday
Fox. I
night.
know.
But
I know.
there's one
I wasn't
question.
responding to you. I was
Yeah,
responding to
you're
that.
making a
Thank
Fox,
you.
good
go ahead.
argument. Don't let your emotional investment ruin it.
2020 vision. All right. Sorry, I
Anyways,
was thinking.
I
before I got
guess nobody
rudely
truly knows,
interrupted.
right? I mean, like, if you haven't been to
Before I got
space, then you
rudely
don't
interrupted.
know.
Yo, listen. Yo, bad dog, stay on the sidelines. Anyways, before I got
Be
rudely
quiet, you
interrupted,
stupid fucking nigger.
what?
You're not even a fucking native. You're a stupid, filthy
Mexican, not a
foreigner.
nigger.
Dumb nigger.
A
Okay,
nigger?
I'm gonna mute
Oh
him.
my god, no, don't ban me. Not the
He's
ban.
Mexican, not a
It's
nigger.
not like I
He's
have
been
a. It's not like I don't
deported,
have a full time
so
job.
be nice to him.
He's Mexican. He's being
God, you don't have
deported.
to
I
say
can't even
slurs,
speak
God.
English right.
Nage.
Actually, I'm
Did you know
curious.
that?
Is that is what is that banned word in politics. Are there any banned words in politics? I can't imagine that's like.
That's a bad one, technically. But sometimes it's forced.
Oh, the joy of politics. Yeah, I mean,
Do you
I
think I'm
think it's an
attractive?
interesting.
I think you're
It's
really cute.
for me. I mean, I just fundamentally
No.
understand that my senses are fallible, or at least are not going to give me in completely accurate line or an objective view to reality. And I'm not making that claim in like I could be a brain in a vat, I could be, confused by demons kind of a way. I just mean that, like, I understand that my vision, there's plenty of optical illusions, right? Like, this is what optical illusions are. The fact that we have a blind spot physically in our vision, the fact that at dusk and dawn our ability to perceive distinctions in color is dramatically reduced. Like, our senses are just poor. Compare our senses to those of, like, a sense of smell to that of a dog's, right? I mean, just fundamentally, like, we're trapped in our own subjective experience, which is mediated by our senses, weak as they are.
I don't. What's the issue there? I don't get it. Like, you're still.
He was saying that his senses gave him like an objective. His eyesight was objectively accurate, objectively in line with reality, and I was just pushing back against that idea.
Like, you're still bringing in reality though, like with what you're seeing.
What do you
Like, it
mean
doesn't
by
even
that
make
exactly?
sense to say, like, when you say, "Oh, you're not seeing like true reality." Like, I mean, how could you see like all of the wavelengths at once? Like,
Sure. I mean, maybe I could articulate that better. I guess what I'm trying to articulate is that just because you see something, like the way that you see something or the way that you perceive something, might not be an accurate representation of how it is in reality. It doesn't mean that our sight isn't giving us any window into reality. But yeah, I don't believe that my senses are giving me an accurate, like a 100% one-to-one, like how things are. That just, no way. Like, I know that that's not the case.
How do you know that?
Jay, why is he server muted, the guy that's just in here?
No, I think the guy who started dropping the F bombs, that's the one that got server muted.
Oh, because Pro Deportation just tagged me in side chat and said, "Save me from my mute."
Well, I guess he's dumb, because can you do that?
He says he's server muted.
Yeah, but I mean, the messaging you, would that help anything? Like, do you have the power to
I
change
don't
that?
think so. I think he doesn't know that I don't have it, though.
You could call that like an IQ test. So just tell him yes and see what he does next. Or maybe it might ruin the experiment, because then if he hears still. I think it's fun to see that, because you get these guys who come in here, think they're so smart, and they can't even figure out how to engage with somebody who disagrees with their ideas. And they
Yeah.
can't articulate their ideas. And all they do is spurg out and start yelling the N word. I'm
Well, he
supposed to
wasn't the
trust
one who
that
was
they're.
yelling the N-word. To
Anyways,
be
I never
fair.
said the N word. I got called the N word. My bad. So who server muted me, man? What is wrong with
Hang on,
y'all?
because we were just actually, the Crip brought up
Yeah,
a
yeah.
very
So
good
again,
point.
when I subscribe to the globe Earth stance, it's not a subscription of necessity. It's not a subscription of 2 + 2 = 4 is possible in every possible world by virtue of it being necessary. Otherwise, it would contradict. No, I'm not saying it's contradictory if you don't hold to that. I'm just saying it reaches. It's so probable to the point of comfortable certainty. That's my point.
Right. And
So
I think the
if I
pushback
had to
is,
put a certain percentage on it, it would be like high 90s or
yeah,
like 99.9, something like that. You get what I so you get my point. It's highly probable,
for
but
sure.
it's not
And then
impossible.
the question is, what is the evidence that brings brings that probability up as high as it is? And I don't mean to, like, again, I understand that, like, this isn't something you said earlier. This isn't something that you've engaged with, and it's not something I've
Yeah, I
engaged
told
with
you. Yeah,
in any depth,
this
right?
might be the third
Yeah,
and
and I'm right in
conversation I've
assuming
had
that.
on
Yeah.
the ship of the Earth. So I told you I just copy of authority.
Yeah, which is, again, and this is kind of what I find really interesting, because I'm in the same boat as you, right? This isn't a topic that I have a large amount of experience with, not my field of expertise. But I find it really interesting, just on a more meta level or on a foundational
Bro,
level.
I cannot hear you. Yo, bass Shapiro, can you mute your mic?
Oh my god, I'm sorry.
Yeah, good boy, retard. Anyways, yo, go on.
Yeah, I think on a fundamental level or a meta level, depending on which step up or down the ladder you want to go, I think it's really interesting, this idea of asking people to question and challenge and evaluate these kind of basic core beliefs that I think if you asked, your average normie on the street, I'm sure the majority, the vast, vast, vast majority would say, yeah, of course the earth is round. It looks flat, it feels flat, but I know that it's round because it's what I like. I'm so confident because the consensus in the scientific community is so confident, and the evidence they've presented seems so plausible. And I think it's really interesting to have people really genuinely ask for that to be backed up and supported, because
I
for me it's
remember.
like, do I have
One
like
minute, one minute, one minute. Do you think, yo, Fox, yo, Shapiro, stay on the sidelines. Anyways, Fox, do you think it's fair to presuppose scientific consensus?
What do you mean by that?
Let's say there is a scientific consensus, and this scientific consensus came to a conclusion, and I say, yeah, this conclusion becomes a presupposition by default for every human being, for every one of the worldviews.
I don't think it becomes a presupposition for every human being. I think it's fair to
No, I know it doesn't become. I'm just saying, is it fair? That's what I'm saying. Do you find an issue with that epistemic approach?
Oh, do you mean like that scientific consensus is a valid
No, it is valid. I'm just saying, let's say it comes to a conclusion, and when it comes to a conclusion, I say, yeah, this conclusion must be presupposed by everybody from now on,
but
by default.
when you say must be presupposed by everybody from now on,
Hey, Chris,
Yeah.
there he is. What's
I'm not
up,
really
Chris?
understanding what
Hey, Ben.
that means or entails.
We got to the actual point.
This girl is so funny. I remember.
What? Anyways, yeah, so let's please stick to the topic. Nobody cares about who you
If
find
you
funny.
guys are into Kickstarter, NASA spokesperson William Shatner has a watch that has meteor dust built into it.
NASA
That's crazy, dude. Anyway, nobody
William
cares.
Shat
Anyways, Fox. So,
William
Well, if you're a
Shatner.
real fan, if you're a
so
fan
Fox,
of
do you
space,
believe?
Hey,
Yo, relax. Don't interrupt. Anyways, Fox, do you believe in self-evident truths?
Self-evident truths. I'm so sorry. I know I'm coming off like the worst, most debate bro pedantic fuck, but I just, when you say self-evident truths, I just want to make sure we're on the same page with what you mean by that before I like say one more
When I
thing.
say self-evident truth, what do you take that as? Do you have your own definition? I can define it for you right now.
God.
Yeah, no, I'm curious what your person like subjective meaning or definition is. I understand, like, obviously there's a formalized definition, but
Okay, a proposition that is so obvious it doesn't need proof for its explanation because it explains itself by virtue of itself.
okay, yeah. I mean, I'm definitely the question was, do I believe that there are?
There are, yes.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Like, can you point that on any aspect of reality?
I
we
mean,
hold these
I've got to
truths
go
to
with
be
the cogito. The
self-evident.
only one that I'm really,
Crit. Oh my
the
god,
only one
Crit.
I'm
Do
really
not interrupt
comfortable
again,
with.
Crit. Go on, Fox.
Or what?
I mean, I'm the one I'm probably the most, if not the only, like the only one I'm really comfortable with is probably the cogito. Like,
The
I know
what?
that I'm having some sensory experience. Like, that is self-evidently true to me. Like,
All men are created equal, and they're endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights: life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
yeah, but those kinds of like quote unquote self-evident truths are going to be relative based on like the different context the social context, the temporal context, like any variety of things, right? Because there were plenty of societies who did not find that to be self-evident. That's why it was written down and firmly advocated for, right? Because it was something that, if it was self-evident to everyone everywhere for all time, it wouldn't need to be enshrined and formalized in, a founding document, right?
Yeah, which is the first part. We hold these truths to be
Right,
self-evident.
exactly, right.
If you're not part of the
My
we,
point,
then
right.
someone would say, "No, I am not part of that we. I do not hold these truths to be self-evident."
Right, so that's my point, is self-evident does not mean, in my understanding, does not mean universally self-evident.
Yeah, because people are still have rights, even if someone denies them their rights.
But
They
does
are
everybody believe
unalienable.
that? Does everybody find that to be true? Obviously
It
not.
doesn't matter if they think it's true or not. It's
Well, yes,
self-evident.
it is important, right? It's self-evident to you. If somebody doesn't think that that's the case, if somebody thinks that there are no human rights, then it's not self-evident to them that there are human rights.
Yeah, but then they'll act like it, or society will take action against them.
So
So it's like it's true anyway, or they'll face the
no,
consequences.
Crit is man.
no, no, no.
Crit.
That's a different. That's a
Listen,
very
I
different
want to
thing.
add a comment. Crit, it's amusing that you're like 50, 60 some and you're that dumb.
Yeah,
Well,
ditto, dude.
I don't think it's helpful to like call people stupid.
My bad, my bad. It was like something in me wanted to do it, like had to
I
that out.
know it feels good
He's
sometimes, but
spurred.
it's oftentimes not the most productive thing. But I
You
know
can
I
tell
get
this
what
guy's
you're doing.
smart by how dumb he is. The logical
Well,
contradiction.
no, but this I'm curious, gonna, because you're making this claim now that, like, because there are these consequences, so if society holds people to account as if these things are self-evidently true, I mean, does that make them self-evidently true?
Yeah, it's self-evident. Or you could say, I'm not part of the we, but you'll comply anyway.
Right, but then it's still not universally self-evident. That's kind of my point, is that, like, ultimately, if there are going to be, like, if people do disagree or find these things to be self-evidently false, I guess, right? Like, how do you square that circle? Like, do you believe that there are things that are universally self-evidently true?
Yeah, that humans were created and by a creator,
Yeah, but you know that that's
and
not
they,
universally self-evidently true, because there are plenty of people who don't believe humans were created by a creator.
yeah, and then they'll act accordingly though.
No, they wait, what? How do people who don't believe they were created by a creator act as if they were?
Well, like
And
say
wait, why
here
do
in
they think that?
America, right? So if you just get start at a very low level and work your way up to like the 100-mile view, whatever. So here in America, you could have somebody who says, "No, I don't believe in a creator. I don't believe in human rights. I'm an atheist or whatever." But they will conduct themselves as if there is a God and this God granted human rights. Or society will lock them in a cage so they can never hurt somebody again.
So
So
then
it's one of those
okay,
things
Trump,
like,
so wait, do you believe that you can believe in human rights without believing that you were created by a creator?
yeah, and then by that point you are following the truth anyway.
Okay.
Or you just come up with some other version of creator, like with your parents maybe.
Wait, but has
Say like
society
my
ever
parents
held people
created
to
me.
account for things that were false because society believed them to be self-evidently true? Like if a slave in the 1840s in the US, if a slave ran away from their owner, and was caught and brought back legally and returned to that owner, um, obviously, I think we would say this is a violation of, kind of their rights as an individual in modern times. But back then, you would have been held to account for smuggling a slave out from, the control of their owner. So you would have been held to account, for doing something that, violates this quote unquote self evident truth. even if you were acting, even if you didn't believe that it was true, even if you were just acting as if it were true, you're not being held to account. So I guess I'm just fundamentally kind of like running into this wall. And I feel like we're kind of like skipping down the garden path, so to speak, because I think the important point here is like, I don't think necessarily that there are these universally self-evident truths, unless you want to start looking at something like, well-being is good, not, I don't want to say pain, but I guess suffering, or whatever the stand-in word you want for like bad feelings bad, but that's almost tautological of like good feelings good, bad feelings bad. And yes, you can like try and do the whole like, well, some people like get turned on by pain, but like, you're just kicking the can down the road to like some higher order desire. But yeah, I'm curious because we've gone a little bit off track. Apologies, but pro-deportation, do you believe that there are universal self-evident truths?
No, he posted in chat that that's not. He doesn't believe anything. Just
Well,
has
no, I
confidence
think
levels.
he's making that statement in the way that like most people who say like, well, if I'm starting from the cogito and I acknowledge I have to, have some axioms, I have to make some assumptions, that reality is the way I perceive it, and then from there I can describe those experiences to come to the laws of logic and math and all of these wonderful things that allow us to kind of build up from there, while always acknowledging that like, sure, I could wake up tomorrow and like be a brain in a vat, or I could be in the Matrix, or I could be a chicken, my head about to get chopped off, and this was all a dream. But I don't think he's saying like that. Sure, you can like push that into some kind of like nihilist, um just solipsism, but like I don't think that's what he's saying. I could be incorrect.
Okay, he says, I don't, this is a direct quote here, I don't believe any aspect in reality is self-evidently true. Everything is an axiom that can be tested. Except
Yeah.
for that statement there. He
Yes.
thinks that is self-evident. See, it's a self-defeating worldview where nothing can be true. Is that true then? Nothing's true.
Well,
You see, it goes down this rabbit hole where if you can never know anything at all, is that true? That you can't know. See, at some point you're going to have to adjudicate something that's true or false.
no, at some point you're going to have to make an assumption. At some point you're going to have to make an assumption upon which to build the rest of your
Is
world.
that true then? So assumptions are true.
What do you mean?
You have to make assumptions. So that's
Yes,
a
because
self-evident true.
as I said before, from my perspective at least, the self-evident truth is that I'm having some kind of sensory experience. So to get anything else, I have to make some kind of assumption about what that experience is. So I can make the assumption that even though I can't prove it, even though I don't know for 100% certainty that I'm not being, in the matrix and not being tricked by demons or poked with a stick in a vat, I can, if I assume that my experience of reality, such as experience, is in some senses in line with the way that reality is, then from there I can build up on top of that. But yes, I don't think that it's a fundamental like contradiction or issue to say,
Yeah, but listen, real quick, I
if you're
got you.
starting with only that sensory experience, then by definition anything else will require some axiomatic underpinning.
Yeah, so you
Finally,
just
damn, I can breathe.
subjectively change your subjective
Hey,
idea.
Fox.
Is that
My bad. I got server muted again, which is annoying. So look, I don't believe any aspect of reality is self-evidently true. I just believe you can. I do believe in necessary truths. Like I believe the laws of logic are necessarily true by virtue of if you go against them, you fall into contradictions. As people can still say, yeah, prove contradictions don't exist. You can even test that too. I just believe you can test every aspect of reality. There's no this one aspect that cannot be tested, and it's always self-evident.
so even your the fact that you're having a sensory experience of some kind?
No, when I said my eyes are objective, I just meant highly probable point of comfortable certainty.
Sure, but I think we've kind of gotten a little bit like, I think there's a little bit of crosstalk here, because when I say that my senses are fallible, I don't mean it in this kind of like um
I know
fatalistic
what you
sense.
mean.
Like,
I know
but
they're not
do
infallible,
you
as in they're
yeah, but
100%.
don't you understand that like, or have you ever had the experience of like an optical illusion or something, where or looking at that like blue or gold dress. I feel like there's
Yeah,
so
I know
many
that
ways
this is
where
this is
it's just our
this
brain
is
trying to make
interest.
sense of like sensory inputs, and sometimes
Yeah, I know. Most of
Hebb's
this,
law, necessitates like cross wiring coming up.
yeah, on the point of senses and external world, most of it suggests in Cartesian skepticism, which like gives you like
Yeah.
these scenarios of like, oh,
Yeah.
I could be, yeah, this could be a dream where two psychotic aliens are just playing with my head or torturing me. Prove that's logically impossible. Like you can go on off that route.
It's not aliens. It's actually parasites in your brain, bro. That's the difference.
Well, no. So
Oh,
what's the
I
issue?
guess,
What's
yeah.
the
Mind
yeah? But that's
virus.
where I was starting too. That's where I was starting with the cogito, right? That's so because you can't prove these things. The only thing that you can really hang your hat on, so to speak, is this like sensory experience fact, and then from there you to build up anything else, you have to have assumptions. You have to have axioms that are.
Yeah, yeah, 100%. The fact that we're even having this conversation is we presupposing our words have meanings.
So just subjectively change that.
What do you mean?
Make it so your words don't mean anything.
Well, no, that's not what that means.
No,
Subjective
that's not
doesn't
what that
mean
means. Oh my god.
random or arbitrary.
Yeah,
Well,
just suddenly make flat a shape, make round a shape, make anything that challenges your worldview as stupid. Just
Dude, what?
subjectively hand wave your magic wand
no,
until
that's not
you
what
get the
that
world you
Bro,
means.
want.
that's
That's
why
not
are
what
you
that
so
means.
like off the topic, bro? What?
So, as opposed, so I'm, what is you? So, do you? Because we kind of looped around on this. It sounds like you believe that there's a
Who are
creator
you
of
asking?
some kind who created. I'm asking Crit. It sounds like you believe there's a creator who created. I'm assuming like the universe and like us individually.
It does, yeah,
Yeah, it's
prove there is a
self-evident
creator.
truth.
Well, 1 minute, Crit. Can you prove there's a creator?
It's
Wait.
self-evident truth.
Before we, yeah, because this is the whole thing, right? So, what do you mean by the fact that, because it's obviously self evident to you, but to me, it is not self evident that that there is a creator. So, what to you makes it feel self evident? What is it about that feels like
Yeah,
it's.
just go against that idea and see what happens. Like test it.
What do you mean go against that idea?
Yeah, what the, yeah, exactly. What, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute.
Yeah, how would you do it? How
Fox,
would you
Okay,
go against that idea?
Fox, do you
yeah.
know about the
I'm
idea? Do you know about the idea dilatheism?
sorry. What?
Do you know about the idea dilatheism?
Teach me.
Dilatheism is basically, it was, unironically, it's a stance I was subscribed to for like a good 2 months. It was basically like, it's ultra free thinking to the point, yeah, contradictions do exist. And like you go through these paradoxes and so on and so forth to break reality, basically. And yes, that's where I actually neglected the assumption that there are self-evident truths. So if P and not P can equal contradiction, and you say, yeah, contradictions, what is it called? They can exist in reality. If that could be tested, then anything could be tested. So, for example, I will ask you this question: Why can a cup not be fully red and fully blue at the same time?
Say it again.
Why can a cup not be fully red and fully blue at the same time?
So, okay, are you talking about like where you drink from, like a drinking glass?
Any cup, any object, bro.
Okay, so why can't it be two different colors at the same time?
Yes,
Yeah, like, you can think about that.
I'm asking you a question. I don't want to think about it.
Yeah, you can think about it. Because what I would do is
No.
I would insert myself into your worldview where you said I'm completely retarded, I'm 60 years old, I'm
Dude,
all these
what?
claims you've
Wait, I
added
didn't
to.
Dude,
say
what?
any of that.
Bro, what?
Yeah, all these claims you added to me would then be inserted into your worldview And why would you ask me anything at this point?
Dude. Okay. My bad for my earlier
Retard.
claims.
Right here,
Relax.
retard who
Wait.
presupposes. So right there, I would say, so you've got a claim on the table. If your worldview is true, why are you asking me anything at all? So I would say, I I kick a question back to you. Think about it and come up with something that is logically consistent inside your worldview.
Wait. Hang on. So
Chris,
just to
where
make
did
sure
you
that
go
we're
from that question?
yeah.
What are you
Wait.
trying to prove? I'm so
So hang
confused.
on,
Like,
Yeah, this is why
why did
this
he
is why I
spaz
didn't want
out?
to jump to the. This is why I didn't want to jump to
Yeah.
the
Anyways,
prove a creator thing.
Fox,
Yeah,
let
based
me.
on your
I'm a
assumptions, you think everything
Chris.
has layers of assumptions on it.
Chris,
Let's follow
relax,
your
dude.
assumptions.
Dude, chill out. Damn.
Wait. That's not
Yo,
what.
Timbo,
Hang
no
on.
way you're not muting him, but you muted me twice. Are you good?
So I just wanna make sure that that I'm following kind of the chain of thinking here. So Chris, this is you had asked me, or you had asserted that it is self-evident that we are created by a creator, and I can push back
Yeah,
with like,
Chris,
to me, it's
prove
not
a creator
self-evident.
exists. Yeah,
Well,
exactly. Prove a creator
wait.
exists.
No, hang on. Before
Yeah,
it's
you
like
two
just
are
prove
talking
it.
over each other. I can't hear either one of you.
So yeah, let me just finish this real quick. So, what is it that makes it self-evident to you that there is a creator that exists that created?
Yeah, you could go ahead and test that. Test if
Yeah,
there's a
how do you
creator or
test that?
not. Yeah, think it out. You
How?
see, your worldview is based on layers of assumptions. So assume there's no creator. And how would you test that?
Anyways, prove a creator exists.
You still there, Fox?
I don't know. You don't want to prove a creator exists, I guess.
Sorry, my internet cut out for a second.
Okay, so now we're working with this idea that there's a creator or not a creator. So you'd want to test these two assumptions.
Why should I accept those two
Right.
options? Why can I not say there's a third
Well,
option?
no, because that's a kind of even within like that makes I. So the question or the pushback is like, um, think it through. Like, what would be the? I'm not quite sure what the question is. Like, can I conceptualize any universe or any version of our universe where there wasn't a creator? Like, yeah, sure, absolutely.
Okay, and what would that look like?
I mean, sure, I probably could maybe leave space for like, uh, not necessarily even saying that, like, without even saying that this is like what I wholeheartedly believe or agree with, right? But you could just go with kind of the scientific consensus at the moment of, well, this is why I'm a little bit. So if I said, okay, so Big Bang, evolution, that would,
Catholic
explain how
Church.
we got here.
Yeah, you're fucked up there because the guy who invented Big Bang, George Lament, was an
Wait,
ordained
what?
Catholic priest. That was his.
So what? Newton believed in, yeah, but Newton
they
believed in like
we
all kinds of
they
wacky
weaved it.
alchemy.
Okay,
What does
he
that have to do?
weaved it into his belief system. So what you would have to do is come up with a version
Wait,
of Big Bang
no,
that
no.
isn't part of
Wait, so
his
what
belief
version
system.
of, but what, no, because that's just fallacious off the bat, because just because somebody, like, if you're saying that he worked, like, that his version of the Big Bang um, necessitates a creator. I don't believe that the current model put forth by the scientific community requires a uh, some kind of some kind of creator or some kind of like all powerful supernatural being um, in any way. So I don't see how that's a contradiction.
Yeah, you have a belief. You believe that this guy, this Catholic priest, came up with an idea that debunks his full worldview.
Wait, what? Beliefs are just attitudes. Beliefs don't imply like faith.
Yeah, so George Lament, a Catholic priest, he lived his whole life in the Vatican.
Yeah, but again,
never married.
Newton believed right.
Yeah,
Newton believed
yeah,
in God.
Newton
Newton
also
believed
believed
in
in God.
alchemy.
Yeah,
Right.
Newton
you're
said
So
the
butchering his
what?
name, by the way.
heliocentric
It's
mob.
Crit,
Newton
you're
So
believed in
butchering his
what?
name. It's Crit, you're
Newton
butchering his name.
believed
It's Georges Lemaitre in 1927.
Wait, but so
he.
what? So what?
Yeah,
Just
so
because like
these
this is
guys, if you're using them, use all of what they said. Don't cherry pick.
no, I don't have to wait. No, I can absolutely cherry pick what I want from whoever I want. I can say I like what
So
he
you
said
go
there. I
debate.
like what she
Too bad
said
they
there.
can't resurrect this person. You could go debate it. He could tell you that the
Wait,
Big Bang
no,
proves that
I'm
there's a
debating. I'm talking to
creator, and
you.
you could
I'm
tell
talking
him
to you.
your read of his theory of Big Bang is it doesn't prove
But
a
I'm not talking
creator.
about his theory of big. I'm saying like I can absolutely. So I'm asking you because you're the one that's making the assertion that a
No, George
creator.
Lament made the assertion.
No, I'm asking you about your assertion that
Yeah,
there is
that George
there is a
Lament said
creator.
that Big Bang, and he
So
also said that there's a God. Two things.
okay, so what?
So if you don't
Bro,
believe
that's
half of
fallacy of
what he
origin.
says,
That's fallacy of
That's
origin. Just
then I
because you
would
have
say go with
common
that.
that's
groundings with
just
somebody
no.
doesn't mean
I
you
just
subscribe to
because
every position.
right, right. Just
Yeah,
because
that's so
Newton believed in
stupid.
alchemy doesn't mean I believe in
Yeah,
alchemy. That's so
exactly.
dumb.
Crit. No, prove a creator exists. That's such an easy task. Oh my god, you're pissing me off.
Yeah, go ahead, freak out.
No, hang on. I'm not freaking out. I'm saying if you're making the assertion, let's stick to the assertion you made that there is a
What's the
necessary
assertion I made?
creator. You made the assertion that that it is a how is it phrased? That it is a necessary truth that a
Self-evident?
creator created us. Yeah,
Did I
self-evident
make that
truth.
assertion, or the founders of America make that assertion?
Yeah, okay, wait, hold on. Prove
Wait.
there's a creator. Go on.
So what? So are you? Do you believe? Because I'm pretty sure I heard you say that you believe that it is a self-evident truth that a creator created us. Do you believe that?
No, even if you don't believe it, you still follow that, or you will face
What?
consequences. So you could
Wait.
be, I don't.
Consequences from what?
Someone could be like, you don't believe anything. I don't believe any creator. I don't believe any human rights. You will still comply with that as a
That has
self-evident
wait, wait,
truth.
wait. This is a no that we're hang on. This is where we got lost last time. So how people if people act like this argument is just not really at the root of like what I'm trying to get at here. So do you believe that there is a creator like it is that is a self-evident truth that there is a creator who created us? Is that what you believe?
No, it doesn't matter if you believe it or not. It's true even if you don't believe it.
Right, but what do you believe or are you just refusing to answer the question?
No, I'm telling you that belief is irrelevant. It's true even if you don't believe it so. That if you just
If
walk
people
up,
act
say,
like something if people act like something is
here's a
true,
good
that has no
example.
bearing on whether or
Yeah,
not it is
here's a
true.
good example. Okay, you go out and you harm someone's right to life, their right to liberty, or their right to happiness, and you go in front of the court, in front of the judge, and you tell them, "I do not believe in any such rights." That
Yeah,
won't be a
you're gonna
defense.
right. Sure,
That you
absolutely.
will.
I'm not saying it wait. I'm not saying that it would be, but the fact like our laws the reason I would be punished would not be because a creator created me and therefore I'm like made in his image, which makes me valuable. So I can't like that is not why we have like that's not what the laws are predicated on. They're not predicated on the idea that we are created by a creator who like endowed us with his image and his virtues. This is just false. This is not how the law works. So this is just
Yeah, that's
a
exactly how the
bizarre
law works. It's
argument.
a legal argument.
No.
It's a
No, the
self-evident
law
legal argument.
so right, okay, but you're talking about like the consequences of these things and the actions. If people act like something is true, that has no bearing on its actual truth value, number one. And number two, again, the reason I'd be punished would not be because the judge would say, well, it doesn't matter what you believe. The creator created us, and therefore you violated the fundamental human rights endowed by the creator. This is not what they would say. They would say, well, you broke the law which is not predicated on the belief in a creator. Are you asserting that all laws are predicated on these like beliefs in a supreme supernatural deity?
This is what I'm saying, that people have rights, and these rights come from a supernatural deity. And
Okay,
this is a
so you're
self
saying people have rights that come from a supernatural
No,
deity.
see,
That's
you
the claim?
interrupted. Yeah, you interrupted me. What did I say?
You're correct. I interrupted you. I apologize.
Okay, that we hold these truths to be self-evident. And what is a self-evident truth? A truth that doesn't
So
require proof. You don't have to go before the judge or anyone else and say, Fox went into my house and stole my property and killed my dog and did all these horrible things to me. You don't have to prove that I had a right to any of those things. It's self-evident.
no, this is okay. I feel like we're getting lost in the weeds because you're just refusing to answer the one question that I
Okay,
need you to
that is a
answer
testable
before I
claim.
can.
If I'm refusing to answer your question,
Okay, how
you
about
would
this? Up
never
until
ask
now, you have
again.
up until
You would
now you
okay,
have up until now you have not answered the question I've
and
asked you
that is a
repeatedly in a
testable
direct
claim.
way.
And that is a testable claim.
Right,
If
you have
you
not
think I
directly
haven't
answered the
answered,
question.
do you A, ask again, or B, subjectively change your understanding of what answers are, and then write down what I said, and then use that as an answer?
Wow. Okay.
Question.
So I understand kind of conceptually, I think, what you're getting at there. But your uh, repeated dancing or skirting around a direct response to a relatively simple question to me
What was? Can I
implies
ask what the question was? What was the
I'm
question?
I keep asking him if he believes that there is a creator who
Working on your
created
microphone,
us.
fellas.
What's that?
What he's saying is it doesn't matter because of
No,
the
no.
Right,
fact.
What
I
was?
understand that.
I
I
missed her.
understand that.
I missed her
Yeah,
question.
there you
What was
go.
it?
You got it.
I asked if he believes that there's a creator who created us, and his response seems to keep being that it doesn't matter whether or not he believes in it, that we fundamentally act as if we do, and this is that this is a self-evident thing to the extent that if I were to deny somebody's human rights in some way and I went before a judge, that my argument of, well, I don't believe that they had human rights would not get me off the hook, which in my mind is
Wasn't that a good enough answer though? I thought that made sense.
That's the part where I'm getting lost too. He was just like making that analogy, right? Saying
well,
you
he's
separate.
just making a bunch of other claims. And the claim that I keep pushing back on, what I responded to that with was, well, no, I to my understanding, and I could be incorrect, to my understanding, the reason that I would still be punished, or the reason that that would not be a uh, response that would get me off the hook, so to speak, is not that that it is a self-evident truth that we were created by a creator and thus have inviolable human rights, but
Well,
rather that
where
you
did the
can
laws
believe. Right.
where did
This is
the
what I'm
laws
saying
come
is
from
that
originally? They came
so
from God, yeah.
no, that's not
Yeah, God, the
no.
Ten Commandments, the God
Yeah.
told Moses that you have a right to life, liberty, and
Right.
property.
And so,
They
and
just
again,
That's where they.
reworded.
for
It's just
me,
That's where
been
they
for me
come
to
reworded.
make
from.
sense of this, for me to engage in this conversation any further, or for me to have what I consider to be a valuable and productive conversation, it would be very helpful for me to know the point, like his beliefs and the point from which he is like, his worldview is predicated. So this is why I keep looping around again, even though I do understand, and I understand, and I definitely recognize that his responses have not been meaningless or devoid of information. But to
I,
me, it's difficult
I
to
thought his
engage.
answer made a
But
lot of sense.
okay,
It made a lot
maybe
of
I'm,
sense to me.
and I'm not saying it didn't make sense. I'm saying that
Okay.
this is a conversation. It would be helpful for me to understand if he's saying that he believes that there is a creator who created us and thus gave us inviolable human rights, instead of just saying, well, other people asserted it. Because I don't believe that, even if this is what laws originally, quote unquote, even if the founding documents of the US do make these claims, I don't think that that necessitates that in a modern world that our legal system is still predicated on belief in an Abrahamic God.
Or
Okay.
their creator.
Well, you can't
That's why
separate the
the
two. Yeah.
founders worded this perfectly, which is why it has stood the test of time.
You got to ask where morals come from as well, because
Right. Yeah, but
We
then we're
we,
going to
we
get into
innately
meta
we
ethics, and I'm
innately
sure.
have yeah we innately
Technology,
have
buddy.
morals.
Technology.
No, we innately
Where do
have
they
moral
come from?
intuition.
Of course. Yeah, where does that come from?
I mean, there are any number of ways of explaining these,
Why do we
and
all
from an
have the same
evolutionary or
intuition?
biological. Wait, but we don't have the same intuition. We have a lot of common.
That's
Wait,
not correct.
stop. We have a lot of common intuitions. If we had the same intuitions, then there'd be a whole lot less arguing and back and forth. I
Not
mean, look
true.
at something like abortion. Look at something like, I mean, this is
People
just
are taught
look at.
to think in a
Wait.
different way, though.
Oh,
So
so the argument then is that
so you're saying
we're
as a kid,
born with our
as
moral intuition, and
so
then we're
you
taught differently.
yes, that's what I believe. Yeah,
What about information? You need an informer. What about the program? You
yeah.
need a programmer. What about the antecedent to the container? How can you be breathing air if there's no
What about the
containment?
and
And then you
and the
need an antecedent
antecedent,
to that, which
the
is the
creator as
designer of the
well.
container.
A creation needs a creator. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Exactly.
don't. I mean, wait. So how do you know that? So if this is my kind of, actually, this is an interesting question, and genuinely, I am trying to like engage. I think it's an interesting discussion. I am trying to engage in good faith. So how do you, if everything is created, and this is self-evident, if this is, and I'm not saying these are, I'm not putting words in anybody's mouth, then what do you have to, if there's nothing that's not created, how do you have anything to compare created things to? How do you know that everything, like if you're walking down the beach and
Can
you
you
see a
rephrase
watch,
that?
yeah, so if you're walking down the beach and you see a watch in the sand, and you're like, oh, like this is so complex and intricate and it works together, like it must have been created. um how is that, like you're comparing that to presumably like things around you that you're seeing that don't seem to have that degree of complexity and like fitting together and like working together. But
What
if
life
everything
doesn't have
is,
complexity?
that's my point. That's exactly my point. If you're saying that all of these things, that everything is created and everything has, these indicators of being created by a creator, how can you discern that if you have nothing that wasn't created to compare it to? Comparing something man-made to something in the natural world, you can say,
What do
oh, okay,
you
here are the
what do you
differences.
have
You
to
can see.
what do you have to compare it to that's not created? What
That's
do
my
you
question.
have to compare it to?
You sit down inside of your vehicle and you say, definitely a designer must have put this stuff in place. There's no
Right, but
way
you're
that you can put
comparing that to the, what are you
all the
comparing that
pieces inside
car
a
to?
box and shake the box and
You don't,
a
if I'm
BMW is
understanding
gonna come
correctly, you
out.
don't necessarily have to have something to compare it to, because just following that chain all the way to the very beginning of things, you would have to have something that.
So
Yeah,
anything,
antecedents, exactly.
okay.
Antecedents. The thing that must be before
Yeah.
the other thing can be.
Right, but then it's just going to come back to like, well, then who created God? Well, nobody created God because God is different. God is outside of it. God is
That's
special.
maybe we can't
Yeah, then
answer
that's
that
How's
just
that?
question,
right. But
but
then that just is like, okay.
Yeah, some
I
of
mean,
these
How's that
things
I feel
don't
Well,
equivalent?
have
like
maybe we
then
can't
answers.
there's,
answer
that's
the
not for you to know. Who
previous
created
one.
God? That's not for you to know.
Wait, why can
it's
we
right,
answer
but then
that
that's
one then?
an
It's not for you to
incredibly like
know.
unsatisfactory answer. I feel like you're
Do you think
just,
that's incoherent to say? Like there's like an
What is?
uncaused cause, and that uncaused cause must be God. Is that like not like a sufficient kind of answer to you?
Okay, well, what
sure,
is
it's
it?
If he's
sufficient
willing
for
to
me to
say,
understand.
"Oh, we don't know the cause here. Let's say God." That's the answer.
Right.
And then, well, what's the cause of God? Well,
Well,
don't
then
worry
it's like,
about
well,
that
God
one.
is
Well,
right.
It doesn't
God is
matter.
but
just
Yeah.
special and
you
different.
guys do the same with gravity, though, yeah.
Yeah, but then we're on the same foot, right? That's kind of my point. Is that like
Yeah,
then
but
I feel like we're in the same place.
our claim to a flat Earth is not God.
I
Really?
Well, I don't think this was about flat Earth.
Yeah, but I'm bringing it back to flat Earth because it's called 24/7. Flat
Yeah,
Earth
we
is
can get
good.
back to flat Earth. I apologize. I didn't mean to derail.
If there's no designer, how are you breathing
What?
without the
Yeah,
How am I
container
we change the
and the
breathing?
topic.
design?
Try to keep up.
Yeah, how are you breathing?
So wait, do you believe that there's like some kind of like physical container containing like the atmosphere or like what I'm the
It
air
That
is
is
the
that
the
we're,
antecedent
antecedent.
to gas pressure.
You can't have pressure without containment.
sure, but then the
Exactly.
model, I believe that the globe model, again, not my area of expertise, but I believe that the claim is that quote unquote like gravity is the container that
Can you have an experiment that shows that
not
gravity
on the
contains
scale.
gas?
Well, no, because within the model that wouldn't be possible at the scale that we are on like on the globe. This
Is
is
the
something.
model the real thing? Is the model the thing that gets stuff done?
Well,
No, do you
maybe we're
understand? Do you
just not
understand
supposed to know.
what a model is? Because I don't mean like a model
Yeah,
like a representation in some like like a like I
yeah.
made a
When you
model
look at the
for school.
model, when you look at the model, you know it's not the real thing. You're just making
No,
stuff in the model.
that's not what. Okay, never mind.
Reality, like laws of nature, you
Right,
can only
right.
demonstrate gas pressure with a container. There's no way around it.
So everything has to be able to be demonstrated at any scale,
Yes.
or it's not. But that doesn't make any sense.
Wait. Not
Except God,
everything.
except God, because God, maybe
Things
we're
are the
just
way
not
they
supposed to
are.
have an answer for everything. That was your appeal to mystery. I'm going to keep throwing it back at you until you acknowledge it and retract it, because
Incorrect.
otherwise it's reductio ad absurdum, and I can just say that to anything. Any of your follow-up questions, maybe we're just not supposed to know the answer.
Sorry, can you explain that?
Did you hear our friend here make an appeal to mystery? That like when asked and probed on his worldview, that maybe there's some things we're just not supposed to know, right? And if that's the case,
Do
if
you know
that's where we
everything?
end up, right, then we can
You
just
don't
take
know everything,
everything
right?
there.
Yeah,
Maybe
you're
there's
not going
some
to be
things we're not supposed to
You
know.
don't know everything.
omniscient. You will never be omniscient. There will be
Never.
stuff you don't
That's
know.
not. No, that's not a claim to like omniscience. That's a like. I think correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that it's a reference to the idea that, well, God just is that way, so I don't have to explain, who created God or why God doesn't have a creator. God just
Right.
is that way, so I can just assert that, and that should be enough.
Well, we do know that for gas pressure a container must be. So leave
Wait.
it at
So
that.
again, does this
Leave
mean
it
that
at that.
everything has to be like in order for something to be true,
What's
that I have to be
everything?
able to demonstrate?
Everything?
Okay,
What
in order
is
for
that?
something to be true, I have to be able to demonstrate it at any scale, even if that's not like
No, that's
No,
not what we're saying.
there are things that are
that's what's being
true without
asked
my
for.
opinion or yours. There are things that are the way they are without your opinion and without my opinion. That's the way they are.
Okay, I didn't say anything that contradicted that.
So gas pressure requires a container. That's it. The end of it.
So again, like I could be mistaken, but I believe that the claim made by the globe model is that gravity is holding the atmosphere to the earth, and that this creates like a gradient, like an atmospheric pressure gradient that goes up until it's no longer the gravitational pull is no longer sufficient to
What is
keep things
before the gradient? Before the gradient, you have the gas pressure. The gradient goes after, right? And before comes the gas pressure, and before that, the containment.
right. But again, so
Antecedents.
In order to have a gas pressure gradient, you need gas pressure, which requires containment. There's like no
It's
way
pretty simple
around it.
stuff.
it's okay, yeah.
Because
Sure.
you go and claim gravity, and you heard us before talking to people about is there a
So, but
demonstration
why is there a
scientific?
gradient?
Can I just finish? So is there a demonstration or a scientific hypothesis for an experiment of gravity? Because that's what they're claiming holds the gases to the Earth. So
You gotta
obviously you
remember.
should be able to demonstrate it. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta remember, you're saying gravity, you're throwing a word out there like, oh, it says a word right here, and this word mean that it can do things, but can you actually demonstrate that?
So, I mean, I
The answer's
personally,
no.
I will. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh no,
gravity's
no,
a
you cut me
Yeah.
container.
off. Great.
Okay, sorry.
No,
Sorry.
I've seen experiments done. I mean, I haven't personally conducted them myself, but I've seen them done demonstrating that how do I want to maybe I can pull up the video. But that yeah, that like increased mass will like increase the gravitational force. I know what's going to be said about like Mickles and Morley, so don't want to go there. But I guess my question here is more along like maybe something like why would there be an like okay, so how about this? How about this? You're saying like if you look around, like obviously there is like a measurable like gradient in terms of like atmospheric pressure, right?
Correct.
Why would that be the case?
Well, there's a gradient in all containers, whether they be minuscule or maximum. Like,
Oh,
there's
okay.
always a
So why
gradient.
is there and is it just in a random direction or is it always in the same direction?
Well, down is down, but for you to claim that gravity pulls things down, you need to have a cause and effect, which is both going to be gravity.
Okay.
So
I mean
there's
that's
no
fair. I mean
scientific,
It's not.
no high.
It's not the
totally
pulling.
wrong. I could be totally
You're
wrong.
saying
It's
that gas
difficult.
pressure in all containers is a gradient and not uniform?
Okay,
Correct.
gravity is that thing that occurs
Correct.
because of the mass of the great mass of our of planets acting upon the
Planet?
space time continuum and
Sorry, mate.
pushing
We're
it
talking about
down. Right.
gas. We're talking about gas
This is
pressure at the
awesome.
moment.
I'm
The
talking about
space time,
gravity.
the
Define mass. You
space
don't even
time
know
Okay.
what mass
continuum.
is.
What's
Yeah.
mass?
Right. So the space time continuum. Imagine it being
Are you in
This is
Star
Star
Trek?
like a
Trek.
sheet.
Are you talking
Yeah,
about Star Trek?
Okay, no,
this a
no. I'm
Q.
talking about actually how gravity, what Einstein discovered. This is not easy to
No, that's
understand.
the
So,
Q
so
continuum, dude. That's where
Oh,
Q
it
is
is
from.
too. Yeah,
no, 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 no.
yeah. The space
Gravity
time
is that.
continuum.
Yes, space-time continuum, right? So
Yeah, it's in Star
gravity
Trek.
is that thing that is like the bull. So when you have a mass, a great mass like a planet, it's that it's the warping around the mass, right? So like a
Oh,
bowl, like
okay.
so the mass is
Oh,
creating like imagine it like a saran wrap, right? But now you put
you
an
have a
orange on
scientific.
there, and
Do you have a
gravity is
scientific?
that bow in the saran wrap. That's what it
Do
is.
you have a Do you have a
What's the
scientific
demonstration of this?
demonstration for this?
That was a scientific demonstration right there.
Yeah, his
That
works.
that was
Yeah.
Einstein.
Bob's your
That's
Yeah,
reference.
a
that
that's
was
a
a science thing.
that's a concept though.
A
That's
proven
not
one. A
something.
proven one.
That's
It's
not
not
something that
That's
proven.
Einstein
science.
discovered.
It is
That was a
proven. Absolutely
concept
is
that he
proven.
theorized.
It's proven. I'm sorry. Yes. I'm happy to explain it to you.
Okay, can you show us a demonstration of it?
Oh, wait, what about this? What
Okay.
about this? And I could be
Hang
again
on, wait. We're
totally
talking to this guy
sorry, go
now.
ahead.
Well, okay, yeah. Let me make this the best one to ever do it in terms of dumbing it down or making it not dumbing it down, but digestible was Stephen Hawking. That's what his brief history of time. That's what his condensed works were all about, explaining that. That's as good as I can. I mean, that's
Can
not
you
to get into the
explain it?
math and all
Can you explain it?
that. That's I thought that was that's as good as I. It's not an easy thing to understand, like
Okay.
evolution. Like
Hey,
most people that say I believe in
Scott,
evolution
Scott,
don't even understand it, which is the whole point. That's not. It
You
Scott,
doesn't
don't
matter what you
understand
believe
it.
in.
You just believe it.
Evolution? No, no, no. I
Scott,
understand it. Yeah.
Scott.
A
Hey,
Democrat,
Understand
someone
what?
who doesn't understand it,
do you have?
but says they
Do
believe
you
it.
have? Can you give us a citation with a demonstration of gravity?
There's the president. If you could give a citation with a demonstration, then we could. Um, yeah.
Can
I
you?
mean, look.
I
Can
would
you? Can you
wait,
do it?
can I
Can
try
you
to
do it?
potentially offer one?
Yeah, let her, please.
No, you. I
Yeah,
want
cause
this
he's
guy to
doing.
do it. He came in throwing it all around.
He
Like,
can't.
you obviously.
He can. She's gonna do it.
Okay, go
Okay,
ahead then.
so I just gave it to you, right? I told you that it's
No,
like
you
that would be
haven't.
the demonstration.
Where's the
Uh,
citation? Not your words. The
Okay, all right.
citation. The
How about
actual
okay?
paper.
I'll,
The
gi- I'll
hypothesis.
give you something.
Where is it?
Sure, sure. Yeah, let me
Like
paste
the
this. Okay.
I'm sorry.
scientifically
Are you
valid
asking for
hypothesis.
something? Are you?
I was happy to explain it to you. Now I'll get up off my ass and find a citation for you. In the meantime, I think
Yeah,
Populi
go
had
ahead.
a
Awesome.
Go find
remark to
it.
make.
We want a
Yes.
demonstration as well.
Anything else you want? Pizza. What's up?
I'll
What's
drop
a
it on your
demonstration? Can
fucking
I ask
head.
what
You'll
the
get gravity
demonstration?
real quick.
Can I ask what the demonstration is?
Yeah, drop
I don't
him on his
know.
fucking head. All of a sudden, he
Gravity.
understands gravity.
Gravity. Here it is, guys.
No,
Ready?
no. I
Okay.
asking the
Here it
flat
is.
earther. I asking the flat earther what they ask for demonstration. I don't think
Okay.
anything
Bro,
will
why
Well,
would like
it's
extra
not
that
my
much.
claim.
what
I
what
disagree.
you're
When I drop
claiming?
him on his fucking
You're
skull,
the
he's
one with
gonna
the
know
claim.
exactly what gravity is.
Yeah, it's true, but I don't think they believe that
You are
even if
claiming
it's happening.
gravity.
But guys, you need to keep in mind that all that we're being told is that Einstein came up with a concept of bending
Yeah,
and warping of space time. No
yeah.
one can. He never found space time. This is something that he theorized, a
No, he made it.
concept, and then
You're right,
to
yeah.
say
He never
that
found
Stephen
it.
Hawking, guys, I'm still talking. To say that Stephen Hawking explained it in a book, again, not a demonstration, just a explanation of a concept, and saying
Okay.
that space time is bending, you're saying a concept is bending to
Yeah,
produce a physical result in reality.
yeah. It
That's
does.
that's not science. That's not science.
It produces predictions, right?
You could come up with, yeah, but you're just describing the effect of an object potentially
Yeah.
falling. You're not
It's
providing
a
a
prediction.
demonstrated cause. You're not providing a cause. You're making up a cause, the concept, oh, it's space-time bending and warping. But there's no demonstration of this. We could say it's unicorns pulling it down, invisible unicorns. They
What
would
would
have
be
the
an
same position.
acceptable?
No.
What would be
It's
acceptable cost then?
Okay, can you quantify space-time and show us space-time?
well,
And then how you bend and warp it.
well.
And then
In my
bend
mind,
and
it's
warp
about
it
being
to get
able
a
to make,
predictable result.
to make reliable and like testable predictions, right?
Yeah,
The
no,
reason
but
that
you're saying the
Einstein's
cause of
model was
that is
What
but you're saying the
predictions?
cause of that is the bending and warping of space-time. So where do we observe space-time? How do we bend and warp it?
And you would change inside scientific method.
Here's the
You
thing.
warp
Here's the
it
thing. Here's the
by
thing.
placing like mass in space and in time,
Yeah,
and then it will warp
demonstration.
space.
Where's the
Right.
demonstration?
Wait. Actually, so this is what I'm thinking.
It has a demonstration, right?
No, it doesn't.
Where?
No, it
Two
doesn't.
things.
Because
Yes,
you
it has
can't
predictions that you
space-time.
can see,
Okay,
right?
Two
okay,
What
things.
okay.
predictions?
That's the demonstration.
Just to
Give
be
me a
clear,
jar of
Sorry, I'm cutting
space-time.
folks off.
I just want to be really clear because I want to make sure that we're all kind of on the same page about like science doesn't proclaim to give us the capital T truth. Science attempts to give
Sorry,
us the best
science is a
understanding that
method.
we've arrived at
Sorry,
so far.
stop.
We're constantly
No.
reevaluating and updating our models and our
Science is
understandings.
not a thing. Science is a method
Sure, I'm
used.
sure.
It's a
You
verb.
don't say
It's an
science does
action.
this. Science doesn't do anything. Science is a method of how you come to a conclusion.
Yeah.
I mean, the
And the first
philosopher could
step.
butt in and say that it's just a
Scientific
logical
method
basis,
is
right?
not right. The scientific
Hold on.
method is
Oh
not.
my! I just witnessed a guy literally just run from the
Okay,
comedy.
so what would
The
be an
scientific method
acceptable?
is not asserted to deliver
Yeah,
us the capital T truth. It
yeah.
is a method
First of
that we
all,
use to reject false hypotheses so that we can attempt to arrive at a better understanding of the way that the universe works around us and arrive at a better
No,
understanding of.
I think I got a better
Science,
definition that can
yeah,
clean
but
that
science
up
has
for
got
you.
nothing to do.
I feel like
Sorry,
I
wait.
didn't get
Hey, hang
an
on.
answer to my
I
question.
finished the article. Okay.
Stop.
It's
Science
sidetracked.
has, science has nothing to do with the universe.
Okay.
You
It has to
can't
do everything
test
with
the
how
universe.
to find out how we know about the universe. It has everything
You
to do
can't
about.
test the universe.
Yes,
Well,
we
you
can
can't
test
When I
the
test.
say
You
when
universe.
I
can't
say the
test the
universe,
passive
when I
effect.
say the universe,
You
I
can't
mean
test the passive effect of
Just
something falling,
message to
right?
the
It
server.
starts the science. The
We can't
scientific
test the
method
universe.
begins with an observation in reality, right? And then you have to manipulate a presumed cause. You don't observe space-time in reality or it bending and warping, and you can't manipulate the presumed
You
cause.
can infer it,
no.
yeah.
This is right.
This is a
Again,
No,
this
message
is
no,
what I
to
was
each
trying.
right.
This
But
is what I
I
was
So
trying
want
to
to
get.
I want to ask a question. Like,
listen to that. Wait. Listen to that. He said you can infer it. That's
yeah,
not science.
Right, exactly. This
The
is
yes,
what I was
that
trying.
is
assumption,
This is what I
science.
was
That
trying
is
to
the
get
exactly what
to.
assumption.
science is.
Right.
Wait.
I understand. I
One at a time.
understand. that
Guys,
You
this
guys gotta let
guys,
each other
guys,
finish. You
let me
guys gotta
finish.
stop
Really,
talking
very
over each
quickly.
other.
Let
Like all
Cyclone
of you.
finish. Let him finish.
Listen, let me finish. I was in the middle
No,
of
you guys
speaking.
let her finish as well.
The
Like you cut
assumption,
off a
the
lot.
assumption of bending and warping space-time
Yeah.
is not science. It's an
Yes, it
assumption,
is.
not something that can be manipulated.
Are you saying you can't make assumptions in science?
I'm saying an assumption
Like
of a concept
Newton
is
laws
not
of
proof of
Newton's laws
anything.
are.
correct.
It would be
And
like
we make
right.
Explain what an orbit is.
German.
What's an orbit?
Okay,
so
so
this
Okay,
is what I was
let the
trying to
woman
get
get
to
in.
before. This is what I was trying to get to
I
before.
didn't get answer to anything I said, but okay.
Yeah,
And interrupted
this is
you.
kind of what I was trying to. This is what I was trying to get at. That I think I understand what you're saying in terms of if you're that you can't kind of prove, quote unquote, you can't prove things with assumptions, or I'm not quite sure exactly how you phrased it, but I don't believe again that there is an attempt being made or an assertion that anybody has arrived at like the capital T truth understanding. Any scientist, anybody who engages with the scientific method, in a accurate and knowledgeable way, would be very quick to say, well, no, what this does is this. If we are going to kind of keep tweaking and changing our underlying models or our theories, so that we arrive at one that allows us to make the most accurate and reliable predictions about the natural world. So when you're making an observation of, say, like the path that Mercury takes around the
That's
sun,
not the natural world.
observing the
What,
planets
yeah, that's
isn't
out with
the
the
natural
realm of
world.
the scientific method because you're not manipulating
Yeah.
anything. You're purely observing. So we can observe the
Yeah, you just
luminaries and how they move,
yeah.
but that's not giving us a causal mechanism. It's not telling us what that light is, what it's made of, how far away it is, what medium it's in. We can make stories about it and say it moves in this way because X, but we can't validate X. It's not science.
Yeah, you
It's
can't
just
go
So
there
what
and
we can do is
confirm
we
it.
can come up with
You're saying
descriptions.
there
We
are
can
no
come up with
true
mathematical.
inferences.
We can come up with
Like what you're
No,
mathematical
saying
no,
is like
descriptions
no, no,
of
no,
what
no.
we
No,
observe.
very
that's not what
quickly.
he's saying.
Incorrect.
One sec. What he's saying is you need to go there and confirm it. When we're on Earth, we can actually do science because we can go there and manipulate things so that we can come to conclusions using variables. You can't do
no.
that in space,
No,
can
wait,
you?
no, wait, what? Okay, hold on. No, that's wrong. Because what he's pointing out is that if you're observing something and then you're seeing another thing also happen, our brain can be quick to jump to the conclusion that the first thing had something to do with the second thing. But what he's saying is that we can't say that the second thing had anything to do with the first thing without knowing that it did that. But the
Correct.
question becomes, how do we get to the conclusion that other things can have anything to do with any other thing? How do we form that relation within science? And
You
the
test
answer,
them.
wait, no, you can't, because you
I know
can't
you
truly
can't.
know.
That's why it's
No,
not
let me
science.
finish. Let me finish. The issue that he raised is that you're unable to verify whether the result that you're observing is
It's
a
correct.
causal, no, hold on, is a causal effect of the first thing you observed, right? So the
What I
issue
said.
here is
That's
a
not what I said.
Yeah,
philosophical
it's not what
one.
he said.
He's not actually
No, that's
bringing
not what
up.
I said. So let me
That
clarify
is
with what
what
I
you're
said.
getting at when you're
No, no,
phrasing
no,
it
no,
like
no.
that.
I will tell you. I will tell you what I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is, you see the motion of the stars and the planets. That is, you observing that movement in predicted patterns. You're not confirming anything about the mechanisms of how that's occurring by observing them and making assumptions about it.
Okay.
You can't confirm that. You can't go and verify it. So no, it's
Just
not science.
deduction
It's
versus
What would
assumption.
induction. This is
verification
just
mean?
deduction
Yeah.
versus
Good
induction.
question.
Yeah, like, but what?
Yeah.
How would you verify that, right? If I were to hold
Well,
something on
how would I
planet Earth
verify
and I
what?
let go of it, it would drop to the ground, right? We can have notions of gravity from Earth, and we know that based upon several amounts of observations that we are in a solar system, right? We can
What?
observe the other
Incorrect.
planets. We
Incorrect.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness gracious. We are in a solar
Oh
system,
my god.
people, and
That's a
we can
claim. That's a
observe
claim.
that's a
the
big claim, man.
rotations of the planets around the
Okay.
sun, and we can look at their
Okay.
patterns. So much so, in fact, that scientists from back in the 1800s came up with notions like the Milankovitch cycles, right? Like, just the science behind the Milankovitch cycles themselves. It's not just one cycle, right? It's purely
What
based on, like,
science?
how
What's the
many
science?
different
Okay.
variations of
Coin.
tilt on the Earth you can
Coin.
have relational to,
Coin.
like, say, the
Wait,
sun. And
may
that's
I?
Wait.
observed.
Okay. So
That's
how do you know?
calculated, right?
How do
This
you
is
know
all the
you're
way
in a
back from
galaxy?
Yeah.
Copernicus's time. Like Galileo
Okay.
Galilei,
So
right?
tell us.
He
Tell us.
was
Tell us.
rejecting
Tell us.
notions
Hold
from
on.
Sorry,
Calm
mate.
Copernicus.
down. Calm down. Calm down.
Sorry, mate. I had to mute. I had
Okay.
to mute you, mate.
Yeah.
If you're gonna
Listen.
monologue like that,
Okay.
then
Yeah, he's just making baseless declarations,
Well,
right? He doesn't know that he's in a galaxy. He doesn't know
okay.
that he's in a solar system. All he knows
Let's.
is that he observes the luminaries in the sky moving in predicted patterns every year, and he's
So.
been given a story about what those are. So think about it.
Okay.
In a
So.
planetarium,
I'll
you can
Yeah.
go to a planetarium. You can go to a planetarium, and you can sit in the middle of a room, and if you look up at the ceiling, you'll see what you see in the night sky. Does that mean you're in a galaxy?
Can I?
No, you're in
Can
a
I?
room.
Wait,
Can I
wait,
make?
So
wait.
Can I make? Can I?
observing
Rebecca,
Can I?
those
you
Can I?
have
lights.
Can I
to
make?
interrupt.
Can I make a very simple
Let me
example?
finish. Let me finish. Observing
I'm
those
trying
lights
to.
moving does not tell you that you're in a galaxy. Whoever's
Okay,
going to
that's
assert
fine.
that, tell me how
That's
you know
fine.
you're in a galaxy.
That's fine. But okay, so I want to break it down to something much simpler. Okay, so I want to ask you a question. Let's say you throw a rock. Are you the cause of the rock being flying through air? Can you verify that, Cyclone?
If you pick up a rock,
And you
then
throw it.
you are the cause of the rock being picked up.
Yeah, and you throw it. Are you the cause of the rock flying through air?
Are you the cause of the rock being thrown if you throw the rock?
Yeah.
Obviously.
Okay. So what if there was an invisible unicorn that actually hold the rock as soon as you drop
that's
it? It's not.
that's
It's
fucking
not.
stupid,
Sorry.
man.
Sorry. Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah,
Let
we
me
got to go
finish.
into
Yeah, but
Let
it's
me
fucking
imagination.
finish.
dumb, man.
Shut up. Let me finish. I haven't like spoken for like 10 seconds even. So let's say you throw the rock. As soon as you drop it, what if the rock is actually just stopping right there, but it's actually a unicorn, invisible. You can't see it. How do you know that's not the cause?
Would you prove that? How
You
would
need
you
a
verify it?
scientifically
How do you
valid
verify that it's
hypothesis
not?
made of.
If that no, it's
Listen,
not on
listen.
us to verify what it's not. If you claim that it's something, that's on you to verify, and if you can't verify it, then it's dismissed. That's simple.
You
Okay, so
exist,
how do
sir.
you? Yeah, I
That's
mean
very simple.
this is a very good question because you have to like there are many other possibilities. Some possibilities that you can't prove, like for example, magnetic fields or like gravitational space fields. These are things that we can't see, right? But you
No,
can
you can't
infer.
see those.
You can
You
infer
can't
the
see those. Those are
mechanism, right?
concepts that you've made up
I
and you
said
can't verify.
I literally said you can't see those. You don't have to tell me what I just said. Okay. So if you can't directly see those, right? Same with like the invisible unicorn. You can't directly see those either. You have to infer something, right? It's something real
No,
that you
you
have.
don't have to infer. No, this is where you're going wrong.
You
See,
are.
you're saying there are where there are
Because you can't
practical limits
exclude
to
every
knowledge.
other cause.
Instead of accepting the practical limits to knowledge, you are inserting a story that you
I
can't
am.
prove and saying this story is true because I can't think of anything else it could be. That's
No,
not
no, no.
science.
Wait,
That's not
this is
true. That's
so
an
you're actually wait.
assertion.
This is the thing. So you're actually like not wrong here, right? Because
I know I'm not wrong.
to my understanding, right? It's this idea of we make observations based on the natural world that we can interact with, and in doing so, we're able to isolate causal relationships. These causal relationships we can describe with mathematical equations, and then
Always.
when we observe things further beyond the reach of our physical manipulation, um, when if we use these same descriptions or equations, and we're able to make new kind of testable predictions about these things that we're observing, we say, okay, based on what we know, based on what we observe, our best explanation so far for what's happening is this relationship or this theory or this concept. I
Yeah,
don't
but if
think
you're talking
people are
about
saying
gravity, that's
I
not
don't
a
think people are saying
relationship
that
that
this
you're
is like,
demonstrating.
pardon?
Like talking about the bending and warping of space-time isn't you figuring something out and then proving it. It was a concept made to explain this phenomenon of an object falling. It's not demonstrated, it's not logically proven or quantified in any way. It's
But
a assertion. That's it.
but
So it's not
I
science.
want to. I think these terms are being like thrown around a lot. I
Yeah.
think you need to be very precise with what we're saying. Because earlier, I wanted to just respond to something because you said earlier, we have to be practical. You said you have to be practical in science. You said so earlier. So
Yes, if you're not
I said
doing anything in reality and you're just
okay,
imagining something, that's not science, correct?
okay. So well, I guess you have to imagine something to think about something in the first place,
No,
right?
no, 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 no. See, if you look up the
But then you
scientific
interact. But
methods,
then you
there's
interact
no
with
step
the.
that says imagine.
Yes, it is. It's like it says basically the part of it is the hypothesis, which
Yeah,
is the
theorize,
imaginary.
Yes,
develop a
that's your assumption, which
hypothesis.
you're going to test in
Yes,
practicality. It doesn't
yes,
say
and
you're
before
going
that
to
you make the
imagine
imagination,
testing your
and before
hypothesis.
that you make up the story about what's happening. That's the
No, no, no,
hypothesis,
no. You
and
don't
that's
make
the
up
imagination.
stories. You observe
That's
something in
what the
reality,
hypothesis
then you
is.
create a hypothesis that you're going to test with a
Yeah,
scientific
and the
experiment, which
Yeah.
has a
hypothesis is the
manipulated
imaginated.
variable.
Yes,
Creating the
but you're
hypothesis
skipping over the
necessitates
part that it's
imagining what might
imaginary,
Yeah,
dude.
happen.
so no imagination in those
You need a
first
Yes,
two
it
valid
steps.
is.
one.
Yes, it
Where's the
is.
imagine? Wait, so you observe something in nature, you come up
Yeah,
with a hypothesis where you say,
yeah,
I'm
that's the
going to
imaginary
physically
part.
manipulate, I'm
No,
going to physically manipulate this variable to get this physical
That's
effect.
not
What part of that is imagination?
no. So you're saying I observed
by
this. I
saying that
observed this
by saying
phenomenon.
that if you manipulate it, it's going to cause the effect. That's the imaginary part.
Right.
Yeah, no, no, no. But you're
You
going
can't
to
just make a
actually
story.
do
One
something in
second, bro.
physical reality, which isn't imagination, to
Well,
test it
before
in.
you have
Right.
done the
Yeah.
test,
That's the
before
same
you have
Imagination's
done,
just one
sorry,
step on
sorry,
top.
sorry, before you have done the test, you have to imagine it. You're doing that. You just said you did
no,
it.
no, no.
You
Listen,
Right.
don't
you
say
So,
need.
so,
Hello,
so
hello,
don't
then,
say
so
no.
then,
hello,
let's
hello,
apply
hello.
it to the space-time example. If you say my hypothesis is that it's space-time bending and warping, and then you
Yeah,
get to the test phase and you realize I can't quantify space-time or show it bending and
they
warping,
can quantify it.
that's not science.
They do quantify it.
Okay, can you show
It
me
has
a
direct
quantification
relation
of
with with
space-time?
math. It
Where
has
what's it
directly.
been measured with? What's it been observed in?
It's it's an effect from mass and stuff like that,
No, no,
right?
no. You said it can be quantified, so show us the quantification. What can is it?
Yeah.
Do they put it in a
You
container? Do they measure it? Observe
I
it? Weigh it?
the okay, so it's the equation that has a relation with something that we can measure, like
No,
mass
no,
and
no. An
shit like that.
equation isn't space-time unless you're saying it's just an
There is
equation,
it's
a
no
theoretical
okay,
concept.
it's no more real than magnetic field. And if you're saying gravitational fields
No,
You
doesn't
can see
exist,
magnetic
then I would
fields.
say
You can see magnetic
you
fields.
can't see directly the magnetic field. What you can see is the effect of the
Carousel.
magnetic field on like iron and shit like that. Does the magnetic field not exist?
no, because that would be begging
No.
the question because
What?
you're not coming up with anything that's creating a gravitational field
Yes,
like
mass.
on Earth.
Yeah.
Okay,
Mass,
okay, so
dude.
show me something that you create a
Same with
gravitational
like
No, wait,
field
wait.
same
with,
with
and then
magnetic
side
field.
by
It's
side it sucks
electric.
something else
It's
into it.
electric fields moving is creating magnetic fields. Same with gravity. You
No,
have
that's
mass
begging
that
the
creates.
question. Begging the question.
What the hell is beg? What am I begging?
You're begging the question that when an object
What?
falls down, it's because a fabric of so-called space-time is bending and warping. That's begging the question.
If gravity is made up and it's not real, then magnetic field doesn't exist either. You have to choose one or the
No,
other.
no,
You're
that's
dragging
childish.
magnetic
Incorrect.
That's
fields
childish.
down with you
That's
by
childish. That's
exactly what you're saying.
unintellectual. No, that's being childish.
No,
Because you
it's not
can't
being
Being
childish. I
demonstrate.
told you
childish.
Because you can't
exactly I
demonstrate
told you exactly
space-time
this. It's
bending and
exactly the
warping.
same analogy,
That
dude.
doesn't mean no. It's not an analogy because
Yes, it is
no,
perfect
Wait.
analogy.
So,
no,
because
it's
yeah, what
not.
I'm hearing is
Yes,
we're
dude,
observing things
you're
happening.
so lost there.
We're observing things happening. We are attempting to describe these relationships, attempting to understand, to make predictions based off of these descriptions, uh, and then applying those. Like once we have had a sufficient number, once we have once we've satisfied to a satisfactory degree, we've made sufficient predictions using this this concept or this description or this model, then we say, okay, to the best of our understanding, this description of this relationship seems to hold. And so if I wanted to make a prediction about how much my measured weight would change, moving from say like London to somewhere on the equator, I could reliably make a prediction about how much my measured weight would change. And then it seems like your response is, well, since we can't be 100% certain that this is what's causing it, we just can't say anything about it, and it's meaningless to develop
No, I'm
any sort
saying
of
you can't.
functional
You can't
model
say you
describing it.
can't claim you can't claim the bending and warping of space time when you have no evidence for space time to begin with,
Can
let
we
alone its
claim
bending
that?
and warping.
Can we
I
claim
mean,
that
you can say that we have.
the equations that describe the relationships that we observe are capable of making reliable and testable predictions
When it comes to
to this?
objects dropping on Earth, you can make predictions
But we can make
about
predictions about
what
the
rate
movement
something might fall.
of
Yeah, but
the
they're on
observed.
repeated cycles. They were already known. They're not predicted. That's post-diction, right? They already knew the
No,
movements. They just described another mechanism
no,
to it.
that's not
Yes,
completely
correct.
No,
true.
that's
No,
not
that's not
completely
completely
true.
true. For
That is
example,
true.
precession of the planets, we didn't know that. That was predicted before we could even measure it
No,
precisely.
the planets were observed and documented for
Not
thousands
the
of years.
precession, not the precession. We didn't have the precision to measure the precession. That was
No, the
that was
ancients were measuring the
we didn't
stars
we did
for
they didn't have the
thousands of years.
precise measurement to measure the precession of Earth, for example. We have a precession as well.
No, well, no, you don't. You don't have any measurement of the Earth moving.
Wait,
What?
dude.
Okay, I wanna get back to
I
like
don't
Okay,
space time
understand
here
what
for
the
you.
hell this
Okay,
okay.
is.
space
Get
time,
No, no,
back
right?
to
no.
me.
Space time is a concept we've arrived at because we've
Hmm.
observed
A
shifts
concept,
in low.
exactly.
Wait, no, wait. Everything's a concept. I don't know why the fuck you're mentioning it. Okay.
Is
Um,
water a concept?
This is what I've been saying.
Cyclone.
This
wait,
is
let
what
Can
I've
me
been
let me make the
saying.
You
claim
said
instead
can
of you trying to
can
like
Clinton
convert
just
the
finish? Let
conversation.
everything.
Clinton talk for like a few minutes, a couple of
I
minutes.
literally just need 1 minute to destroy
1
this.
minute.
Okay.
Everything is a concept. Sure.
Oh my
So
god.
on satellites that are orbiting the Earth, right, or
Clone,
even on like space probes that are traveling
clone.
through space, we have clocks. We have time counting happening on those, and those aren't atomic clocks, but we do have like regular clocks as well, and we do observe that normal clocks, they end up getting dilated time. They don't measure time equally fast dependent on where they are, which seems to suggest that when you measure them back up against an atomic clock and you compare them to each other, that time has actually gone faster or slower depending on where from you're measuring it, which means there is time dilation because in local time, those clocks weren't desynced with the local atomic clock.
Right, that's a claim. That's not something you've ever verified, so that's not science. That's not something we can verify.
Okay, but you do agree that if this is true, then
No, I don't deal with if.
time-space
I'm dealing
dilation.
with
If you're
science,
not dealing
which
with
is
if, you're not dealing with
the
science.
verification.
Yeah, this is kind of
No,
what I
no,
was
no,
trying to
no.
say before. Like it's just to me, it feels like there's a kind of a point of crosstalk or a misunderstanding about what the actual claim is that's being made. Because I don't think that even within the scientific community that the assertion is, this is the capital T truth, or there is
So
an
why are they
absolute.
proclaiming that gravity is the bending and warping of space-time if they don't know that's
So
actually what it is?
what they're saying is, based on our observations, based on our experiments that we've done on Earth, and based on our descriptions of these observations that we've been able to develop, this is the best, most accurately predictive model that we've been able to arrive at so far. We're willing to adjust it or change it, if there's
It's
a
already
better one that's
happening. They're
developed. Right.
already
This
they're,
is
they're already
exactly.
abandoning Einstein.
Exactly.
They're already
Exactly. they're already
So you shouldn't be hanging your entire worldview on a concept that is already being dismissed in the mainstream
wait, no,
academic
but this is
sphere.
what all of science, no science says this is the capital T truth. This is 100%, what is.
Well, it's not science though, because we've already explained it's a concept. There's no experiment that Einstein did to
Oh,
quantify
wait, wait, wait.
space time
No,
or its bending and warping.
hang on, because I wasn't finished. Because my point here is that sure, you can play the skeptic card or the well, you can't 100% prove it card or this isn't science card as much as you want, but ultimately using these descriptions of relationships, if we're able to make accurate predictions as far as we can tell, I think it's useful to try and apply that. And granted, it could absolutely lead me down the wrong path. It could cause me to make fallacious or erroneous claims about the nature of reality, etc. But
Exactly.
if it seems to have worked so far, and this is the best model we've been able to come up with, I think it's better to, I would rather, or how about this? For me, I feel comfortable saying, okay, this seems to be working. I'm going to use it, and I'm happy saying it could be wrong, but I'll assume that it's working since it seems to be. But I'm not like hanging my head. I'm not saying we're done. I'm not saying this is it. I'm acknowledging
But
I
it,
could
it
be wrong.
doesn't it
But
doesn't
that
tell
in my
you
mind is
anything about.
better. But that in my mind is better than saying, well, I'm never going to know for sure. So why not? I'm never going to think about it. I'm not going to use it. It's just total. It must all
Right.
be
But
lies.
do you think that tells you anything about the Earth being a ball that spins?
That's the problem you're in right now. If you look up astronomy, it's the study of everything beyond Earth's atmosphere. So the problem is you're looking at astronomy and claiming at the end of the day that Earth is also is outside and inside Earth's atmosphere at the same time. Because you're looking outwards and saying
Oh my god.
you're using this knowledge to equivocate what Earth is. What
What
you're
This
a
really
isn't
great
doing
really.
gotcha. What a
I
great,
think.
great gotcha.
what you're
Yeah.
really doing is
This isn't really.
astronomy.
This is just a very
You're
silly, very bad argument.
what you're
Yeah, I
doing
think
is
like
Your side's correct. It is.
the
what you're
primary
do,
issue here is like we have to agree on what is like I gave you example of words that we have been using a lot, and I don't think we are being consistent on using those words like verify, demonstrate, show me this. You haven't shown that. You haven't proven
Well,
that
you are using
concepts.
astronomy.
Cause and effects, for example, cause and effects are very important terms that we need to be precise when you use. When you Cyclone said it's evident that when you throw this rock that he is the cause of it, right? Then, but you could draw like more vague cause and effect relationships, like for example, magnetic field. You can just have a wire, and it could be just close to something, and you could have something move. It doesn't even touch. Are you going to claim the wire was the cause of that thing moving? Right? It didn't touch. So why do you say it's the cause? Is the magnetic field the cause? How can you claim that?
What you're looking at is you're
Are you
using
100% sure?
I was
astronomy.
asking Cyclone. I wasn't asking Ikrit.
I was
What you're
asking
looking
Cyclone. So I'm wondering, how can you claim 100% sure that's the cause, Cyclone? Cyclone?
Yeah, I think you misunderstood what he said.
I don't think he's here.
You're using astronomy and
No.
saying that you're
No,
divining
no,
information
I didn't mention astronomy a single time.
He's not using astronomy.
to gain the nature of creation, which is really
No, no,
astrology.
we're not talking. None of us
Chris.
mentioned creation.
Oh
Nobody
my
has
god.
used the word creation. You're seeing things.
No.
Yeah, it's sparking out.
No, you're not responding to what I'm saying, Chris.
No, stop it. Don't speak,
Yeah, you
stop.
already have a response inside your worldview.
I don't have
If you're
I'm
correct.
waiting for Cyclone's response because you don't want to
Yeah,
answer
you
it,
can
Chris.
wait all you want.
Can I just
Sure,
ask one thing? Who's
I'll
the
do that.
flat earther here? Who's the flat earther?
The discussion is about science, and there's this one person that's being unreasonably skeptic about whether we can infer things about reality from experience. But then they themselves say that it is self-evident whenever something that they agree with occurs, and we're trying to get them to understand that that's a double standard when it comes to science. But they're proving difficult to get that across to.
Can we keep in
Okay.
mind? Can we
Well,
keep
I'll,
in
I'll I'll
mind?
point it across to you. Right? You're literally doing it right now. Fucking retard.
Well,
What?
let's keep in
Ouch.
mind. Let's
What?
keep in mind the reason that this was brought up to begin
Not
with was
you.
because
Not
you
you,
guys were
Clean
trying
Clean.
to
The other
demonstrate.
person.
Yeah.
That
Can you
is
hear me?
not understanding it.
Can you hear
Sorry,
me?
dude. I spoke over you. I'm sorry.
Did you hear my
Okay.
question
Yeah,
earlier, Cyclone?
no, I didn't. Could you repeat that?
Okay. So I said, if you have like a wire and you have something moving, and you pass the wire close to some metal and it starts to move, how can you know 100% sure that it's the magnetic field who is causing it to move?
Well, did I make that claim?
I'm
That's
asking
not the
you,
point.
can you make the claim?
Well, I wouldn't make that claim.
What kind of
So-
claims would you make ever?
Yeah.
100%
What,
in general?
No, I'm
In
just
general,
asking.
what
Like,
would
are there any claims pertaining to what you perceive to be reality that you would ever make?
Yeah.
I would make the claim that we experience the Earth to be a flat and motionless plane.
Okay, but that's a physical claim that you're
Yeah,
willing to
that's what
make
we
about the Earth,
observe.
right?
That's what we
Is that an
observe in
experimental
reality. Yeah.
claim? Just because
No,
you
no,
made
I didn't say it
the
was a. No, I didn't say it was an experiment. It's an
okay, cool.
observation.
No, okay, no, it's
Yeah.
an experiential claim, right?
Yes,
Because you
yes,
said
it's an
it was
observation.
no observation is not the same as experience. Those two are
So
separate.
if I see a flat horizon and a motionless Earth, that's an observation.
You can claim to observe that, right? But then there's still also the bias of you observing it.
Yeah.
So,
So I would
but,
make
but
that claim, and then if someone was to say, "Okay, I observe that too," but it's actually curved and in motion, they would have the burden of proof.
But wait, no, because then you're talking about whether or not your experience infers reality, right?
No,
So
no,
how do you
no.
know
It's
that
just
like
what we
your
observe,
no wait
and then
the question I'm bringing to you here is whether or not your experiences are a reliable method of knowing what's going on.
okay. Well, if
Or
they're not, then you would
wait.
have to show that.
Yeah, but wait. Or does it come with some form of post processing, right? Does it come with any sort
Yeah.
of thought about what is going on
Yeah.
after you've observed things?
Yeah, I get you. I get you. So if I go to a lake and I observe that the water appears to be flat, so I say, okay, the water appears to be flat. And if someone says, okay, but I think it's actually curved, then you could say, okay, well, let's measure it and see if there's a curve to the surface of the lake. Yeah?
Yeah?
Yeah. Okay. So did anyone do that and measure
Yes.
the curve of the lake?
Yes.
Who measured that?
Let me find you the funny video.
But that's not so important though. Like the important part
Well,
is
it
like
is, because it's important
accepting like
because if you say it's a curved surface, then you'd have to prove that.
yeah.
So wait, but to prove it,
Yeah.
so let's say that you go to a lake, and it's like a very long, narrow lake, long enough that, according to the globe model, you should be able to see, kind of observe some occlusion. Or, it's long. I'd have to look up exactly what the
Well,
length
let's say
is.
10 miles. Let's say 10
Sure.
miles.
So you're standing on one side and you have you're using your eyes or camera. I don't know if the camera would be problematic for you, but let's say that either way, you're standing there and there's a fixed point that you've kind of identified, let's say like a stop sign or something, like a flagpole on the opposite side, and you're able to measure the occlusion as you get closer to the ground, and as you stand up, you can see the more and less of the flagpole.
Yeah.
Would this be meaningful to you at all with regards to?
Yeah. So this is what people are doing, right? So they're taking the model, the globe model, which predicts, as you say, obstruction at a distance, right? So they say the horizon will be a certain distance away, and that's the point of curvature where it goes below our line of sight. So let's take a 10-mile lake, for example. In a 10-mile lake from point to point, they claim, according to the globe model, that there is 66 feet geometric draw between the. So if I go to one side of the lake, you go to the other side of that lake. According to the globe model, you're supposed to be beneath 60 feet of water. So if we go down there and we do that, and we take out the telescope, and I see you on the other side of the lake, what does that mean?
Well, we're over a body of water, right? So I would imagine that there, depending on the atmospheric conditions, there could be a fair amount of refraction. You
Right, but you're supposed to be beneath 60 feet of water. Right, so you're like on the other. You're supposed to be on the other side of a physical hill.
What were the distances that were?
So let's say it's a 10-mile lake and we're at 6 foot observing just from the shore, from one side to the other. So you can go on Google and you can type in curve calculator and you can put these numbers in and you'll see what the hidden height is supposed to be. So the hidden height is the amount that you cannot see. That's supposed to be about 50, 60 feet. So people are doing this. They're going to a lake and they're looking across and they're seeing the person, which they shouldn't be able to see. At which point you either have to say, okay, this either means that there is no curvature and I'm seeing this person because they're there, or there's some property of whatever occurring where this person has been miraged up from 50, 60 feet below water perfectly at my eyesight just so that I can see them. But that claim, because it's beyond just seeing them, would carry the burden of proof, which no one has. No one can prove that you can see behind a hill.
Yeah, dude. No, that's actually
yeah.
fair because I can see America from outside of my window. So, you know.
Right, so no, you're not going to be able to see infinite distances. There's always a limit to the optic, and there's always
Nah,
atmospheric
dude. Nah,
occlusion.
dude. I got binoculars, so I'm just seeing America right now.
Okay, so you can see. Okay, well, welcome to Flat Earth, then, bro.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this is like I think it's an interesting question that we have gone into because now we use like many terms. Like for example, you see something, right? But you can't just say it's flat, right? You have to determine
No, I'm just saying. I'm saying that we don't see the obstruction that the globe model predicts.
Yeah, sure. So right. So if you're going to know what like a globe look like or a sphere, or if you were on a sphere or something like that, you have to know what to look for. You can't just like look and say,
Yeah, the
I
model
see it.
tells us that.
As
The
you
model
said,
tells
like,
us that.
yeah, right. So we have like, as Clinton used the term post-processing, you have to like process the information to determine what
Yeah,
shape
that's what I've
we are
told you. I've
looking
told
at,
you the
right?
numbers. The numbers is 50 feet of
Yeah.
obstruction. The horizon should
So,
be at 3 miles. So we test that.
So you think this is like definite truth?
I think we observe no obstruction as the globe model predicts mathematically.
Okay. But you think that could be wrong, like the model could be wrong, or there could be something
Well, yeah,
wrong,
the
or
model
maybe
is
we
wrong. That's the
misunderstood?
point. Yeah, the model is wrong.
The model is just a model. I'm saying like the model
Yeah,
could be
so the
like
model is not reality. That's what we're finding.
no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
No,
for
I
you
am. The observation is.
I'm saying for you to interpret the information, if you look at the image, how do you know what globe look like and what flat looks like?
Because the
You
globe
just know?
model is a sphere with a radius of a certain value, which predicts geometric obstruction over a
Okay.
certain distance, and this
So
can
that
be
is like a bunch
calculated.
of math, right? But what if the
Yeah,
what
yeah.
if what if we misunderstood math? We
Well,
realized fuck,
then you don't
math
have
is
any
wrong.
distances. Well, okay, well then if the model and if the math of the model is wrong, then the
Yeah.
distance to the sun, the distance to the moon, the size of the
Yeah.
sun, the size of the moon, the
I agree.
distances to the stars, all wrong.
So
So everything is wrong.
okay, so I think maybe you're getting to what I'm getting at. Like obviously, like you have to do some post processing. This is like not something you could claim is colloquially like self evident, right? But we have to when
Yeah,
you look
it's
out when
evident
you
by observation. that the model
Yeah,
is not
but then it's also
matching
based on a
reality.
bunch of presumption that, for example, one of the presumption is that we actually know how to model it correctly, how it would look like. Because I agree, the model isn't the Earth.
Yeah,
The Earth is the
we're
Earth.
testing that
Whatever,
assumption.
the Earth is the Earth, whatever shape it is, right? If the Earth is a globe, then it has a shape, right? But we make a model. That model, when we use the model, it's for to help us to know what we are supposed to look at.
Yeah, and when we look at reality to see if it matches that model, reality does not match the model.
Yeah, but that's not so important for what I'm saying now. I'm saying like
No, it is
for
though.
this.
Well, it's important to what we're interested in because we're interested in what reality is, whether
Yes,
that
I know,
model
and to know what reality is,
demonstrates
like you
reality.
think it's 100. You think this is like 100% true, or you think
No,
it's
no, no. It's 100% not true. That's the point.
How can you say that?
Because reality doesn't match the model.
What
Like I've
if your conception
said.
about flatness is wrong?
Well, that's meaningless. What we're testing is the prediction of
It's not.
obstruction
You
given
could
by the
the
globe
concept. You
model.
agree the
Well,
concept
no,
of
let me
a
finish.
globe could be wrong,
We're
right?
testing. No, it is wrong because we're testing its predictions. Like you said earlier, it's all about predictions. We're testing those predictions and they're untrue.
Wait, yeah, but I have
Yes,
a
but the
question though. Hang
concepts
on.
could be wrong. You have to conceptualize what flat means in
Yes,
your head.
the globe concept is wrong. That's what
And
we're saying.
Do you think we
do
ever
you're
see
wait
the
he's
actual?
not understanding what I'm saying. He's not understanding what I'm saying. So I would just want
I
to
do,
clarify.
but I'm
No, you
just
don't.
directing you to the
No,
material point, which
no,
is
you
what you're
don't.
trying to escape from. Yeah, because you're trying to distance now.
I
You're
have
trying
a
to claim that
point.
the
I
globe
have a
model
point. I don't care what your point is.
have an impact on reality.
I have a point. You're not answering yet. So my point is, you have a concept in your head, and you
No.
write it down on a piece of paper or something.
Which
Right,
concept?
for example, the globe. What did it look like?
Right.
And you have
What
like
size they
you can
say it
also
is.
model
Yeah.
out what flat looks like on a model, right?
They don't do that. They just say, I
3D
don't know what it
space,
looks
you
like.
have 3D, and
No.
then
Well,
to
we're just
look at
testing the globe model, right?
you're not just testing it. You have to conceptualize it first, right? You have to
No, it's
make a
already been
model.
done. They've done that. They've made the
Yes,
model
I know that
3959
for
mile
fuck's
radius.
sake. But the point is, we could be wrong, right?
It is wrong. That's what we're telling
I'm
you.
not saying that. I'm not saying that it doesn't match the model. I'm saying could the
No, it doesn't
model
match the model.
be wrongly conceptualized?
Well, you'd have to take that up with
Could the
NASA
sphere
because that's what they're telling you is
look
true.
different? Could the sphere look really different than what we thought it looked like? Like, let's
It's
say
not
you
about what
have
it
like a
looks like.
real
It's about
sphere.
the size that they claim it is, right? And
Okay, so
let me
you're
just
not
talk about this for a
You're
sec.
not
Let me
responding to
talk
what I'm
about this,
saying.
right? So the model
Okay,
is
so
not our
you're just
model. It's the
gonna.
one that NASA are promoting. They say it's got a very specific dimension, right?
Yeah.
And this dimension is what's being tested, and it's been falsified. So if that's wrong, then everything is wrong. The solar system, the sizes, the distances, all of that's wrong.
Yeah.
And further,
The
they can't
measurements, you mean,
say,
yeah.
"Oh, we just got it wrong." No, there's no measurements of the globe. It was always a
Well,
function.
there is, but
And
but even
they're claiming that they're
that's
doing
not my
things like
point.
launching satellites, which
Going
rely
back
on
to
that
like
different radius speed. So they can't turn around and say, "Oh, it's just a much bigger ball,"
yeah, but
because they're claiming that they're doing things like launching satellites into orbit that require a specific radius.
The reason. Sorry, I just want to say something quickly. The reason why I wanted to bring this up was because what we talked about earlier, right? What you claim to be real, and you said you believe the Earth to be flat. That was your reality.
No, I said we observe the Earth to be motionless.
Yeah, and you think you know that the Earth is flat based on that observation?
Well, not just that; it's also been measured that way. And
Okay. So I said you measure it, and based on those measurements, you think you think you know that the Earth is flat.
We know it's not a ball, like they tell us. Yeah.
Okay. So you think you know that the Earth is flat, and you think you know that the Earth is not a globe.
I know that water is level and that the Earth is not a globe.
Okay, so all of these are like this is like you know things, right? When you say you know things, you have to base it on something, and
Yes,
you base it, and you
reality.
base it. Yes, and you base it. Obviously, you have to for science. We use like reality to test and stuff like that, right?
Exactly.
But before you do this, You have to conceptualize something, right? You have to conceptualize an idea.
No, not necessarily. No, you can just test reality. You can observe and then compare it to. Well, the concept we're testing is the globe.
You don't have the concept of flat in your head?
What do you mean?
I mean, your eyes are registering 2D.
We don't need the
world
concept.
we
That's what
live
we
in, the
already
world we
observed.
live. But the observations are, your eyes are 2D, and what you're looking at is
Our eyes are
3D.
2D.
Yeah, it looks 2D. It looks 2D, right? You get like a flat
No.
image.
What I don't know what you mean.
Close
If
one eye.
if you take
Wait,
if you
close
take a
one
picture,
eye,
if you
yeah.
take a picture, right? That's 2D.
Mm.
But you could still, from that 2D image, know the shape of something.
Right.
Yeah. So you think you need like to conceptualize what flat looks like to know what flat looks like in that 2D image?
I don't know what you mean by conceptualize flat.
I mean, in your head, you make up like an idea of like how things should look like. Let's say you imagine something that you have never seen before, a unicorn with wings or something. You have never seen that before, and you can imagine that in your head, even if you
But we
haven't
don't
seen it
need to
before.
imagine because we all observe.
But
a
how do you
surface
know
of
what
water to
that's
be
going to
flat.
look like if you haven't conceptualized it in your head beforehand?
Well, because I've been to a lake before, I know that it observes flat.
Okay, so you think the lake is flat, and therefore everything you see looks like that, and therefore it's flat?
No. Well, water. There's no evidence that it's anything other than a body of water. There's no evidence that it's anything other than flat surface.
So,
So
but
what we're
that was based
testing
on
is-
your that was based on the observation you made, right?
That's based on everyone's observation.
So you're saying the water is flat. This is what flat looks like. If I look at
yeah,
water,
we know
it's
what
flat.
flat looks. Yeah, we know what flat looks.
How do you know what flat looks like? You have only seen water.
Because we understand what the word flat means. It means
Oh,
not.
I get it.
Okay, so the
okay, I
word
get
flat,
you
but
getting
what is flat? What is flat? I know the word flat, but what is flat?
Well, it would be one side being no higher than the other side, having no
That's great.
undulation, being level, being plain.
Yeah, that's the concept. Yeah, that's
But
good.
what you're
That's the
missing,
concept I'm talking about.
okay, so
That's
what
the
you seem to
concept
be
I'm talking
missing
about.
is that we're testing the concept of the globe, which predicts obstruction over a certain distance, and that's what's not observed. So how do
So
we
why do you
answer
think
that?
you need a concept for globe and not for flat earlier, right?
We
It
have
seemed like you didn't need
we
it.
have the concept of the globe because we're all taught it at school, aren't we?
So why don't you have the concept of flat?
What are you even talking about? I mean, I'm not pushing a concept of an overall Earth. We're testing
Wait,
the lake
are you
to see if it's curving, and if
are
it's
you
not
trying to get to the
curving,
idea that if you
then the
observe it
concept.
Sorry, I thought you were finished. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, sorry. So I'm just asking him, like, you said so earlier, right? You explained flat to me, right? And you can let's say I've never seen a flat shape in my whole life, and you can explain it to me, and I can imagine it in my head.
Okay.
How can I do that?
It's a plane surface that
Yeah.
one side is
So
the same height as the other, with no undulation in between, and it doesn't curve.
Okay, so if you explain that to me, do you think I could like draw it on a drawing how it would look like in like 3D space and how it would look like?
I don't know what your skill
Like in
level is.
AutoCAD. It doesn't matter what
I'd
my
like to hope
abilities
so.
are.
I would like to hope so, man. Do you want to try and then share it
No,
with the
it's not
class?
so important that but you think I can
Yeah, of
draw
course it's not important. This is really non sequitur because you're trying to avoid the fact
non
that we
sequitur?
are testing the globe model.
I just
and it's
asked a
not appearing in
question. I didn't
reality.
make any claim.
Okay, well, my question is, if we don't
can
detect any curvature of the lake, what does that mean?
Yeah, actually, can I ask a quick question because it's related to this?
Yeah,
So,
go for it.
Okay,
my
okay.
question for you is: Do we do we ever see the actual physical horizon? Are we capable of
No, we
seeing it?
don't, because listen, this is an important point. So if you go onto Google, distance to horizon, you type in your observer height, say 6 foot, and it will tell you how far away that
No, hang on.
horizon
It's going to
should
tell you
be.
how far away the actual, like, if the Earth were a globe, It'll tell you
Yes.
how
Yeah.
far
Yeah.
away the actual
That should
horizon
be.
should be. But
Yes.
are we ever, when we look, let's say that we are on a globe, hypothetically, if we are on a globe, in the globe model as it purports reality to be, when we're standing looking, let's say over a body of water, are we ever actually, is the line that we see off in the distance, is that ever going to be the actual physical horizon, or is
Yeah,
that
and
going to be
this is what they say. Yes, Fox. So this is what they say, because remember, they say the boats will disappear bottom up over the curve. They say that should occur at about 3 miles for a 6-foot observer. So this is exactly what people are going and testing. But then they see that the horizon is 10 miles, not 3 miles.
no, that's
Meaning
not what I'm
that is what you ask.
No,
The
no, what I'm
horizon.
saying is, like, given that, like, especially over a large body of water, that there's always going to be, like, you're observing whatever you're observing through some medium, right? Like, you're observing it through the air, you're observing it through whatever water has evaporated into the air. You're you have to are you ever actually looking at the actual physical, like, a geometric horizon, or are you observing,
Yeah,
like,
that's what the globe model claims the horizon is. Yes, the physical geometric curve.
right, but are we seeing the physical horizon, or are we seeing the
No, we
apparent
don't have a
horizon?
physical. No, because this is the point. It's not physical. It's an optical limit. Because the globe model which says it's physical.
Wait,
But even
she
within,
didn't ask you that.
doesn't the globe model say that even how do I want to phrase
The
this?
globe model doesn't say it can be any distance away. No, it
No,
says
but
it
the
can be a
globe model,
geometric
I'm pretty
distance.
sure the globe model says that what we observe is not actually the physical horizon in the globe model, but is
No,
actually
that's
an
not
apparent
true.
horizon due to viewing.
No, that's not true. I can show
Isn't that
you. I can
What?
show you. Look,
Wait,
look.
are you
Let me
saying we
post in the
don't
chat.
look through air on the globe?
Yeah, we're always looking through.
How can you say we're not? Like, that's not true? How can we obviously have to
Look,
look
I'll
through
show you.
air
I'll show
on the
you.
globe?
I'll show
What do you
you.
mean? You don't have to show me anything. Like, I can just
Refraction is a
look. I can
Yeah, I
thing.
just
do,
breathe air
obviously,
now.
because you
But
don't understand what
do
the
you
globe plane
breathe?
is, apparently.
Do you breathe air now? If you're breathing
And
air now,
again,
you're
nonsense.
looking anywhere, then you're
I need to
looking through
jump
air.
off for a meeting, but look, I'm just posting you the image of what the globe model claims in
Yeah.
the chat. You see that? See that,
Mm-hmm.
Fox?
That's
Yeah,
roughly
but
an
this
idea of
is
what you would see, right?
right. But
Yeah.
this is what this is
Yeah,
exactly
so
what I'm
that's what they
saying.
claim. And here's another one of one of the
But
science
if you want to look at
communicators,
more
quote unquote,
precise models, yeah, you can use
saying
like
that the
Walter
boats
But this is
Bislin,
go over
right?
the
exactly what I'm
horizon.
saying. Do you believe
But
that refraction is a thing?
We can get back to refraction. I need to jump off for a
All
meeting
right. Thank
for
you for
half an hour.
entertaining.
I'll see you
okay, thank you.
soon. Nice to speak to you.
Bye.
Bruh.
Yeah,
I mean,
from my
you
perspective,
can't say you don't look through air on Earth.
right.
Obviously, we
Yeah,
look
you're
through
not
air
ever
on
going to
Earth.
see the
Why did
actual
none of you
horizon.
bring up the fact that we can't even see that far anyway? Our eyes don't even let us see that far.
Well,
Why?
what?
That would have been useful to bring up.
I can just use a different telescope or
I could
something.
use a
It's not so
telescope.
important.
Whip out
It's
the
really really like a trivial thing.
Yeah, you could just whip out the fucking
He was bringing up
binoculars.
examples like if you were standing somewhere and you were looking forward, then it was flat. That's what he
making
was
that
saying.
sound.
Like even without a telescope, he was saying if you were standing somewhere looking forward, it was flat. You could have said that.
Sorry.
I'm
Who could have
assuming if
said
he
that?
was standing there, he would have had some binoculars or something. Nobody's seeing 3 miles.
You, man. You.
I mean,
I told you.
you could
No,
see
but that's
Guys are
what
all
he was
wrong.
mountains.
saying though. He was
You can
saying if you were
see.
standing somewhere and looking forward, it would be flat.
I see
You're
what
all
you
wrong.
mean.
I
I see what you
told
mean.
you. I
No,
can see America from
so that
outside my window.
even so, is the
Yeah.
idea is what you're getting at that, like,
Like, you live
if
in Canada,
if
man.
it were a flat plane, then like
You guys
theoretically
don't
we
see me?
could
I'm
see
waving
whatever.
at you right now.
Like we
Well,
can
I
observe
can see
things
you
that are
with
like
my
100
telescope.
miles away,
Oh, nice.
even though on a
Yeah.
flat model we should be able to see everything forever. Yeah, no, they're just gonna say that like optically, obviously, like things, it's an optical illusion that like our eyes can't actually observe things at that distance, so things appear to like you know, in art class when you learn like 2-point perspective, it's like if you're looking at railroad tracks disappearing in the distance, like they appear to come to a point even though we know they continue going on. They're just going
Well,
to say it's an optical illusion. It's something to do with your
well,
eyeball.
actually, you're all wrong because the Earth is not round or flat. It's actually egg-shaped. So.
An oblate spheroid. So obviously, we all need to start eating more
Hazen?
pears.
The fuck is that? And then mute him.
That asshole making noise is
It's
Azen.
Azen. Just mute him. Yeah, I think, yeah. I mean, sometimes I'm genuinely like, I feel like when I talk to some people, some flat earthers, I'm genuinely like feeling like we don't understand each other on like a fundamental level. It's so weird. Like earlier, I tried to explain something, and I clearly understood that his mind was not where I was. I was talking about something else, and he could not understand it, even though I tried to. I don't understand what's going on, to be honest.
Well,
I'm
if
so
someone thinks
confused.
something isn't real, they're obviously not going to think the same way as you. They just cut it straight out. They just don't think it's real.
I think like if you all like want to have like an honest question talk about it, I think it's like genuinely like a cognitive thing. Like people obviously have like different types of brains, and we think differently, right? And I think like
That's
it's not
racist.
sure it could be, but I literally think like there is a difference in how we think, which makes them believe that the Earth is flat, and
Oh,
I think the Earth is
yeah.
globe. Like
But here's the
definitely like
thing.
fundamentally how the brain works.
Yeah, I don't know if it's so. I'm not sure like at what level or to what degree it is. But I mean, my understanding or my belief is that everybody, no matter how crazy or weird or funny or goofy or abhorrent somebody's idea is that's different from mine, I have to understand that they've had some set of experiences, some belief sets that to them make that perspective valid and rational and reasonable. And I think it's really interesting. Like you're kind of hitting the nail on the head, right? Like to get there, if these thought patterns are predicated on different beliefs or different understandings, the only way we're ever going to be able to like understand each other or like even
Mm.
attempt to convince somebody of another perspective is to understand what that underlying chain
Yeah.
of assumptions and experiences is, which, and I mentioned this a while back, I think a lot of it too with things especially like this that are very hit close to home, right? Like it feels to I think a lot of people like a very big thing of like, no, I'm sure the earth is round. Like it's something people are confident of even if they aren't capable of backing it. I'm not saying that like you aren't,
Mm.
but even if people aren't, so for them, it becomes, I think, a lot of the time an emotional thing. And if you're somebody who's on the flat earth side, who has spent a lot of time engaging with the idea, feels like they've, come to or arrived at like a very reasoned
Mm.
out, thoughtful conclusion. And then some normie who doesn't even understand like what the globe model says at all
Let's
comes
be
in and starts
honest.
laughing at them. It's probably going to feel like pretty, intuitively and emotionally shitty.
Let's be
Yeah.
honest. The whole reason why flat Earth still exists is because people don't trust their government. Because the government has lied
It's
over and
part of
over again.
it.
It's
Yeah.
a
It's definitely
There's,
psyop.
part of it.
I've noticed three
It's a psyop,
patterns.
but it's a
Yeah.
psyop, but you know what is true? It's a psyop to take away from geocentrism. Geocentrism is the
Yeah.
truth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So
I find three
yeah.
patterns: religious, scientific, and yeah, conspiracy minded are the three kind of main arguments that I hear this
Yeah.
reasoned from.
Like the biggest predictor for somebody believing in conspiracy theories is that they believe in another conspiracy theory. Like if they believe in
True.
something, they're going to believe in like pretty much almost every other. And I don't think that's like obviously that's not a coincidence. Like they don't,
Yeah.
they're not like each conspiracy in a vacuum. It's obviously built on some like fundamental belief of distrust or
Exactly.
something in something.
Well, and a
Just
pattern
boomers.
of skepticism, because I think it is. You are right. It's like
Yeah.
going up that kind of that ladder of abstraction in terms of like meta concepts or like framing principles because like I think we kind of hit on this a little bit earlier in the conversation as well, this idea of well, if you aren't able to verify something or validate something with your own hands or like manipulate something in real time
Yeah.
in like a practical sense, then you're not allowed, you can't say anything about it. Any conclusions you come to, any inferences that you make are invalid. And I
Mm.
think it's just this difference between induction and deduction. And ultimately, it's what are you claiming to be able to say? Are
Mm.
you trying to make a claim that you can kind of inductively or deductively arrive at capital T truth? Or are you saying, hey, I can make meaningful predictions. This is the best I have. So I'd rather use this than nothing.
This is why I wanted to talk about that instead of like talking about like quote unquote evidence, because to be honest, like that's not so fucking important. The important part is
Right.
how do you come to a conclusion of reality? Because we present evidence. That the problem is they're going to say, oh, it's fake, we don't trust it, or it's something else, or like or
My
they're going to
favorite
show
is
like we can show like hundreds of images, and they will show one image that is like an outlier and it doesn't match the pattern that we have shown, and they will accept that one image instead or something like that. So it's pointless to to even like present evidence. It's
This is true with
meaningless.
a lot of these like kind of bigger topics of conversation. Like you see this when atheists are arguing with theistic people, right? It's that same kind of
which is
the actual
exactly what we're doing
information
here.
you can present a variety of like defeaters or like contradictions in the Bible, but like that brute information is never going to be what's ultimately convincing. And I think yes, it does involve some unpacking of like the thought process, or what is your your epistemic kind of belief set. I think there's also an emotional component as well. I think that for a fair number of people, um, rejecting or accepting these ideas, changing your mind about something as fundamental to your, because these are beliefs that fundamentally impact the way that you operate and navigate within the world, right?
Yeah.
These are like foundational core beliefs. Adjusting something like that, changing that, is going to involve a fair amount of kind of recalibrating,
Yeah.
and recalibrating things that are close to one's sense of self, one's sense of identity.
It's like very uncomfortable to change that because you have to change your identity, as you said. Kind of
Mhm.
like not for everybody, but for many, like switching like political party lines, like especially like from very like radical from left to right. Obviously, you just don't do that on a whim just because somebody said something. It takes a lot of time because you have to change everything, like most of things about you. Like you have to change your what you look at the rest of the world, maybe even, right?
I mean, I think it has a lot to do with household trauma also, as we can see. Let me find that study actually. There was
Yeah,
a study conducted in 2018, I think, 2018, about why so many people deny certain parts of science and reality, and what they ended up finding was a lot of household trauma in their childhood. I'm trying to find it. It's actually a very good read.
Mm. That's interesting. I mean, I'd be interested to see kind of like what factors correlate with which belief sets. I mean, because again, I my thinking kind of goes to what are going to be the optimal ways of engaging in these conversations. And I think foundationally for me, and I said this before, it's what I often see, especially with these kind of topics, is people coming in very, very confident of their own belief set and viewing, they have an image or like kind of a conception of who is on the other side, that is definitionally like the other. And so functionally, what ends up happening is, like for flat Earth, for example, it's people on the flat Earth side feel like they've reasoned this out, they've been convinced by the evidence, they've engaged with this topic, they have a level of understanding. So to be dismissed as silly, ludicrous, like totally crazy wackadoo is just going to be a dysfunctional way of engaging. And on the globe side, it's like, well, obviously this is something that these people, if you genuinely believe that this is some level of like indoctrination of a on some massive level, then fundamentally, like almost tautologically, these people are going to be coming in, holding this as something that is foundationally true, fundamentally true, that is kind of core to their conception of their place in the universe. And so, I think it's acknowledging the humanity on either side. It's acknowledging that the other person, again, has some set of experiences and beliefs that validate this approach. Because viewing the other person as just inherently stupid or dumb or irrational is just never going to get you there.
In a globe model, in a flat Earth model, tribalism is explained. A globe model, that idea is debunked. So if people can't use, they would tell you like the whole idea that we went to the moon, like all of humanity in a joint and effort together. But you look at who said that, Nixon. Richard Nixon's "we" was a very small group of people. It did not include liberals or hippies or atheists. It did not include the Vietnamese. So what you're looking
again, it seems like you're again doing this thing where like if you like if somebody says something, then you're obligated to kind of factor in or include or accept everything else that they're saying. And I think it's fair to take into account, you know, who is saying what and where they're coming from. But I mean, I think there are absolutely ways of explaining tribalism that I mean, frankly, I don't think. I mean, it depends on what you're kind of lumping in with "quote unquote" the globe model. But I think there are at least kind of working hypotheses that have held. You know, again, kind of our best understanding things that seem to explain, to the best of our ability so far, these kind of tribalistic tendencies. I don't think that that's fundamentally in contradiction with the globe model because Nixon said we went to the moon.
This is what, because the peace the nuclear disarmament, they said give peace a try because the universe is so massive that there is an Earth out there or something very similar to it where they were able to achieve nuclear disarmament. So what you're looking
Well,
at is why is that not possible here?
Well, sure, that could be one argument that people made, but I think people could also make the argument, well, you know, nuclear war is something that would lead to a large amount of pain and suffering and death, things that we seem to want to avoid almost universally, if not universally, as you know, conscious sapient individuals. So, you know, let's try not to destroy the world because we're on this world and we seem to want to stay on this world. I don't think it only has to come from this
That's
concept
a
of
flat Earth point of view.
it's also a globe point of view.
No, because in the
Oh, we're
globe point of
telling you,
view,
hey,
the
in
people
the
who are
globe we have to
developing.
in the
Oh, sorry.
globe
Go
we
ahead,
have
Jim.
to we have in the globe we have to vaccinate the children and destroy them from the inside out, right? Bioweapons and all this
This is a
shit because they
totally
know.
unrelated. Yeah, that's
Well, but
okay.
that's
I'm
the
gonna
belief of the
ignore
globe.
that.
The vaccine and the
No.
globe go hand to hand. They go
Yeah.
together.
No, a lot of like most like people who don't want vaccinates are believe the Earth is a globe. So
Yeah, like
clearly
if
that's
Right.
you
not true.
the JPL has a record number of religious exemptions. The NASA's JPL. They
What?
actually yeah, look it up. There's a big controversy about the JPL's religious exemptions were so high that they thought it was some sort of gag that people were playing a joke.
I'm not.
And they had to
What?
shut down the JPL during the middle of Corona because
What's the
so few
JPL?
people, a jet propulsion laboratory,
Oh, okay, okay,
so
okay.
few people in NASA were not getting vaccinated that there was like a threshold that they had to
What does
shut the
this have
building
to do
down.
with anything?
The one that
It's but
people
the
who are
tribalism in the
anti-vax
globe.
also, yeah, people who are anti-vax or people who are deeply religious are also globe. You won't find one metric that you'll be
No,
able to
wait,
assign
wait, wait.
directly to flat Earth.
Wait, hang on. There are plenty of religious people who believe that there is a physical firmament, believe that Earth is only 6,000 years old, who believe any number of things that are not included in the globe model. Saying all religious people inherently believe in, I'm so confused. And also, why are, like, it seems like a strange, it seems like an extrapolation of what people who believe in the globe also tend to agree with mainstream science, and mainstream science says X, therefore the globe model says X. And I don't think that that's a fair line of assertion. You can
Yeah,
point to
which is a
correlations, you can
JPL.
point to trends, and what about that? Why does that have anything to do with the
So people
validity of the
said
globe
that being
model?
anti-vax is anti-science, but they also said NASA is the peak level of scientific evolution.
No.
People
Hang
at
on. People
JPL are
say
using
being
religious exemptions to avoid getting vaccinated.
hang on. People say being anti-vax is being
Oh, let the
against
other
the
guy finish the
scientific
sentence, and then you guys
consensus.
continue yours. What about that? Because you've been doing this hang on, like way too often,
Because he keeps
like
packing in
overdoing it.
5, 6, 7 assertions,
But
and
No,
it's
I
this is
barely
not
get
impossible
through
just
to
you
one.
address them.
listening. This is not just you listening. There's other people trying to listen, and just you. Hang on. It's annoying as fuck.
Fair enough. Okay, but please don't imitate me. That's also annoying as fuck. I will be quiet.
You're irritating me by doing that shit. You non-stop.
Okay. I'm not sure actually.
I mean, we can just
I
let
don't really,
people
I don't
go
really
and let
see
you
the. I don't
religious
really
people circle
see.
jerk if you like.
I'm not understanding what like the claim is that people who believe the globe is like kind of like has like tribalist ideas, but we disagree on like almost fucking everything. I don't understand why you're saying like we're being tribalist. Like some things we believe is like very true, obviously, but like China exists, for example, you know. But like,
Now everybody found out that the vaccine believers were wrong, right? And
well,
just
I
said
don't
the
think there
globe.
is like I don't think there is like a dichotomy there. I think with the vaccine stuff, you had like people who would be like too like aggressive with the vaccine policies. I am in that category that I think like many countries were that, including like United States. I'm a global believer. Like I'm going against, probably I'm going against like CDC advice and shit like that. I'm going probably against Fauci, and I'm a glober. How does that work?
So you
I'm
believe in
going against
the
tribal.
ones that are selling the priests that are selling you the globe and selling you the global pandemics, right? You believe in one lie, but then you discard the other lie.
So
you can
clearly,
separate them as
so
a lie.
clearly, I'm not being tribalistic. That's my point.
Yeah, but you tribalistic on the globe belief, which that's another lie. You just believe it because you want to. You feel like
I
maybe
mean,
like
yeah,
an
but I'm not.
emotional
I
or
believe it.
romantic
I believe
relationship
it.
to the globe.
I believe it,
Yeah,
but not because of
it's like a
it. But
romantic
it's not
relationship of some sort.
not because of
Stop your
tribalism, which was
projection,
claimed.
Jemsy.
Not because of tribalism,
Wait, what?
Jamesy.
I said stop your projection, Jemsy. There's plenty of religions that believe that the Earth is a globe, right?
Yeah, that's true.
How is it
Well, the
tribalistic to believe?
globe is a religion, just like the vaccine religion.
That's bullshit.
I mean, you could just say everything is a religion. Is China
Yeah.
existing religion? The China
Sure.
existence religion. Like
Sure.
then it's just dumb to use the word religion. Everything is religion, and nothing is a
Is
religion.
It's
water a
reductive to the
religion?
point of having zero
It's
utility,
stupid.
right?
Yeah, it has no utility, that word, anymore. It means nothing.
But listen, if you guys want to chat about other stuff, we can do that. We can talk about like communism and the CCP or
I thought like
Mormons.
I don't know if you can talk about it in here, but like for example, the vaccine stuff. It's like I feel like the dust has settled a little bit on that. At least here, like it has where I live. It's like nobody has mentioned vaccines for like 2-3 years, something like that.
Yeah, that's kind of my feeling too.
So yeah, yeah, I or like tribalism stuff. I don't think like it's pretty clearly that I'm not doing it for tribalistic opinions, because I can talk to people about globe stuff, but there is like many globers. Like I've talked to other server where we have this, and when you talk about the globe, sure we agree, but when you talk about other stuff, like for example vaccine policies or maybe like politics or something, we wholeheartedly, completely, fundamentally disagree, right? So clearly, I'm not like in some tribe with them, and I don't have like
You're
a
like the
leader.
1% that disagrees with the vaccines, right? You're
No,
like
I'm not the
the small
1%.
group.
I'm not the 1%. Like many people disagree with like the aggressive vaccine policies
I
that
mean,
Australia and United States have pushed.
From what I understood of the anti-vax people, they say that they have the science on their side, right?
Here's an example where people will fake the funk. So you got this recent Proud Boy guy. I'm trying to blank on his name right now, like Big Jake or something. He was being sentenced, and he gave this and he played remorse. He said, "Oh, I should have done things differently. I shouldn't have been there. All this stuff happened. I got wrapped up in the moment." Then they hit him with a prison sentence. He had to face reality. And after getting sentenced, he just screams out, "Trump won." So what he did there is he faked it until he thought he was going to make it, but he didn't fool anybody. And that's what
I
a
don't
lot of these
understand.
globalists are doing. They're
What?
pretending it's a globe all the way until it becomes time for them to put their teeth in the game, to put their money where their mouth is. Then
Wait,
they
Okay, that's a
balk.
lot.
I wholeheartedly believe that the Earth is a globe, Crit. Like, you can't just say anything else.
Yeah, you seem to be making these like
You just
really. You just draw these
wild
connections
claims
and
about
these
like
lines.
Are you talking
Yeah.
about like Galileo or something? Like
No,
I don't
like
they
know.
were gonna
where
torture him.
You're talking about
yeah,
like
no, I'm
people
talking
in
about where people
general
say
here, that people
NASA, spend
actually.
more money on NASA. I go, well, you could do that right now. No, not until you do.
What?
Oh,
No,
interesting.
again, this is very much like this seems like
All right,
a
stop schizo
well, why don't
posting.
you donate all of your money to charity thing? Like, yeah, sure, they're like I'm not quite sure what the point that is ultimately trying to be made is. It seems like there's just this wide this is what I was getting to before. Like, look, even in the past couple of minutes,
I
somebody
think
said like, "Oh, well,
I think you guys need to just
you only believe in your globe set of beliefs because, you must have some romantic or like emotional attachment to
Yeah.
it." Like just being very dismissive and derisive on both sides. But like what do we think we're going to actually accomplish here? Like it just seems like
Well, you
people
guys
are
were
pretty comfortable.
psychoanalyzing people, the flat earthers, right? Like for the
Yeah.
past
Earth is
I was
15
like
round.
I was
minutes,
being very,
and
very, very careful to talk about both sides, and
You
I was
guys were bringing up a
very
study
clearly
about how flat earthers have sexual psycho
I
trauma in
didn't
their
hang
from
on,
their
traumas.
childhood.
I
Who
didn't
said
say
did
that?
that
Oh,
anything
happen?
yeah, that was
I
the other
didn't say
guy.
No
anything about that.
projections.
My entire
That was the
did
other
you
guy.
like I gave literally 5 minutes ago, I gave an entire like monologue about how both sides need to view the other side as more human and be more empathetic
No,
and
that's a waste of
understanding.
time. Listen, what's your name? Like these people are schizos, and like the sooner you realize that, right, the more you can have lulls instead of like trying
Yeah,
to
the
fucking
Globers
Yeah,
spring your
sure.
schizos.
brain.
If
Yeah,
your
we get
goal
it.
is if your
See,
goal
you
is to
got it
just
right there.
troll and poke him with a stick, fine.
Yes, can we do that, please?
Be my
I
guest.
mean, you can do that, but it's just gonna turn into a shit
Totally
show if you do that.
unproductive conversation, just gonna turn to ad homs, and then it's
This
just
is
gonna
what
like,
I do.
sure,
Right
No,
here,
no,
great,
no.
enjoy
NASA.
it.
You look at the Globe News today. NASA has developed a revolutionary technology that will change the way you taste your wine. Exciting new times ahead of you. You can take up the next year and infect your plants with a grapevine virus
Okay,
that
Crit,
will
what is your
increase the
fucking
way the wine tastes.
What does
Crit?
NASA wait, Crit,
What do you know
Crit,
about
what does
wine tasting?
NASA wait, this is retarded. Crit, what does NASA lying have to do with the earth being flat?
No, I think it's hilarious. This is the type of headlines that people who think your globetard is real, they
No,
think
no, Crit.
NASA just developed
What
a
Tell me,
what I'm
virus
asking
that
you,
will
Crit,
make you.
Crit.
Yeah,
tell
almost
me,
there. Almost
tell
there,
me your
dude. Are you
esoteric
listening or
wine
not? I'll keep
knowledge,
talking until you start
and
listening.
tell me why you
So
disagree
there
with
we
that
go. I'm gonna
headline.
keep going.
Dude,
Okay.
Parse,
Tell
chill.
me
So
why
I
you
here we
think
disagree.
go.
conspiracy
This is
No,
a
shut
theorists
up,
are
virus.
schizo.
So
schizophrenics.
if
That's just
globetard
my opinion, though.
I don't have to
So
fucking
if
meta conversation
Globetard,
anymore.
you got a
Crit,
virus that was developed by
what's your
NASA
disagreement
to
with the
increase
headline?
your way wine
Answer the
tastes.
fucking question, Crit.
It's
What
Nobody
is your
hilarious.
cares
disagreement?
Parsifal,
It's
What is
nobody
your
fucking
cares about
disagreement
wine
it's fucking
testing.
hilarious.
Parsifal, nobody
about
cares
wine
about wine
tasting?
tasting, dude. Shut up. Nobody cares about
No,
wine
this guy's
tasting.
talking
It's
about
so
wine.
funny.
Crit,
It's
what
so
is
first
Yeah,
world
it's funny.
problem.
It's
Crit,
funny,
what
funny.
is
It's
Crit,
cool.
It's
what does
hilarious, dude.
NASA lying
It's a
Crit?
Sure,
point
Chris.
and
Crit, you're
laugh.
Crit.
freaking out, dude. You're freaking out, Crit,
Same answer.
Crit, you're freaking out, dude. Relax for a second.
Use
What
that.
does
There we
NASA,
go.
oh my gosh.
Classical. You freaking out, really.
NASA,
Classical.
okay,
Classical.
your
Just
European opinion
relax,
discarded.
relax for a
European
second.
opinion
Classical.
discarded.
You
Nobody cares.
classical.
Okay, I'm
Classical.
Yeah,
turning
just
this
Relax
keep
guy.
for a
saying the
second.
same name over
Just,
and over
just,
again.
just,
Oh, he's
just,
turned people
just
down.
relax,
Okay, got
classical.
it.
Yeah,
He's
turning
turned
that guy
down.
to 1%. Yep. So Crit.
Now he's got the
What
answer
does
he needs. He's
NASA
turned down
lying?
Okay, so
What
the
is
reason
inside
why.
his own
what is
worldview.
NASA lying? Crit, relax, dude. What does NASA
Talk to me,
lying
Craig. Talk
have
to
to
me.
do with the Earth being flat?
I gotcha. See, this dude spurred out so quick, and all he just said it was like broken record. Said my name over and over again. When I'm talking about a headline, I didn't write the headline. He's got a problem with it. He knows where to go. He can talk to the editor. Say,
Okay,
why are you
I'm
telling
gonna
people
ask
Nobody
you
has
that?
a
again.
problem.
I'm gonna ask you the question again. What does NASA
Why do they think
lying
that telling
have
people
to
that
do with
NASA
flat
developed a
Earth?
virus that will infect grapes that will increase the way your wine tastes? And these are exciting times.
Okay, I'm going to
This is
ask you the question.
hilarious.
I'm
This
going
is
to
why
ask
the
you the
globe
I'm going to
model
ask you the
is
question.
something
Oh
that
my
just keeps
goodness.
giving.
What does wine testing has to
I'm
do
gonna.
with globe model, Greg?
That's what I'm trying to ask you. What
Because
is
this is
NASA
NASA.
lying? What is? Yeah. Okay, we
What do
understand.
you mean?
Okay, they lie sometimes, dude. They
It's
lie sometimes too. Cool, bro. I get it.
Wait,
I'm gonna
Yeah,
give you an
you got it.
example, Crit.
That's it
Crit.
right
I'm
there.
gonna give Crit.
NASA.
I'm gonna give you an
NASA has
example.
developed
I'm
a
gonna give.
revolutionary
My
technology
goodness, bro.
that will change the way your wine tastes.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm gonna give you a
okay,
great
guys, but
example, Crit. I'm gonna.
Crit doesn't like answering questions directly.
Yeah, I can clearly tell. I'm gonna
Oh,
give you an
there it is.
example, Crit.
Use that. That
Okay.
is a testable claim.
Crit,
If
Crit,
that
I'm
right
gonna.
there,
Crit,
Crit.
Based
I'm
on
gonna.
my
that
Crit.
is a
experience and my
testable
Crit,
claim.
I have
observations,
talked to
based on
you
my
like
experience
many
and
years ago.
observations.
Every time you like are in rooms, it ends up with a shitload show like it, and it's only when you like you
That
talk,
is a
Crit.
testable
So
claim.
he's
Yes, it
That
is a
right there is
testable
a
claim, and
testable claim.
it's the test is fucking
Let's
true,
see
man.
what
he's trying
you
to say
do
something.
next.
He gets interrupted.
No, it's
Crit,
about
Every
you,
time he's
Crit,
trying to make a
Crit,
point,
Yeah,
Crit.
you
If you
let's
can't
can,
see what
interrupt.
you
if
do
we,
next.
Based
Crit,
on
I
my
agree with
Crit.
you.
experience.
Crit, I agree with you that NASA lies about
It's
almost
so
everything. Okay,
easy. It's really, this is why
Crit.
epic
Crit.
This
lulls,
guy
Crit,
the
doesn't.
globe
you have to
model.
stop. You're just
Ah.
talking
This
over
is why
everybody.
conspiracy theorists are schizophrenics.
Yeah, it's like fucking Crit. It's fucking nuts, man. It's impossible to talk with him.
Man,
That is a
man,
testable claim.
Stop
man.
talking.
So
Crit,
yeah,
if I agree with you that NASA lies about a bunch of stuff, probably almost anything, what does that have to do with the Earth is flat?
Whatever
All
you
right, good
want to
talk.
talk
Thank you.
about, just whatever you have in your
yeah.
mind.
I'm
That's
not
what
sure
it
the
is.
assertion that because I didn't even hear an assertion that this was like wrong or that they were even
Funny.
lying. I just heard that
It's
this was
funny.
it's funny
It's
that
funny as
NASA
fuck.
it's funny that NASA has
It's very
developed
interesting.
something that might make wine taste better. This is
Crit, do you
Oh,
believe in
inherently
bacteria?
hilarious.
You have a reason
This is
to
why the
say
epic lulls, like you talk about
Crit.
Star Lord, Star Force, Star Trek, all this entertainment value coming out of the globe model is
yeah.
epic lulls. It's like,
Mm.
that is the
What?
best part of the globe
I don't
model.
Crit,
know.
It's
I
just
want
I
like
have
Nobody,
more
a
no,
fun
Crit,
like
telling you to
actual
nobody
eat
thinks that
frogs
is
from
you.
insanity
funny.
to
By
insanity
the
right
way,
Crit,
now.
you're
Crit.
high as fuck
no,
right now.
Crit, nobody thinks that is funny. Only you think.
He's
Yeah, it's
juiced up on
hilarious.
Craig,
psychotic
this is why
medication.
people make fun of you because you're full
The
of shit.
comments
Just
also.
mute
You look at
him.
the, if you look
man,
at the
I'm not
article,
gonna
No,
even.
how
I'm
I
not even gonna
ridiculous
literally
fucking.
that
said
is.
The
No,
point
dude.
is
The
the
problem is. The
internet
problem
is
is.
funny.
You guys are taking someone that is literally like spiritual but unaffiliated seriously. Like, fuck out of here,
That's
dude.
true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Like, you're taking
yeah,
him seriously.
I
Stop.
know. I
This
have
guy
talked to him
doesn't.
Okay.
This
before, and I
this guy
said so
doesn't
earlier.
even.
Every
When I
time
was
he
asking if you believe in a
talks in
creator.
fucking any room, he does this stuff
All right, I
every
got a
time.
question for you, flat
This
earthers.
Yeah.
this guy
Why
doesn't even know
do
if God exists, but he knows
Flat
the Earth
why
is
earthers.
do
flat.
What's
Sounds
why
good.
do flights in the southern hemisphere go like so much faster than flights in the northern hemisphere? Go.
What do you mean they go so much faster?
They traverse a larger distance in a shorter amount of time, right?
Man,
Do you have
I
evidence
swear to
for
God.
this?
I swear to God. Oh.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. When you look at like the map, it looks like it's going faster in the southern hemisphere than in the northern hemisphere.
The planes can go at the same rate, you idiot.
I'll explain
Who
it to you.
cares?
I think I
I'll
understand
explain it
what
to
you
you.
mean.
I will explain it to you by demonstrating it, okay?
You have to bring everybody in this channel into an airplane and fly for
No.
us. That's the only
No.
valid demonstration.
No, I will demonstrate it. Hold on.
That was
Can
funny
I
though.
touch it?
Yes.
Oh.
Just like a fan, right? Well, this is maybe a little bit weird to like see. Wait, maybe I can find something round.
Fan like blowing air, I'm assuming.
No, I'm gonna demonstrate it with something round for these flat earthers. If I can find something round. Hold on. Wait 1 second.
I don't know about you guys, but this debate in the chat is a lot more interesting than this one.
What's the topic up for debate in the chat?
Actually, never mind. You can read it. I'm not gonna say it out loud.
No, just say
They're
it.
talking
No, say
about
it out
black
loud, Em.
people.
No,
They're
Em, say
being
it out loud. What
racist
is
towards
it?
I'm
black
gonna say
people.
it out loud.
No, Em, it's okay.
Oh,
Just
here you
go
go
ahead, say it
again,
out
I
Crit.
wasn't trying to bait, but that's really funny.
Crit, you said
In the
you know who I am. You said that we used to be friends. Well, I'm gonna make fun of you until you fuck off. Because
You
we're
do
not
you.
friends, Crit.
Okay, so
Yeah, you
are you
do you.
saying, wait, Now I'm gonna. Are you saying to me why does the Earth spin faster on certain places and slower on other places? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay, what are you saying?
He just got confused. Leave him alone.
What is your profession?
See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.